Dad! What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's so long time! Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for making you wait. No intro, no guests, just me. What's going on? Do you really even want to watch this? Of course you do, you mother. It's going to be a great show. What's going on? Well, you see, we have a guest coming. I say we, it's just me today. No Asa. He had to do some duties. Well, he could have made it, but things got a little bit froggy for the man. He's okay. He helped me set this up before he cut. And we've got a special guest coming. And that guest you don't want to miss because he's got some things to say after he broke some news and broke some ponies' backs. Backs. Oh, there you go. Wrong button. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to 166 of you. I am going to entertain the shit out of you. There's no Asa here. There's no filter here. There's never any filter here. But there's no filter here. And I'm going to fucking unload on these pony mother... If you want to come here for nuanced conversation, goodbye. Because it's one of those shows. Fake records. Oh! We got topics for days. Got Emperor Suffer King, shut up. Asa. Sean 786. I need to get you on here, my Pakistani brother. We need to get Colt Eastwood. Where are my guests? I don't need guests. I don't need guests. All I need is some Charlie. Mo Kwama in the chat. Habibi, the only time he comes to support me is when I'm on my own. I think he loves me. Sean. Oh, shit. You know, Sean, bro. Like, Sean. Actually, Sean. Habibi, I know if you're just sitting there in your underwear or anything, I'm going to DM you. If you can make some memes, bro, that would actually be... And I'm on StreamYard Direct. So if you can come, bro. Who wants Sean in the chat? You guys, if you don't know who Sean is, bro, you guys are going to find out if he can make it, bloods. Shout out to everyone. Habibi, Shaps, Inevitable. We got God, Emperor Surfer King becoming a member. Oh, no, I need more tunes. Oh, this is the most annoying stream of life. The most annoying stream of life. Fuck the ponies. It's me. Also, shout out to someone who became a member. Fuck. Ninovistek. Ninovostek. Ninonov. Motherfucker. NINOVOSSTEK. Shout out, being a member. Shout out, what the fuck? God of Brasova King, UG. He just welcomed 5 people. He gifted 5 people into the Familia. Shit. Come on, man. Come on. Shout out to... What is... No, sorry. I should be doing a reforge game. Guys, it's not good enough. We need hit our goal of 100 fucking members, and then we're gonna be good. And then you're released from your duties, mother. Who is this? Shout out to God Emperor for King, bro. Listen, I'm talking to you right now. On the levels. Shout out to Mokwama. That's $10 he just gave for a chat. That's $5 everyone gives. That's 5 memberships he's given to everyone. You guys are just doing that just to support the channel, bro, and get the shit read. And that means a lot, man. Think about, that's a lot of money for people all around the world. We're lucky because not everything is fine and dandy in the world. But we're not here for that. We're here to release our stress and talk some gaming. Hey, Sean, I DM'd you, sent you some porn. If you want to jump by, let's do it. TZ, the go in the chat. Huggy, chatty. Huggy, I might get you to come in as well. But let's just see how it goes. I just want to do this because I have big things coming for Septic Sauce. You guys are not even ready. You guys are not ready. You have no idea the madness I'm going to deliver on this space. Just for you guys. I want to break my back so you can break yours. It's going to be an epic show. I have multiple topics to talk about. Like, this is like not a quiet news week. It's been a very busy week. Some madness going on in here. Some madness going on in the space, blood. Not of which gaming related. Let's just go into it. After how long has it been? Like 20 years, 10 years, 15 years? Wait, when did Alan Wake 1 come out? Wikipedia. Bruv, since God knows when, 2010. The game went gold in April 2010, bruv. It's been 23 years, man. And we got, wait, that's bad. That's mad. That's 13 years. 23. We're not in 2033. It's been 13 years, or just under 13 years. And it's been emotional. And I have to ask, and all the Xbots are asking, where's Starfield going to be in this space? 2010, 13 years. And we got the sequel, which was a cult classic. Let's be real. Alan Wake was a cult classic. And it was middling. It was on an 80, like low 80 Metacritic score when it came out. It had masses of hype. Was actually downgraded from what it was supposed to be an open world game. Do you remember that? Didn't turn out to be an open world game. Had some development issues, and then boom, the game comes out, and it was still an excellent game critically. I gave it a 7. I may have given it a 6.5 or a 7. I did a review for it all those years ago, and I thought, yeah, a game would give it samey, and it's getting a little bit stale at the end with the flashlight and blah blah blah. And then the sequel that's been asked about for years, and most of us kind of given up on it. Remedy, since then, since, let's be real, after Max Payne 2, they haven't been all that great. Quantum Break, massive game that was supposed to have massive hype, Xbox exclusive, huge marketing push, trying to justify this vision of Xbox with TV, and try and reconcile the two. It actually tried. It was the best game, or the only game that actually tried to deliver on that vision that Microsoft may or may not have forced on Remedy. And you got a taste of it, but the execution fell flat. The game still stands up as one of the best looking games of last gen. That could actually go up this gen. It was that good. But never did it. And Control, I haven't really gone back to it. People say it's a decent game. And Control has reviewed well, but it hasn't had the source, and it hasn't pulled me back in. Shout out Colt Eastwood in the chat. Myron Gaines. Yeah. You can't hear? You haven't got any headphones. What the shout out Kalel. I love you too, man. Shit. But so Alan Wake 2 comes out, and I don't think people were expecting that high. It dropped. When it dropped, it was at a 92 to 91 meta, and now it's sitting at an 88, I believe. And yesterday morning, Randall Thor 19, the man with a trillion. Link me? Man with a trillion. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean link me? Oh, you want to join the thing? I was like, what do you mean link me? I thought you meant like UK London style. Link me, fam. I'm here, lads. Yeah, I'll definitely see the link. What was I going to say? Fucking Cole Eastwood, you piece of shit. Yeah, so yeah, Randall Thor's messaged me because, bro, fucking play this game, because this game is amazing. Game of the year material. Like, I think I didn't watch Xbox 2 yesterday because it was crazy. But yesterday for me. But I think this might be Rand's game of the year. I've not seen him this excited for a game for a long time, man. Like, he really likes it. If he said anything different, Randall Thor 19 is a fucking slut if he said anything different. But speaking of sluts, ladies and gentlemen, we have the debut of motherfucking show! Got that shit, bitch! Got that shit!
What's going on, Playboy? What's good?
What's going on, Sean? What are you saying, bro?
I'm good. Listen, guys, I got some beef with you.
You got beef with me, bro? Are you pony now?
Yeah, man. Me and you here right now. We're the only Pakistani people in the Xbox community, and your punk ass didn't even bother to hit me up.
Do you
I
know
should
why?
be one of your first guests ever.
Do you know? I should have been, but do you know why I held back? I didn't want to do it here. I wanted to do it on Septic Source because that was what I wanted. Because I want the real short source, yeah. And Ace is safe, yeah, but he's gonna be like controlling the botness in us, and I need an unfiltered bullshit, just all out show. I was literally thinking, I need to get someone who bleeds green on my debut of Septic Source when it relaunches, which will be in about. I'm not gonna give you timelines very soon, but Sean, you're here, my Pakistani brother. What's up, my Rasmalai mother? How you doing, bruv? You frozen on my screen, blood. Are you right,
I just got back, bro. I know, yeah.
Are you freezing on my? Am I okay? Am I freezing on you?
Yo.
Can you hear me? Chat, is he freezing for you?
I'm not freezing.
Bruv, you and your
No,
56k Pakistani connection, bruv. Yeah, it's you, bruv. I've been watching it on the stream. And
oh, shit.
It's just you. This is what happens, blood. It's just him. Sean, after having a go at me
come on, man.
for not inviting him, comes in here with his 3 kilobytes of upload and 3 pixels looking like a weird... Oh, it's not... Let's get it up. Why are you downloading porn for, man? GameOnDaily. Just pause it for 1 second. You've got some mad connection. You're looking pixelated as fuck. Bro, you sound like R2D2 getting molested, bro. What's going on? Wait, I'm can't multitask to save my life.
Oh, shit. This is not good.
Yo, Colt.
Let me see what's going on.
Put at the end of it, man. All right. Well, as Sean sorts his shit out and his life out.
Give me a couple of minutes.
Yeah, you got this. You got this. You got this. We're gonna talk about Alan Wake. I was talking about Alan Wake, and I've just been playing it just before the show started. Alan Wake 2 is fucking beautiful, man. Like, guys, you guys need to play that game. That game looks beautiful. Like, probably one of the best looking games I've played this gen. Just the fidelity of it is just thoroughly sound. It's obviously a slow paced game, and you're gonna rebuke me for this, but I'm playing it in quality mode because I didn't think I needed that game. Doesn't require fast pace, I guess. And so far, I've been just loving the fidelity. It's something I would actually recommend in this game so far. Playing it, there's so many good options in this game. I'm not gonna ruin it for you, but there are some next gen touches like. I love the main character already. Her voice acting is a bit stilted sometimes. It's inconsistent, but sometimes it's good. There seems to be a lot of depth there. But the mechanics of... part of it is just like, I want you guys to discover it without telling you too much, but then a lot of you would have seen it or played it anyway. But this isn't really a spoiler, actually. It's just a mechanic in the game in that you find clues. It's like a crime... It's like a survival horror. Alan Wake... Like, Alan Wake was kind of like survival horror, but it really ramps it down. Really... incredible story, because as soon as you play it, you'll realize, oh shit, that guy's from Max Payne. Oh shit, that guy's from Quantum Break. Oh shit, it's Control mixed with, well, I guess Control mixed with Alan Wake, Max Payne mixed with what's it called, Quantum Break. It's like fusion of all these stories from Remedy, and it's not done like in a cheap way, because ultimately it's like the story is gripping me by my testes, blood. You guys are really in for it for that game. So like, it's really good to see Remedy come up, because you know, Remedy haven't been that consistent. But Alan Wake 2, like, beautiful story. It starts off crazy. You're gripped from the start. Like, what the hell? Who am I controlling? And ladies and gentlemen, we just came from a solo stream, and then we did some shit, man. We did some shit, because we got these motherfuckers, Colt Eastwood wearing a shirt, and none other than David motherfucking Jaffe. What's up, motherfucker?
Is this the place?
Yes, it is. How you doing?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
What's up,
How's
man?
gum, bitch?
Shut up.
How's gum?
You haven't gum? That sounds...
I'm gonna get rid of it. I know people
Please do.
hate it. I know.
Banana Laffy Taffy is my favorite.
I love that, but this is the Halloween candy. This is the gum. I've already gone through the Laffy Taffy. I had to go back to the grocery store before Tuesday.
I've lost train now. I can't even see
David Jaffe gums those banana Laffy Taffies like nobody's business.
It's like Joe Biden gumming a small child. What the fuck are you calling? Yeah,
Go Eastwood, you can sink away, but that leather is stopping you. Jets. Colt, why are you looking so sexual, bro?
Gum is gum.
Come is
I had
coming,
to go to a
dude.
funeral this morning.
That's
Extended family member, but it was nice to see everybody. But yeah, the death of PlayStation. No, I did go to a small funeral.
Were you laying in bed last night and your wife's like, I need something, honey. I got to open the show with a joke. It's always good to open with a joke.
Something good.
I just were up to like 4 a.m. trying to come up with that. That's a pretty good one though.
No. I just love how you were on social media on Monday. Yeah. Monday night we did the show together, and people were calling you every name under the sun, and then the next day, it's official now. Yeah,
they still are. I mean, I've really, this has been a good week for me because I've really learned a lot about,
PlayStation.
Well, yeah, sure, but I mean, just who to take serious and when people are actually taking the piss and all that stuff. Because it's amazing to me the allegiance of some of these folks will come and go based on just whatever way the wind is blowing on that day. And I'm like, dude, I've not changed. I'm not pro or anti anything. I'm just telling you stuff I know and do with it what you want and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, but it was nice to be on your show. It's nice to be on this show. I'm going to be popping in and out. The dog vomited all over one of the kids' rooms, and we have carpet cleaners here. So I'm going to have to be moving in and out for that, but I'll be around.
All right, no worries, man. Well, while we're here, we might as well have you for this main source, because let's be real, man. You've been catching a lot of flack, despite the fact that you not only broke the news about Connie Booth leaving or being fired, but also doubled down on some news about some kind of discontent internally with the PlayStation Studios and this GAAS pivot. But before we do, let's talk about Connie Booth, because as of yesterday, and I said, hey, anyone who came at David Jaffe, and there were a load of you, apologize to him now, because VGC came back and confirmed, and PlayStation have officially announced that Connie Booth has left. But you went a bit further and you said she's actually been fired. Do you have any more I mean, we watched your video, but Booth...
I have more information, but I can't so all the information I gave out was coming from about 4 different sources. 2 were at Sony and 1 had worked at Sony, was no longer at Sony, and the other one was just really deep in the biz. Never been a Sony employee. Is my sound okay, by the way?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Everything's good.
And so I was I made it clear in the way I presented it. I hope it was, I'm sure Connie is devastated. I don't know that, but I would imagine, because this was, you couldn't meet more of a company man / woman, than Connie Booth. I mean, she had been there when I started as a tester in 92. She was already there for a couple of years. Right. So, so hopefully I was sensitive to it, but I felt very confident that it's like, okay, that's 4 people, various sources. They're all pretty much saying the same thing. The other stuff I have, and I actually reached Stephen Totillo, did me a nice favor because I was talking to him on Twitter. And I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. I have this information. I'm pretty sure it's true. But I only have it from one person. I trust this person. This person is a person at Sony right now. But that doesn't seem like that's something I should share, given it's just one person's view. And he and some of the members of my chat were like, yeah, of course we'd love to hear it. But because I'm not a journalist, I don't want to be a journalist. I don't want to be any of that stuff. So I do have more information, but it's not information that's mine to share at the moment, given that I don't really have it locked.
Well, it's quite obvious to glean from a lot of what you're saying there. Welcome back, Sean. hope your internet's okay.
Welcome.
You're running at 3-bit rate as opposed to 2, so but still we can see your blocky
it's
space.
raining quite bad here, so what's going on, Colt?
That's
and,
why.
David, what's good?
Not much. Where do I put where's the virtual tip jar? I want to hear Piano Man and then a Jimmy Buffett song.
That's an American joke. Is it the background?
Is that a real background?
He's got the piano on there.
Is that a fake background?
Piano show? It is a fake piano.
Of course it is.
Sweet.
Come on, David.
In the UK, we have houses like
pianos
that.
in the background. Come on.
I
In
know.
the UK? Come on, David. This ain't
I
the
know.
States.
Yeah.
Well, I assume that's where you and GAAS are like hiding some of the Hamas people that are on the run.
Oh shit! Come on.
That's
There's no need for that. There's no need for that.
We got to get into that. We got to get into that. I want to know your views on that thing.
Nah,
But
that's
anyway,
that's some serious shit. You don't want mine and Gaz's opinion. Trust me.
No, because we'll get arrested. But
well, not only that, but I mean, frankly, there's no way Hamas would be hiding in that piano because there's no kids around it. Anyway, okay, so let's move forward. And I'm just spewing. I don't know what's going on. I would love to hear y'all's take, but let's talk games.
Yeah, that will get pretty serious pretty quickly. You don't want to be there for that. But in terms of your thing on Connie Booth, though, because based on what you were saying, so she got fired. Now, if I'm an educated guessing man, based on everything you said, I would say that was because she may be frustrated at other management's views on where the direction of where PlayStation should be heading. And this gas pivot is something you mentioned in your video. You said there's a lot of
what I think is fair to talk about is, I'm certainly not the first one. I think it was Schreier, little Jason Schreier, to talk about how the internal studios look at Colt. What is it like to try to be liked by everyone? Is it a lot of work? Is it a lot of effort? Because for me, I just gave that up a long time ago.
Oh, I mean, that may be the perception, but when
I'm
you
just
say
fucking with
that, I know. I was in LA when I saw Jason Schreier. It was this year for the first time in real life, and he's very small in stature. And yeah, I mean, when you said it, it's just like we were like, oh, look, there's little Jason Schreier over there. And
because he was a dick to me on some podcast, so now he's a little It's not even little. It's
he's a dick in real life.
It's LI''LL, little Jason Schreier. So you got to get that right.
I couldn't even bring myself to get a selfie. Like, he wouldn't know who I am, and I was going to go, "Hey, Jason, let's get a picture." And then I was going to send it to GAAS, but I just couldn't even.
Yeah, you take a bit. He's like a vampire. You're automatically blocked. It's like you take a picture with him and he doesn't appear in the photo. But anyway, so what you could take from this, though, that I think is fair to talk about is, so Schreier reported first that a lot of the studios and perhaps Sony at various management levels were not thrilled with maybe where games as a service is at the moment. We know there's been trouble in terms of getting factions out. I don't have any real details on that in terms of, is Naughty Dog super pissed at management because they're like, who the fuck is Bungie? Do you know who the fuck we are? And they're coming in. That's my perception. I don't know if that's true. But I think with Connie, because she really has been for decades on the front lines with these teams, managing them and moving them forward and getting these massive hits for Sony out. My guess is that, and I think it's realistic to assume, is that the games, the service stuff is maybe not going as well across the board. Maybe in some places it is within Sony, but it's not firing where they wanted it to fire on all cylinders. And I don't know if she was like, here's what I don't know. Was she like, go fuck yourself, I'm going to make this work? Or was she like, dude, Jim Ryan, I've been telling you for 2 years, these are not the people to make these kinds of games. That I don't know. I don't know that, but I know that there was clearly some friction with the Jim Ryan relationship, the Connie relationship. But in terms of what it was about specifically, I'm really not at liberty to go into.
But you do know. You do know what it is.
Yeah, to an extent. I also, and again, then we get into sort of hearsay, right? We get into this one source I have who's like, hey, Jaffe, let me tell you all about Jim Ryan. And that stuff I just can't share. But it stands to reason that if somebody were to say, and that's not a negative or a positive about Jim Ryan, but it stands to reason that if what this person is saying is true, it makes sense why maybe Connie and him, if it is true that they were, battering
heads.
Yeah. I would go, yeah, that tracks. But again, I'm talking around it, and I can hear NeoGaf now going, he doesn't know anything. He's saying things because he's clickbait. And I'm like, no, I don't want to just put gossip out there. I want to have real conversations about the industry I love and some of the people I have great affection for, like Connie. And, I don't have it. I don't have all the data, and some of the data I have is not mine to share yet. So, but my guess would be, though, that I think it's fair to say, and it's not overstepping to say, that yes, Connie and Jim Ryan probably are not the best of pals. But
they're both one step down and one fired. Did Jim Ryan get fired?
Ask yourself this, though, right? He's still there, right? And it doesn't mean that he's not there when he said he wasn't going to be there in April or whenever it is he's leaving, but he's still making decisions. Right? That's interesting, right? That's interesting to me.
No, I don't believe so. I believe October the 1st, he kind of stepped down. He just in the background, I believe.
Well, I mean, you don't know what his day-to-day is. He's still officially, he's still CEO or whatever his job is. There's not like an intermediate in already doing the work. I don't think. They're probably in a transition period, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't have to suck off regulators anymore, so that's freed up his time.
He doesn't have to do what?
His knees are bad now.
Suck off regulators, gargling all of their DNA.
I mean, but then there's all the speculation online that this is not me saying anything. This is just me repeating stuff I've read where people were like, maybe he was fired because Sony was upset with how the Activision thing went down. There was nothing he could have really done, but I do think the way he handled it in public, probably Sony doesn't like. I could be wrong. That's just my take. I think the game's
Jaffe, though, because he talked about Sony. Sony will never ever recover if this deal goes through. And when it came to the main studios, Naughty Dog, I know he was kind of talking shit, bullshitting, but when it came to the main studios, because none of our studios can compete against something like Call of Duty, so he put them underneath the bus as well. So
he did, and that was a risk. I mean, maybe that was all. Again, you have to understand. Maybe that was all. Sony's very calculating and careful. He probably sat with PR and lawyers and said, "What do I say?" He may not have been just going off, on his own saying this crazy shit. I don't really know, but I do think it was a bad look for whatever that's worth. I think Factions, if it is indeed canceled, I have heard it's canceled, and then people are like, "Is it canceled or is it on ice?" What the fuck? What's the difference? It's on ice. Sorry. Like, would you really? I mean, I sure it's on ice. Fine, whatever. But I've heard both.
But you think it's canceled? That's instead.
I don't know. I mean, it sounds like it's in a lot of trouble. Maybe there is a little skeleton crew of like 8 people at Naughty Dog going, "Can we make this work? We have 6 months to present to the powers that be to get the green light back." Or maybe it's like, no, it's dead. I have no idea. But the point is, though, dead or not, it's in a great deal of trouble. It's been in production for a very long time. We can all guess at the budget of it. And so that may not have been the world's best look for people who were judging Jim Ryan. And then, frankly, I think, I don't know Jim Ryan at all, but that's a tough job. It's a really tough job right now because, Microsoft is absolutely, they haven't, borne any meaningful fruit yet, but they are, positioning themselves in a way that's clear that they have a very good shot of being a pretty dominating force. Nintendo is having no problems. A lot of these games as services that are working, whether it's Fortnite or Rainbow Six Siege or what have you, that's going, and I think if you're Jim, or anybody in that Sony position, you're like, the only thing we do brilliantly, I mean, that's not true, the only thing, but the thing that we are best known and loved for are these wonderfully amazing games like Spider-Man 2 and big cinematic action adventures. And the financials aren't working on that so much as well as they should be. And so I don't, if you're Jim Ryan or anyone in that role, you're going to have to pivot that company. And he was trying. So I don't know if he was fired or not, but it wouldn't surprise me.
So, I mean, it'd be weird for him to enact and introduce this so-called pivot, because part of your thing was also the fact that there's discontent on this new direction on GAAS internally at Sony Studios. It'd be weird, though, for him to be fired, having been the harbinger of bringing this in. Well, I guess it wasn't just him. It was there's the deep financials and analysis involved. It won't just be him. There'll be whoever sat down and would have decided this pivot as well. But it's weird for him to introduce these changes, these fundamental changes that you talk about. 10 GAAS games already in the works, so that's quite a lot of big undertaking there anyway. He's opened up PlayStation, which I think was inevitable anyway, to PC and everything and mobile, and he's done that as well. And he's already come out expressly to say that the console alone isn't enough, really, because it's so limiting.
But to be fair to to the credit of a lot of hardcore Sony fans, he is also saying, or he was saying, we're not walking away from our bread and butter. We're still going to make. We still have a large budget set aside for these traditional Sony games. The tricky part for that, though, because this is another reason people could be shining a negative light on Jim, is where are they? Right? I mean, Helldivers is. It may be great. And that's a game service anyway. But I'm not it's still $40 or $50, but I'm not opposed to Helldivers. But it's not one of those games that people are salivating for, like Spiderman or an Uncharted or a God of War or whatever. And so maybe the reason we don't know what's coming is another one of the reasons they looked at Jim in a negative way, because it's like, dude, where are the games? And maybe, I don't know.
Connie Booth leaving. Is that bad for PlayStation? Because that's a big hit, no? People piss me off because, it's the equivalent of like, I mean, I don't,
a very average version, let's just say, of Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's me. Okay. When it comes to video games, I'm not saying I'm his level when it comes to games, but I'm certainly an expert in the field more than most people that you will have sharing information with. And certainly as it relates to that company. And people are acting as if, she's just a producer. What does she do? And I'm like, motherfucker, do you think I'm lying to you? I'm telling you, I've been there, since the fucking 90s, bitch. I'm telling you, this is the woman who lifted these games on her shoulders. And I'm not saying she wasn't paired with incredibly talented teams at times. She was. But, she is and she just got into the fucking Interactive Arts and Science Hall of Fame. It's not like she's just some, Jaffe just liked her. And so he wanted to get some clicks. It's like, bitch, you got Scott Rhodey, Connie Booth, and Shuhei Yoshida. Layden's gone. Alan Becker's gone. A lot of those people who created really the Sony blueprint that has been being followed, at an executive level are gone. And if you think executives aren't important, go ask Matt Booty. God knows how he just got fucking promoted. I'm not knocking Sarah Bond. I don't know her, but she seems like she's got her shit together. And Matt Booty always seems like a very nice guy. I got nothing against Matt Booty, but the fact that they've had such a difficult problem managing the creative production process, to me, should show all these PlayStation fans how grateful PlayStation fans should be for that creative management that they have cultivated over 20 years.
That's right.
But the very people who are downplaying this are also the same people who will serve to lose out because they rely on this argument of the Sony template, the DNA of PlayStation. And the architects, certainly there's more than one architect, and they're great teams and all of that. But these are fundamental people.
But she was like the foreman. She got the plans and she made sure that shit happened. And it's not, she's not the only one, but it's a big loss. It doesn't mean that you're never going to get amazing Sony games. You will, but it's just another drop in the bucket of Sony is kind of back on their heels, in my opinion, at the moment. And they're trying to adjust to a very dramatically changing landscape of what this business is. And it's normal. I mean, Nintendo had to go through it. Every company goes through it.
Absolutely. And I think it's great. I think it's perfect. Now, you said GAAS, you're being a piece of shit Xbox fanboy that you are, because this is great because it's bad for PlayStation. But I think it's good for PlayStation, because I think PlayStation quality speaks at the end of it. And I've kind of grown tired of the Sony template. A lot of people, and now some hardcore fanboys will disagree, but other ones will have been quite vehemently pushing for things like Broken Games, BG's always pushing for multiplayer. And then you've got what I think is the normalization and in terms of justice of game development and where the eyes should be pointed at, because it's AA, not AAA. And this obsession with AAA big bangers that are not the PlayStation I grew up with, man. Like, you had Ape Escapes, you had your Vib Ribbons, which was weird, but Twisted Metal. These games had an identity, and I feel like, yeah, you've got the big ones, but that's just a me thing. But ultimately, Colt, Eastwood, must be music to your ears, because as much as you pretend to be neutral, you're an Xbox fanboy and you have a massive erection right now, because what David Jaffe is saying is PlayStation may be in trouble, or it's turbulent at least.
It's turbulent, but it's not dead. It's that's what people, I'm just saying, people, it's like it's the creative people and the talented people who make the business will go to different places. It's not like, oh no, Martin Scorsese's not making his new movie for Universal. The sky is falling. No, they'll just go make it for Netflix. Don't worry about it. It's like the creative people and all. It's not like they're going anywhere, but it's musical chairs. The business changes. Relax.
The studios make the games. Sony or PlayStation don't make the games. They're amazing studios make those amazing games. And when Jaffe says it's a growing period and Nintendo went through it, Xbox is going through it right now. In 2018 or 2019, when they said, you know what, we need to get off the bench and actually start producing and getting some funding going, they started getting studios. They started building their studios, and they started pushing them to make great games again, because they didn't for a while. So there is a growing period. And of course, GAAS makes a joke like that I'm all boned up because now PlayStation is having a difficult problem. I think most of what PlayStation's problem is right now is they are running into what Xbox felt in 2022. They pushed out their cross-generation games. They pushed out their amazing games that were built off of a foundation of great PS4 titles. And now they have here comes the games built from scratch that Xbox, we've been waiting on since 2019, 2020.
So you're expecting a lull.
They've had, to be fair though, they've had more than Xbox. I mean, Insomniac has really saved their fucking asses.
Insomniac's put out 5 games in the past 5 years.
Specific though, right? 2018 was
2018
PS4 as well, but Ratchet and Spidey, the new Spidey, are exclusive PS5s, and so, but still, you're right.
No, you know what I mean. Like they had their cross generation games in 2021 and some in 22. Then 23, they kind of their full next generation. Like, but they're finally in this situation where all these new games they haven't announced yet are all being built from scratch. They've got some stuff we talked about on Monday, like there'll be a standalone God of War.
You just don't know though, because you got to take a look at this. When Jim Ryan came and he talked about 10 live service games, he wanted to make 10 live service games by 2026. I wonder if Jaffe knows this. How many internal studios were making live services games?
I mean, I think there was.
Fox has got on ice. So imagine this. Just imagine this. Neil Druckmann was making factions for about 2 years now, 2.5 years. He talked about this last year on the Jeff Keighley show's Summer Game Fest. We're going to be showing it this year. This year, we've been told the game's been put on ice, or from what you heard, the game has been cancelled. I'm assuming they've been working on the Last of Us Part 3, but it seems like with these cancellation changes up, all these studios started from scratch again. If they were making live services games,
I don't think like for example, Naughty Dog has said, is it true? I don't know, that they are working on a new IP right now, and so it's not like Factions was all they were working on, but I'm sure that was where a lot of the talent was going. Absolutely. But I don't think like the God of War team was making a live service game. I think it's more like Jade Raymond's company that they bought. I imagine Sucker Punch is doing Tsushima too. I don't think
some of those studios have 2 projects in the works, right, Jeff?
Some do, and then other ones are built from the ground up to be, they're making service games, right? Like Jade's company is, Bungie's doing Marathon. Naughty Dog was doing both. I don't know if Insomniac's doing a service game, but I don't think I don't think it's like we want to make God of War 4 or whatever the fuck it's going to be called. And Ryan's like, nope, you have to make a version of Fall Guys for Sony. I don't think they're not idiots. I mean, they're probably would spin off another team to do that. But
so, Sean, to your question, I feel like, I think this is what you're hinting at, because of this pivot, and there may be a correction back.
That's right.
You might see a lull or a quiet period or sustained delay on projects from some PlayStation studios. God knows who they are. But
that's the thing, like, guys, you got to understand, it's not easy making. First of all, it's not easy making live services games. You know that. Look what's happening with Halo. You sat on Halo for a minute, even though me and you were going back and forth, but Halo's in a deep.
It's only fixed now, though. I was right about it. Delay Halo.
The campaign was bang on then, but you got to understand, a lot of changes needed to be happen. That team is changed up now. Different leadership. Bonnie Ross is gone. Chris Lee is gone. So changes is happening. With Sony here right now, Connie Booth is going. Well, sorry, she's gone. Jim Ryan is going as well, leaving or got fired. I said he's got fired personally. So there's a lot of changes again. If they didn't like the pivot towards live service games, they must have thought, you know what, these studios are good at making single-player, story-driven games. What, Jim Ryan, why are you telling someone like Neil Druckmann, getting someone like Bungie coming into their house? Naughty Dog's been like the #1 studio, top-tier studio from like early days. You telling them that, listen, factions, this ain't it. Push it back. This game is not good enough. When it comes to live services games, Bungie, we know what to do. So a lot of the studios...
the Bungie angle is interesting because maybe Bungie, that acquisition was a desperate one, actually. Because that they paid over the odds, in my opinion, for Bungie. It was 3.1 billion compared to 7.5 for the entire ZeniMax.
That's right.
Comparatively, and just for one studio with one IP and multiplayer talent, the same studio that sends back your premium studios games back, that means there's a heavy, in my opinion now, based on what Sean, thank you for telling me this, there must be a heavy reliance on Bungie throughout 100%, PlayStation.
100%. Before you get the super chats, you got to understand, Naughty Dog has been delivering like 94, 95 rated games for the past 10 years or so, over 10 years from Uncharted 2. So you telling me someone like Bungie's coming in and saying, like, David, look, imagine me coming in and saying, yo, David, Twisted Metal is dog shit. This when it comes to the multiplayer, you need to do this, you need to do that. You can say, get the fuck out of here, Sean. Who the fuck are you to tell me?
I would have assumed we were at NeoGAF then.
You would have told that, you know what? I've been dropping God of War 2, Twisted Metal, regardless of your last game, but I've dropped like 90 rated games, high rated games. Yeah. Who the fuck are you to come and tell me that? Listen, to do this.
Right, but let's be clear though. You're talking about the emotional reaction, which I think anybody would agree with. That would be like that.
Of course.
Okay, but however, to be fair, and again, I don't know all I know is I played The Last of Us multiplayer, which was in 2 or 1. I think it was in 1, right?
Yeah, 2013.
Okay. And I enjoyed it. A lot of people enjoyed it. And so I'm almost certain that Factions, or whatever they were going to call it, was in development before the Bungie people came on board, right? I'm almost certain it tracks that way.
Yeah, 100%.
Right. And so I don't think, it wouldn't surprise me if everyone was like, holy shit, Naughty Dog's great. People love the multiplayer. Faction sounds amazing. But then when you have this data from a company that's done it for a long, long time, over a decade, and had a pretty good track record with it, if they come in and say, all this is great, but you forgot this, that, this, and the other, and after 4 months, you're dead because your cadence... I don't know if it's true. I'm just saying that there's a lot of wisdom that they could have come in, and with that, even Naughty Dog could have been like, "Fuck, we forgot to move the bodies. We moved the headstones, but we didn't move the bodies." It could have been that, and I don't think you cancel a game that's clearly close to 100 million. Just because ego, if you cancel that or put it on ice or whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's because you got some data about it. It's like we're going to lose more if we keep going and put it out as is. So
that's a great point, but you got to understand, like, when it comes to the team, like Neil Druckmann team, they're going to be upset. We put like 2-3 years
nobody cares about that. I'm sure they're going to be upset.
Well,
Come on,
actually,
David.
I think
Come on, Dave. You would be the same, Dave.
Imagine the setting. Imagine you're working. Imagine you're working.
Wait a minute. We're not talking about that, though. Of course they're going to be upset, but that's not going to get Connie Booth or Jim Ryan fired. That's not going to get.
No.
Right. I mean, that is a company taking data and, having to make a really hard decision about, upsetting their golden goose because the data is suggesting they're going to lose a lot of money. I mean, that's, I agree. It's an emotional sucker punch. Sure. But I didn't know that's what we were talking about. Yes. Emotionally, it was probably horrible to hear that.
Yeah. In terms of emotion, though, yeah, I was actually alluding to a little bit earlier in that timeline because post they acquire Bungie, they come in. I'm just thinking of having worked in like this. This is the corporate realm. Imagine you're working your studio and so they're just, Bungie are coming in to assess our game. That's right. That's quite.
It's weird.
Anyway, yeah. It's weird. It's like we're basically subject to an audit from another studio, and that audit for either was in agreement. Everyone's like, "Oh, really? Yeah, you're right. I guess we missed that point and that big element." And they showed you the data. Look, how many people are buying our engrams? I don't know, and you haven't got these engrams in here. And they're like, fuck. PlayStation, yeah. So there's that element, or there's a hostile one, and there's like that's less feasible. Right. Ultimately, that sustained effect of that on your pride, on morale.
In one moment, didn't they also hire? I think I was listening to Colin's show. They at one time hire the Fortnite guy who really
monetization guy.
I think he's gone. He's gone.
Right,
he's gone.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So they were probably building off of his wisdom. Maybe. And going, well, we did due diligence. We tried that. We did this. And now these guys suddenly have, I mean, I'm sure it pissed off a lot of people. Maybe it pissed off Connie. I mean, again, but this is at this point, this is all, just guessing. But I could see that certainly if that did not go down well, and those games have been handled through her studios, how she responded to that could have very well been the reason she's no longer there.
Wow.
Whether she was yelling at the teams or saying, fuck you, you're wrong, or whether she was yelling at Jim Ryan going, motherfucker, this is Naughty Dog you're talking about. Okay, so go sit down, you fucking British fuck. And just be grateful that you at least have a couple studios who know what the fuck they're doing. Yeah. She could, with Connie, I always know her to protect the team. So I would be stunned if it was the latter. I think it's, or the former. Wow. I think it's the latter, but I don't know. I mean, I'm just making shit up.
But that's from your experience, like Jaffe, like working with her back in the 90s and early, like, how she rolls, how she works. So from your point, I don't think Connie would have said that. Is it possible? Of course, over the years, people change, but
sure, we
know Jim Ryan's like his future was all about live services games and making live service games. Let's get these studios. Let's acquire Bungie, because we know for a fact the gaming industry is changing. This is why Microsoft acquired ABK when it comes to King. Why should, like, for example, GAAS pop? That came and went. They know they can't make mobile games. If you got the money, go out there. You don't get the team like Coalition to make. No, you don't get Coalition to make a mobile game. You don't get a certain studio to make a mobile game. If you got the money, something like King, if they're available, go get them. They know what they're doing. They've been in the game for 10, 15 years. And that's how you do it. And what did Phil Spencer and his team do? First thing, let's go to King. Let's see how business works.
Yeah, that's the driver there that people don't really seem to disclaim is the King.
And you could extrapolate a bit more and go, maybe Connie was sitting there again, made up shit. Don't know if this is true, but you could extrapolate it and go, not only maybe Naughty Dog was upset, and that put a lot of pressure on her ability to do her job with them. But she may have been upset. She may have been like, motherfucker, I got the Fortnite guy, the biggest fucking multiplayer game that's ever been done. Yeah. I got Naughty Dog. People are saying the game is great. And all of that, you're going to say, yeah, governor, you're right. But I'm Jim Ryan, and I've decided that Bungie is going to have their view is going to trump all of y'all's views. That's a scenario that could have.
And that's a problem.
If I was Connie, I would have been like, "You can go fuck yourself," But I don't.
You guys get the supers, bro. Get the supers.
Yeah, I was just about to do that. Shout out to KSR, Games, everyone in the chat. Huggy. I'm just going to read some super chat. Face23, Brooklyn, New York with a $20 super chat. He goes, Peter Hines, Bonnie Ross, Shinji Mikami. Now, Chris Capozzi fired after 32 years at Microsoft. Microsoft raises prices of series consoles by 40% in Brazil. What's wrong at Microsoft? Serious. Seems serious. Hashtag same energy. The Brazil price tag is linked to some corporate absolute madness at Microsoft HQ. What are you talking about, Faith? They're two different things, man.
There's more to that as well.
Yeah,
there's
no negative news for Xbox. Come on. Continue.
Yeah, there's a massive spike in Brazil, but Xbox should still be pushing that price of the Series S down. I don't care what's going on with the dollar value.
Especially in Brazil, man.
Yeah.
It's stupid. It's so dumb.
Stupid.
And Brazil,
it's stupid.
Brazil
But,
has an affinity with the brand.
But guess what? Bonnie Ross was fired. Absolutely. But Pete Hines wasn't fired. I mean,
Bonnie was definitely fired. Definitely fired.
Pete Hines was gone, bro.
Was
Come
retired.
on, let's be real.
Pete
in them court cases, you listen to them court cases, Pete Hines was shaky. Feels like, you know what, we ain't having you. None of that bullshit.
There's no interim replacement for Pete Hines.
Retired. He was just like, yeah. You were just saying because he said PlayStation. Oh, I'm disappointed. Starfield is coming to PlayStation. Is that why you said he came back? Such a dick. I agree with you. No, but yeah, Pete Hines just got old. He got retired. Bonnie Ross definitely got axed. In my opinion, Shinji Mikami is the one though. Is the piss take. Shinji, the guy director at Tango Gameworks, is going to bring his flair and touch. Microsoft have this Tango Gameworks in hand and. He leaves, everyone assumes he retires, but really, he then comes back to announce, like, I'm back from retirement after 6 months, ready to make a game.
That's a payday. That's a payday.
Yeah. And he's just, it sucks. He didn't want to work that much with Microsoft that he said, fuck this place, I'm leaving. But that's a Japanese problem. But yeah, Shaface?
No, I think it's a creative problem. I think fundamentally, it's really interesting. It's not, I mean, it's very different, but the similarities between when Bob Iger originally was running Disney for like 10 years, and then he finally left, and that new guy they brought in, Chapnick or whatever the fuck his name was, Iger was great with creative talent, right? He valued them. He knew how to talk to them. He knew their language. He respected what they did. The other guy who came in, who's now gone and Iger's back, was very much business. Fuck you. You're just a cog in a machine, blah, blah. And so, when you talk about this stuff, I think there is, like with Mikami, it's not so much a Japanese problem necessarily as it is, I'm fucking Mikami, bitch. You know what I've done? You know what I've fucking created? I don't need to stay here. I have options all over the place. And if you're not going to give me the freedom that I thought was coming my way, then that's cool. You guys do your thing, and maybe I'll see you at E3 or whatever.
Or the money.
Microsoft would not restrict his freedom.
No, they wouldn't restrict his freedom, but the money.
They would not even try.
What are you talking about? How would you know?
No chance.
No, David, listen. This is some bullshit. Listen.
This is a business. This is a business that literally we just got done talking about. That Emmy-nominated, probably Neil motherfucking. I will go over to Israel myself and kill Hamas and still come back and get the game shipped on time.
Let me tell you, Playboy. Let me tell you, David.
Let me finish. That motherfucker had
Israel Palestine right now. He had, two brown guys.
listen. He had Jim Ryan or someone call him out and say, whatever you've been working on, we don't value you enough to go with your gut, assuming that's the road it went down. And you guys had no problem believing that scenario. But suddenly when I bring up Mikami's creative freedom could have been questioned by, no, never do that. What are you talking about?
But on the creative freedom point, I think she just didn't want to work with Microsoft and the Xbox. He just add a little bit of a taste in his mouth. He's just like, it's American.
You can't be that slow. Listen, Obsidian, they made a game like Grounded. You said Microsoft was going to restrict like these lost creative decisions. Pentiment, I don't give two shits about that game. How could you let a team make Pentiment? That's creative freedom.
Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. You guys, you can't. Oh, it's the end times. I knew it. These fucking Christian nationalists in America. I knew they would bring that out. Listen. Pentiment, my mailman makes more money than it costs to make Pentiment. Okay,
created freedom.
Okay, but Mikami is probably not going. Mikami is not going. I would like to make a little point and click 2D game with puppets. He's probably like, I want to make another big fucking budget game, and I want. He did
say that.
Okay, so and suddenly when you're talking $100 million plus, you're going to have a lot of chefs in the kitchen these days. It's not back in the day when it's like, I have an idea and I sold it to a couple of people and we're off to the races. I mean, come on. You're talking hundreds of millions of dollars in some cases.
Maybe it's as simple as he said, hey, I've made all these games. I'm a legend in the industry. I want this much money. And if Microsoft said no and let him walk, I think that's probably more believable that Mikami asked for more money. Like, hey, I'm worth this. I want this. And if Microsoft said no, that's an L.
Let him walk. Yeah, it's all that's a very realistic scenario. He could have had a dream game he wanted to make. He might have wanted to make The Evil Within 3, and Microsoft marketing did the research and said, look, 1 and 2 only sold X. If you want to spend this much money, you're going to have a new IP or change it up, whatever.
Does that does that happen in your experience? Like
all the time.
Yeah.
All the fucking time. Ask yourself, where are the new Sony IPs? They're terrified. Right?
Yeah,
it's all sequels and already existing intellectual properties. I'm not saying they're never going to make new IPs.
PlayStation is terrified. That's why they're subscribed to sequelitis. David Jaffe just shat on fucking PlayStation. Get the fuck out of here, pony motherfuckers. Y'all got sequelitis in this shit. David Jaffe,
here's what's sad is that it's the equivalent of you stealing money from mentally disabled people, because the people who know you're joking enjoy the joke, but you now know there are people out there that literally what you just did, they believe that shit. And I'm just like, you're being mean to idiots. That's going to hell.
I'm literally inviting so much masala. We've been pouring it on your body for 1 hour, me and Sean, and then just lighting the fuse. And you're giving us the sauce. That's why
I love it. We love it.
But I love your T-shirt. I didn't see it until just now, so it's.
Jimmy,
aren't you guys all grown men? You don't have that disease where you're like 8 and you look like you're 50, do you?
No, David, listen.
You paid out of your own. You can't afford a real background, and you spent money on a custom T-shirt.
I didn't pay for it.
Afford a real background.
I didn't pay for it, David.
Bro, that's a sick shirt. Don't even make fun of it. That's wicked. Can you put it up on there?
It's a great shirt. I love it.
That's a sick. I would buy that shirt.
You should.
I would buy that shirt.
When Connie cleans out her office, you should be wearing that shirt.
Bro, I can't believe a shirt like that was made. I would, if I saw someone on the streets like that, I'd be like, yo. That guy's a joke.
What if you went like on a speed date or something? You're wearing that shirt.
Bro, people had worse wearing a Starfield shirt in public, guys.
Oh shit!
I love Starfield. Yeah. I thought it was great. But but
my mate, he runs a T-shirt factory. So
is it? I love that. I actually need someone. But before we talk about T-shirts, I was going to say I forgot what I was going to say.
PlayStation is dog shit and get the super.
That's the one.
So dumb. So dumb.
David Jaffe's joy. He is guilty by association. So
no, that's like saying that the lawyers who are suing Donald Trump are guilty because they're in the same courtroom. That's a terrible analogy, but you know what I'm saying.
The glove doesn't fit, David. The glove doesn't fit.
I get the reference. The glove fucking fits. The glove fits. Which is, but I mean, I enjoy the joking around about it, but I'm telling you, maybe I'm a little gun shy because I've seen how serious people take this recently. And I just find
recently you're a bit gun shy now. Like you made absurd stuff.
Because I always thought it was kind of silly and stupid, and then I'm just like, oh my god, people. I mean, I don't want to get into it. People know what I think. You know what I think. I know
they were that toxic.
People are really upset about things like this, and I'm almost the one to give them a hug and say, dude, and I'm not even joking. It's like
fanboys are going wrong. We saw it. They were so.
I actually know.
PlayStation. I actually know fanboys.
I know someone that has admitted that they take the console war stuff personally and they can't help it, and they get emotionally upset when people get a dig on it. Like it is kind of crazy.
It is. Well, it is a psychological condition. I mean, you are not console war-itis, but I mean, you are marbling in your sense of self-worth, and identity with a company, or not even a company, just somebody has nothing to do with you. And so maybe somewhere in your mind, you get a little dopamine hit or whatever when you see the news, we won the NPD. It's like, bitch, you didn't win shit. You didn't win shit. Sit down.
To the contrary, David, why does it feel like I've won?
Well, I think people wave that flag. I've said this before. It's really bad. I think people wave that flag because
we need you to go back to 2016, talk that shit. Listen, you got two Pakistani brothers on here. You're gonna talk that shit. Let's go.
Yeah,
I want 2016 plus 2017.
People wave the winning flag. I know that the people that wave that PlayStation flag because it's the only W they have in their real life. Like maybe they hate their job, their life situations at home is bad, or health problems are tough, and they wave that blue flag like I've got a W over here and I can attach myself to a winner.
You're taking the piss, but honestly, it's any of those fucking flags. It's but Xbox.
Yeah, it could be your team. It could
Nintendo
be your Chevy truck.
From the
and I want you to extract it from that and just change it to another corporation. It's the equivalent of like, I read that last week Arby's sold more than McDonald's. It's like that's the equivalent. It's like you're excited over what fucking fast food restaurant made more ducats last week.
You know what really?
Because they
produced
says a lot,
that
Jaffe? Sweet,
says a lot that
diabetic freaking goodness. And
it says a lot that GAAS and I we wave the flag of the losing team because we feel very confident about our lives in real life. So we wave that losing flag left and right. Check it out, bro. We're over here on the losing team.
I've been waving the Auburn football flag forever. It literally you could put like a bunch of fucking kangaroos and helmets on a fucking football field, and they've had as much chance as winning as Auburn does lately. So, but I get it. I don't have to be on the winning team. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's
right.
Yeah.
Guys, before you get a super chat, David, did you know Colt Eastwood put hundreds of hours in Crackdown 3?
100.
I've never played it.
Yeah. You haven't?
And God of War will be like, what was it? God of War will be what? 8 hours long? 2018?
Who's that?
What? Oh, are you talking about that tweet?
That special tweet. I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Did I tweet it or did you tweet it?
No. Back in 2018 or 2017, I said that God of War is going to be amazing 9 hours, but I'm going to spend 100 hours in Crackdown with my friends blowing up buildings.
But you have a PlayStation 5 too, correct?
Yeah, I had a PlayStation 4 I played God of War when the day it came out.
No, but like, you have a PS5 as well.
Yes, of course. I just finished Spiderman last night. Rolled the credits.
It's great, right?
Plus hours. It's
wonderful.
I'll say right now, the bugs that everyone's talking about is a montage of bugs.
I haven't noticed many bugs at all in that game, but
there was a few at the end that was annoying, like a cutscene didn't trigger, and Miles Morales like stood there with no head, and you couldn't push anything, and then you could reload the checkpoint or start the game over, and it was fine. But
I haven't seen
Spider-Man.
But like the Starfield bugs, we're not going to get in that conversation. But like the Starfield bugs, there's bugs once in a while.
Every
but when
fucking
you watch
thing.
Right, and when you watch some guys like montage of bugs, you're like, oh man, I'm gonna skip that game. It's like, I spent 100 hours in one playthrough of Starfield and saw like 9 bugs. And then if Kroby Cat took those and made a video, he'd get 1 million views, and people would go, "Oh my gosh, that game's horrible."
No, I don't know how it's like in the UK. I don't know how it's like in the UK, but in America, we need in our public schools media literacy so badly.
Oh yes,
because I know we're kind of joking around, but it's not untrue. I mean, all you have to do is go, okay, the press, for love them and hate them, depends on the day, shit on the bugs in CD Projekt Red's Cyberpunk so badly that company lost crazy amounts of money, and caused all kinds of changes and all that. If Starfield or Spider-Man was
yes or no, did you play Cyberpunk at launch? Like
I did, I played it on Stadia, and on Stadia it was running off a top PC and it played great.
Sure.
But it, but I'm not saying it wasn't buggy. I'm not saying Days Gone when it launched, according to people, was really buggy. I didn't play it until it got on the PS5.
Those bugs in Days Gone.
It was
okay.
I didn't mind about the
all I'm saying though is if it really was the sky is falling on Starfield or Spiderman, it would affect the reviews. It would. Yeah. Sony literally pulled the game from the fucking store when it came to Cyberpunk.
Yeah, but that was really bad.
Ideally, if you're out there really buying into this narrative that Starfield is just loaded with bugs,
I think
unplayable.
I think a million people are buying into the narrative.
Then you, unfortunately, are ready to be just manipulated as fuck for the rest of your life by the powers that be, because you will believe anything. If it just kind of, it's not that it's terrible. It's terrible.
It is. That's the whole point. To make fun of it and just make sure. Oh, do you realize?
Yes.
And the replies are like, it didn't happen to me. And that's what everyone was saying about Starfield.
A lot of people, some people are making fun of it, and some people take it so serious they'll go out and make a goddamn custom T-shirt. Okay, I
mean, there's the death threats. There's the people calling me or someone names over the most trivial thing. It's crazy.
Death threats are the funniest thing to me. It's like, if you're going to actually kill someone, right, or if you're going to blow up a school, why would you?
Are you willing to get rid of the body yourself? Are you willing to drag that cold body?
Well, I know, but it's like, who gives a heads up? Heads up, I'm gonna kill you. It's like, well, you're kind of fucking the odds against your favor there, buddy. Why don't you just,
It could be an absolute psychopath though, who wants you to suffer in terms of fear,
like Trucker Dave.
Yeah, but most people who are like thinking straight go, if you give a death threat, most people are like, yeah, that's not really something to worry about. It's people who don't.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah, happens all the time. My death threats I should be dead 15 times over.
GAAS is the guy. I will say, GAAS is the guy I will probably call if I need a body to be disposed of, because he will. I can trust him to get that done the proper way.
But you're probably the guy who will end up killing him.
Yeah, that is so true. It's exactly what will happen, Colt Eastwood.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Raiden Blade, thank you so much for being a member for 30 months. Because did one of the current leaders of Sony officially take over as on the 1st of October? It was Hiroko Totoko. You're supposed to officially take over next year.
Interim, right?
Interim. Oh no, yeah, he's in the interim, and someone else is going to be appointed next year. Yeah, in April or sometime, I assume.
But Jim Ryan's role is he's still there. I don't, but it's a good question.
But he kind of stepped down. Like in that
I think what that super chat is about is maybe going, okay, well then was it this guy that fired Connie? This new guy interim?
It's possible, because you know my team, you did something funny, to get rid of the people. Who knows? It's possible when a new leader comes in, you want your own people there.
I know they're also tightening budgets like crazy there right now. They are really going. They're looking
because the PlayStation is broke. They have to. They put a movie. Yeah. Look what they did with Movie Pass.
They're giving I'm broke. God. I'm taking Ritalin.
Rambling Entertainment with the $5 super chat goes, David, why did Insomniac decide to push so much Latin X crap on Spider-Man 2? Why did no one call them out for the bullshit? Call them out for their bullshit and changing my native language. I saw a lot of the beef about that. I didn't understand that. So they've changed the native language in the game.
They didn't change it to be like we think our version of whatever your language is better. I look, that is a very, and I say this as a guy who likes woke stuff. I am woke, whatever. I am left. I am progressive. I am delighted by how woke and diverse that game is. But it is. If that stuff bothers you, it's everywhere in that game. It's marbled throughout that game, and it's not. I like it. I like that he's got a depth.
It's not fair. They call everything and anything woke. Like someone to me that they were using sign language and said it was woke. I go, ASL is not woke. It's a language for hearing impaired people.
Did someone say sign language is going?
Yeah, they're like they have a girl who's deaf using sign language, and Miles uses sign language too.
America.
That's woke. I'm like,
it's an American thing.
Language.
It has to be, guys. It has to be the state.
Americans, you guys are fucking mental. That's what it is. You guys fuck everything up. It's so fucking funny to watch. You guys
need help.
and we love it. And we love it.
I think the answer to that guy's question, though, is that I don't know what happened with that particular thing or the Puerto Rican flag or whatever, but I think what probably went down was just great intentions, and maybe they just kind of lost track of the ball for that thing. But I don't, they've been very good and quick on fixing the things.
You don't put a flag on purpose to make it. No.
I think it's I think there's a lot of things you can throw at people's feet, but saying that Insomniac was trying to insult anyone, that's not who they are.
No, not on purpose. I know people look on Twitter, you have fun, you mess about on podcasts, but it happens. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a big mistake, though. Face 23, Brooklyn, New York, where the flag thing was just stupid. With a $20 super chat. Sony's third and first party. Yeah, that's so dumb. A Pakistan flag. Sony's third and first party games for next year: MLB The Show, Helldivers 2, The Last Ronin, Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Not first
and
party.
Three of those are third party. I mean, those are
Yeah, and that's the thing. Sony's heavy reliance on third parties is going to be quite apparent, I imagine, next year, unless we get these surprises.
If they're exclusive, that's, great. But none of those games he just mentioned. Final Fantasy Rebirth, I thought the trailer looked awesome. I didn't play the new one that it was just released, whatever it was called. But people tell me it's, some people. What, baby? Not on Wi-Fi right now, but it will be later tonight. Some people tell me it's wonderful. Some people say it's kind of disappointing, right? So I don't know what to feel on that. The Stellar Blade or whatever, Stellar Blade, we haven't seen enough to really judge it. Last Ronin, we don't know what the fuck it is. We've just seen a trailer, right? So I don't think it's time to get upset or excited about those games yet. I think we know what Helldivers is. That looked like fun. It doesn't look like oh my God, I got to have it day one. I think they're charging too much for it. And MLB, if you love it, that's a great game. But short of that, what's coming, Sony? Come on.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, and if next year.
But to be fair, Microsoft's first party that they've announced is kind of boring too. I mean, one's got boring announcements because we don't know anything yet. Avowed may be great, and I'm looking forward to it. I like Obsidian. I got no hate for it at all. I'm looking forward to that game. But everything they've shown just kind of looks like been there, done that, Sword and Sorcery. The same thing with that side-scrolling Towerborn or whatever. I hear it's cool and creative. It might be great. I heard people who played it at Keeley's show really liked it, but I'm not like, oh my God. And then
then Hellblade is like kind of our GAAS, and I have a big complaint about Hellblade as Xbox fans.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it if it's good, but I don't know what the fuck it is.
I think it'll be good.
Why they're hiding the combat, David?
Yeah,
can you talk on that? Like, as a developer or as a massive gaming fan, they've been talking about this game for 15 different trailers over the past 5 years, and we've yet to see swordplay. Does that?
Well, I didn't play the first game, but I hear the first game, it had combat, but it wasn't like God of War combat, right? It was more almost like just to push the story along or something.
It was good enough. It was good enough. That's it. But it wasn't. The game doesn't focus on combat. Like, I agree with the guys on the panel. I want to see more. Like, when they showed that Xbox game showcase, I wanted to see the combat, but they just keep showing. Look, the games don't look beautiful. What they're doing with this game, they're pushing the boundaries. Now, if you watch the developer diaries from Ninja Theory, they talk about like combat that she's practicing and all that stuff. I would like to see more, but I think it's still going to be focused on all of that mental.
Again, I go back, but I go back to the management with this. It is when you've got a game that's been in production this fucking long, and not only is it not out, that's fine, but they haven't revealed much of anything. That does. I'm not saying it is suggesting it's in trouble, but that does suggest that somewhere along the lines they had some pretty unexpected roadblocks that they had to deal with.
I think they've had delays, but I think actually the game will end up. I think it's going to be a wicked game. I think the combat actually will probably be much better than people are expecting as well.
Cool.
You got to understand. This team was this team was an indie team. They built a brand new studio from the ground.
That's not my problem.
No, I'm just saying, People are trying to, no, that's not your problem. People trying to compare it to something like Sony Santa Monica. That studio is established, 100% full manpower. This studio was just about surviving with 10 people, 20 people.
And they've scaled up
Okay,
massively.
well,
now they scaled up now.
Fucking hang your hat and your hopes on that then. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they shouldn't make a game.
When that game comes out, you're going to be shook.
Good. I want to be shook.
As a PlayStation fan, I'm going to call you a pony, David. I'm going to call you a pony today.
Okay, you can do that, but you'd be a fucking moron. But you can call me that.
Hellblade's gonna shake the industry. Look, it's gonna shake everybody. You're gonna be
That's so stupid. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna be shook, David. Shut the
but the other thing I will tell you, again though, I talked about this on my show a couple days ago. Like, my exact words I think were like, Xbox could do a lot worse than getting Cliff Bleszinski back as sort of an IP creator or curator, because so far historically, and I'm going back, I was at fucking E3 when they demoed Blinks the Time Cat. Okay, I've been around. Okay,
yeah.
They're bad at IP generation. They're Avowed, Fable, even Halo at this point. I mean, but if you look at just Avowed and I loved Wasteland 3, thought it was brilliant. But all these games, it's just like roll your own character. It's all sword and sorcery, make your own character. Mm-hmm. It's like, could you guys create some brands that people can fall in love with?
Characters and
right. And it doesn't have to be a cinematic game, but everything is just so bland at not at a game level, but at a conceptual hook level that I think they kind of get hurt a little bit with that. So I that's where they get hit. And plus, what the fuck was up with the graphics in Forza Motorsport?
That's good. I don't think it. But they're good visuals. But the problem is they didn't match. Yeah, right. The game is visually inconsistent.
Forza Motorsport's missing flourish. It should be much more colorful, and it should have. I should see leaves. The crap that doesn't matter.
Where did they put it in the cars?
Beautiful looking game. It's very beautiful looking.
I played the new Crew, which I thought was excellent.
The Crew is amazing.
I think that game looks better than Forza Motorsport, or at least maybe here's a better way to put it.
In terms of,
it's more aesthetically pleasing.
Yes,
that's the word.
Absolutely,
that's the word. But when they've gone for this purist look, David, and they're just really going for. You could tell they were gunning for this. We're a serious racer, and I think part of that they took out the flair of the Forza Motorsport 7. The big Dubai and the fireworks and the contrasting baked lighting actually looked more visually aesthetically pleasing.
I'll tell you this, as a videographer of 20 some years, Forza Motorsport looks like if I took out a really high-end video camera, and shot real racing footage at a track. But that's not what I want in a video game. Like, I really like Forza Motorsport. And what I like about Gran Turismo is they've boosted color saturation, they've boosted contrast, and they've got over-exaggerated light flares coming off the body of the cars. And it's those flourishes that make a really fun, great playing game.
Yeah, it's almost like the difference is... Yeah, the difference is, Forza is like driving a real car, but GT is like driving it in a car commercial. How they make those car commercials look so sleek and sexy
and Crew Motorfest.
Like shit.
Crew Motorfest doesn't. Crew Motorfest does not. Listen, Crew Motorfest does not look like it looks like an arcade game. Like, it doesn't look realistic in any way. But Jaffe's right. We've both played it. Like, when you play it, you're getting eye candy and visual feedback the whole time. It's great for a video game. Yeah,
I think a replay mode, the GT looks better a little bit.
Amazing. Yeah. That's what everybody shows on Twitter. Replay mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm all right, Nicola.
But in the game, bro. Nicola, he's out there, bro, slapping his board head going, well, fuck yeah. Drayden Blade with the £5 super chat. Sony's a Japanese company and its culture. It's all about saving face. Jim made them look weak. Jim has been sacked to save face. They lied. Someone lied. I don't know. What the fuck? That's a very strong opinion, and you had not that long a tenure there. You did get to see and enjoy the benefits of PlayStation doing record numbers in terms of that. But don't think people associate those wins to Jim Ryan, do they? I think it's his predecessor, Sean Layden, gets the flowers for those.
What I can say without getting into too much is that everything I hear, every time I hear more information about how Sean Layden was treated and how he was kind of maneuvered out, it's, I think that's a horrible way to treat people. Let's just say that from what I hear on a consistent basis is that was handled insanely disrespectfully. And it was, yeah,
that's crazy.
Now, I can't say that definitively happened, but I've heard that now like 5 times, that it was really just like, fuck you, get the fuck out.
Wow.
And
he doesn't show it on socials. He's still very bleeds blue.
Here's where you'll know when people are being honest, when they come on my show. Okay. Right? Sean Layden ain't coming on my show. Sean Layden and I did a fucking hour-and-a-half Zoom lunch, just him and I just hanging out, shooting the shit, catching up.
Oh,
he won't come on the show because he's working. He's a viable executive right now, and he's not going to come on and I'm going to go, so I heard this happen. How'd that feel? He's not coming on my show.
That'd be fucking insane if he joined. But he was in the news today, like talking about anti-consolidation, and like he's really against it. It's not the first time he said it. But I asked the question: how can you reconcile all of that when you're sitting in Tencent, having and inhabiting quite a senior role there? So and
I saw his response, which is, "I'll get back to you, but I got to go brainwash some Muslims right now up in Northwest China." That's what they do. That's why I didn't work. That's why I told Tencent when they reached out and said we're interested. I'm like, I ain't. I want nothing to do with you guys. So not that America doesn't have blood and stupid. We sure do. We fucking sure do.
You should have taken the money, dude. Fucking
no way. No way.
Bruh. You're just sleeping with the different babes, bruv. Not the Chinese one. It's the same system, bruv.
What's your integrity for a few bucks anyway?
Yeah.
It's just so. Take some money, got some massages live up in Thailand. We could have seen you on this podcast getting a massage in Thailand.
I could have afforded my own shirt. My own custom shirt. I'm not trying to blow smoke up my butthole. I'm just saying it's
that's a lot of money, bro. That's Dave Chappelle money, bro.
No, well, for me maybe, yeah.
Bro,
I don't mean it's his money.
What is it? 50 mil or something stupid like that?
For me?
Mil. No, not for Dave. For
the Chinese company, Tencent.
They said, "Hey, we're interested in having a conversation with you about being a director on a $100 million new IP game."
$100 million new IP game that you're going to be the director,
which ain't much, by the way, in this day and age. But that I know a company right now that raised $100 million. They got a bunch of press for it, and they're still fucked because $100 million you can't compete with the AAA at $100 million. But still, regardless, I mean, you can, like if you're Remedy or something, but it doesn't matter. The point is it wasn't like they had a contract written up. I had a phone call with them. I said, "Oh, that's interesting," and they weren't offering me the job. They said, "We would like to have a real series of conversations with you about, is this something we could do together?" And I said, "Let me think about it." And I got back to him the next day and I said, I thought about it. And I said, and the guy I was talking to was the American counterpart. So he works here in America. And I was just like, man, I can't square it in my brain.
Fair enough.
But again, but that's not like America, come on. No, well, a lot of respect, but you pick and choose what you're noble about, right? I mean, I'm aware that America 100%. Is doing all kinds of shit that I wish we weren't.
Absolutely. No, I was just being pedantic, just messing about. You're absolutely right, man. Every country, I'm in the UK, bro. You think I can say anything? Any country in the world is just like, there's always that. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that's a lot. What you turned down was significant, bro. Based on your on a political view, bro. That is pretty respectful. I don't think you get enough ratings for that.
And have you seen my last game?
Yeah, Drawn to Dread. You could have come in and
come on. I didn't, Is
there a part of you that doesn't want to scratch the itch and say, "Let me end it on a high note"? Even though for us it's a high note.
I want to be good at this. I want to be successful at this. I'm not good at it yet. I'm not successful at it yet, but I enjoy it so much that I want to be really good at it, and I'm not there yet. And that's where my passion is. I'm not really interested.
Why don't you think there yet? In what sense? Where do you think you fall down on your podcast?
Well, it's just not successful enough. I mean, it's not sustainable.
Just numbers?
Yeah, it's numbers and finances, and I'm not complaining. I'm not asking people for money or anything. I'm just saying that part of being a success in that field is figuring out how to perform in a way that brings people to the table who want to support you. And it's tough because I'm a divisive figure. You know, I'm not saying all the nice stuff all the time, and people don't always agree. And that's fine.
I think if you won't have a problem growing if you had a nice studio. You think it's stupid. It's nice.
Studio?
It's nice. But if you had like
the guy underneath you has basically a picture from like Bed Bath Beyond that he scanned into the fucking.
What I'm saying is Review Tech USA. If you get the lighting and stuff right, people don't associate the truth. Bro, if you delivered properly, David Jaffe's channel could be way higher.
I've tried that, but Colin Moriarty purposely shoots his podcast out of a bad spare bedroom to keep
and
up
I love
reception.
that because it feels genuine and honest, and it's just like, look, I'm not trying to fuck with you. It's just me, right? This is my office. It's just me.
You know, David,
I'm not corporate.
But if you add a little bit of like flair and light in the shine,
I have this. I have that sound.
That is.
I would say
and now do your commercial intro.
Yeah,
I love those.
Oh shit.
Are you tired of being embarrassed by, made fun of by your Zoom background? I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I would
do a commercial promo for Sean's t-shirt, Jaffe.
Okay.
Do the music and then do it.
Coming up next, we'll talk about this brand new, I guess you'd call it a fad, wouldn't you guys? It's basically the custom t-shirt that tells Jim Ryan, former Sony executive, to go fuck himself. It's really impressive. They're flying off the shelves. I would dare to say that this is the hot new gift for Christmas. That's when we come back. And don't forget, at the end of the show, we're going to be carting out the corpse of George Bush Sr. and see how decayed he's become. We'll see after the break.
That was awesome.
And that's perfect.
You know, when it comes to the podcasting, you gotta understand, when it comes to the podcasting scene, this community, like if it's in the gaming community, it's niche. Like when you think about it, like it's not like YouTube. Like look at what these guys are doing, like eating, like they go test food out, they do this.
I don't want to be that. Yeah.
No, we're not into that bullshit.
YouTuber.
We in a small bubble here, David. Like look, Colt Eastwood, successful 150+ K there, and it's still it's awesome.
But are they all real people? Are they? Are they cold? Are they all actual humans?
Paid bots.
Paid bots. Come on.
I'm sure 7 of them are. 70 accounts are my mom. So yeah, doing pretty well.
Colt, I have the show running on all 4 computers now. My stories are on.
My mom's like,
coming on.
I never watch your podcast. I don't ever watch your videos because I don't know what in the world you're talking about. Just sounds like you're repeating the same thing over and over. I'm like, F you, Mom.
Yeah, my parents when they were alive watched everything. They were super supportive, man. And
my dad's like, what do you do? Do you put on like a bunny outfit and play video games and for 2 hours? I'm like, no, that's not. Well, that's a good idea, Dad. I might look into it.
Yeah.
When I mention my gaming stuff, my dad looks at me and just you can just tell in his head he's like, you failed me. It's just like, you can still do your gaming shit. Yeah.
What does your dad do? What does your dad do for a living?
He's a retired doctor. He was a GP.
What kind of general practitioner? Whatever.
It's agents, bruv. We only have like 2 jobs.
Who needs more doctors? What we need is
just
more
imagine his son
sharing the gospel.
His son goes to law school. His son goes to law school and he's like, Gazane, where are you going? And you're like got like a big pony hat on and you're naked from the waist down. You're like, I gotta go record a video, Dad.
That's why it was like a few 10, 20 years ago, like buying all these like weird things. My dad was just like, what the fuck are you doing? It's just like, hey man, it's the podcast. And sometimes I watch it, it's on the TV, like someone's watching it. My dad's just like, watch this with me. He's like, man, you love to fucking talk, don't you? Like, can you just shut up and let them talk? I'm like, okay. And it's And he just
He's like,
looks
don't
at me,
worry,
he's
I've got
just like,
Jaffe coming next
"You
week. You won't let
fucking
anybody talk."
disgrace."
Not yours.
You shut the door and you drive off in your 2007 Honda Civic, and your dad goes, "My son has failed me."
My dad's actually really nice. He's not even like that.
I drive a 2000. No, what do I drive? I drive a 2003 Toyota Camry is what I
You're
drive.
speaking my language, bro.
Because it works.
Yeah.
I spend money on shit. But
I had a BMW 3 Series, smashed the shit out of it whilst watching a Titanfall video. Actually, I shouldn't mention that. But yeah, it was just like I crashed into someone crashed it. Anyway, we run this little shitty Civic and it survives. Like, what the fuck? I spent so much on basic services on this car, and I'm still being a dick and thinking about buying a nice fucking car in this day and age, which is dumb. Because I'm an idiot. Raiden Blade with a £2 super chat. Shinjin has already started his retirement. Shinji? No, he hasn't. And my battery's fucking started.
He has started. He has started. He already left.
Yeah, I'll get another battery. El Greco with a NOK20. What a great panel. 4 awesome people. Talk that shit. Thank you, man. I'm sorry for reading these super chats late. Because it's just such good conversation. It's hard to weave them in. 29 Mayo with a $5 super chat. 29 games with 90 Metacritic score this year, and Starfield was unfortunately not one of them. I hope it doesn't get snubbed for a nomination of the year.
Who cares?
Do you think it will get snubbed? Colt Eastwood, do you think Starfield deserves to get nominated, and will it get nominated when all these games are coming out?
There's 6 slots. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's getting nominated. No. There's too many brilliantly near perfect games. Sorry.
You're saying Starfield's not good enough.
What am I?
I mean, it's up. The sound of Jaffe eating. It's like, like Mario Wonder is amazing, and Tears of the Kingdom was amazing for people that played it. That's all our games.
It's compressed air. I love it. It's so great.
But who knows, Connie? You never know. You never know what's gonna make it.
No, we don't
know, man. But then the PlayStation guys are saying, well, if Starfield does get nominated, then that's evidence of Keighley snubbing wrongly another game to make way for Starfield. But
ask the masses what their favorite game is every year, and it probably doesn't sit on the GOTY pedestal.
Like FIFA, Madden, Call of Duty.
Well, but I mean, I remember when Red Dead 2 was just like arrested my entire year. It was so amazing, and then God of War 1, and I remember. Well, It Takes Two was one of my. I really loved it, but I remember
game.
It was amazing. Fantastic. One of my favorites, but I think something else was my favorite.
That was the one no one complained about. Anyone? Yeah. But it's impact. The main metric for GOTY reward is impact. And how do you assess impact? Because it has a cultural little zeitgeist little moment there. And Starfield had a moment that was pretty significant. It even exceeded Microsoft's own estimations by $156 million, bro. Starfield made some sauce. So if you're going to say, if it's strictly Metacritic scores, it should not be there, then I think it's a bit of an antiquated look.
Tiny human being has entered the scene. Now we have to totally change the tone of the show.
What the hell are you talking about?
The tiny human being is there. Do you know what your dad's shirt? Do you know what your dad's shirt says? It is filthy, but he is a good man. But that said, whoo, Lordy, he's got a mouth on him. Do you let him talk like that at home?
Please tell me you put it.
I hate ponies.
It's okay. We know you hate ponies. If you hate ponies, just say yes. Just shake your head. Do you hate ponies? Say yes.
No.
No,
good for you.
It's just pacifist already.
For you.
You are failing as a dad.
Is going to say they don't like ponies.
You are failing as a dad. Xbox dad, she should be saying yes. It should be grabbing a pony toy, My Little Pony, and snapping it in half on camera.
That's right.
Man.
Sean, you've let me down. Hoggy Chatty with a $5 super chat. FYI, Xbox has 11 games since Series consoles release, and PlayStation has 12. That's without remasters. Modern Warfare 3 will make it equal. They're the same in terms of volume of games. I thought I had more. Yeah. But
What are you talking about?
He's talking about Xbox had game releases since the console release. PlayStation has had 12. Xbox has had 11. But you're counting your Pentiment and smaller games as well.
First party releases from
first party
published or studio games.
And Modern Warfare 3 will be a first party release.
Yeah. The only one that is really, in my opinion, shockingly anemic is Sony right now, just because of what we don't know, which is pretty much nothing.
Yeah,
that's coming. But I mean, we talked on my show ages ago about this. It was a fascinating experiment to pull up the Wikipedia of first-party Sony software, starting with PlayStation 1. And the amount of games that were exclusive and published by Sony in that era, it was like every year it was over 100 games. Over 100 games. And then every year or every generation, then you look at PS2 and it dropped to about on average 60 games. And PS3 was about 14 games, right? Every year, less and less and less. So a lot of it is this weird but understandable expectation that it's going to be like it was back in the day where, you buy this hardware and you get all these exclusives, and that's why you're a Sony guy or an Xbox guy. And that still exists, of course, but man, it's becoming, in my opinion, harder to justify the console purchase of either of them when the exclusives are so, rare to exist. It's kind of weird to me. I think if people can afford it.
In terms of what you like, in terms of your taste?
I like all of it. I mean, Sony's games I enjoy. I'm loving Spiderman, love Tsushima, love the first God of War 2018, but I don't get a lot of them. I don't see a lot of them. Same with Xbox. Xbox has some games I really like, but it's not like I'm playing them constantly, honestly, the best money you can spend is a PC if you have the means, because then you can play everything, and stuff that you can't even think about playing on console exists on PC. So
absolutely, I agree with you. Emmanuel A1 with a $5 super chat. TTS Sean, hold it down, Uncle Jaffe.
TTS Sean, talk that shit. Sean.
Sorry, there's a kid.
Oh, it's cute. It's like a little code.
Yeah.
Idiot. Go on, David.
Bro. Go on, David.
There's no need for that.
This with a $5 I love you, Sean. With a $5 super chat, I've been told.
I didn't say Sean was an idiot. I said his buddy that was sending him messages in code was an idiot.
It's not code. It's TTS took that shit. That's their slogan. TTS podcast. That's his podcast name.
Well, I thought he was just like trying to be
a little code and like sending what? You thought he was telling him like little Morse code messages on console.
Stop playing with this. I know that.
Sotness with a $5. Thank you, man. I've been told Mark Healy just wants to make sure to make fun games and shopping around since he left Media Molecule. What if he went to Xbox with defectors? Oh yeah, someone from Media Molecule left as well.
They lost 20%.
Yeah. Microsoft should be sniping there. Bam, bam. Let me just get them. But they're very creative. But are they actually after dreams sought after? That's a skill set. Do you really need? I don't know.
I think those guys are really creative, but I think they have consistently showed an inability to connect at a intellectual property level with the market. And I like even Tearaway. Tearaway was phenomenal on the Vita. But it was just one of those arty-farty, we want to be Pixar, we want to, and it's like, that doesn't work on your hardware. Sony's never been able to be successful for the most part with these kind of kiddie sorts of things. So, but no, I think they're certainly talented. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully they bounce back. They should, in terms of skill. Sorry, I think I've lost a super chat there. C4 skills, I cannot see your message. Actually, sorry, we've got a new tab now here, doesn't he? On fan funding, and then you can scroll up. So if I've missed something,
on the YouTube page.
Yeah, that's just handy because shit. Oh no, there's Shab's Inevitable, the £2 Gaz Muslim X. What? Sotness for the $5 super chat. I've been told. Oh no, read that already. Edwin Garcia with the $5 super chat. Colin Moriarty views the industry like it's 2011. Yes, he's right.
Yes.
Yep, he's right. He wants it to be what it was in 2011, and it's not going to be that way.
And
welcome to the real world.
And then that big article this morning about how PlayStation is looking for a return fire acquisition based on the ABK closure. So it's like all that things you were saying, it's like it's all happening.
Yeah, it's happening whether you morally selectively. So to opinionate with the $2 super chat. WRPGs are bland. Is BG3 bland too?
No, I love it. I love Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, I think it's like console fans will find it an acquired taste, but it definitely will.
But I am saying it's not. It's not like you're going to go see the Baldur's Gate movie, you know, or it's
for Avowed. Yeah.
It's a great, probably game of the year for a lot of people, maybe even me. But it's not that. That's not what we're talking about, though. It's not. No one's doubting its quality.
Yeah. Phase 23 Brooklyn, New York with the $20 super chat. Colt, I bet you all Sony 9th gen first party games will have 60 FPS mode. Spider-Man 2 is just the first one. PlayStation fans ain't going back to 30 FPS, especially with the PS5 Pro coming out next year. So Face is very following the hardware rhetoric that you quite strongly.
PlayStation fans don't get to choose whether they go back to 30 FPS. That's the developer choice. And if developers are pushing the envelope of physics and graphic fidelity, what you'll get is like Alan Wake 2 is probably one of the best looking games this year. I haven't even loaded it up yet. And it's 1080p
amazing
60
looking game
on a next generation console. You're looking at a game that was built partially last generation and mostly this generation. And it is pushing the hardware to its limit where you have to have 1080p to get 60 frames with a few frame drops. So I often wonder, will Fable or Hellblade only be in 30 frames? Both those games look like they're pushing graphical fidelity and scope and everything that comes along with big new games that are built from scratch on aging hardware that is the PS5 and Series X. So fans don't get to make that declaration and get to pick and choose what they will allow. It's really up to developers what they're going to be able to do. Spider-Man runs amazing in all three modes. But like I said, that he didn't like, Phase 23 didn't like, was that game was based off the foundation of a game built to run on a PS4. So it could run on teraflops that don't matter. It
even
can run
BG
on 1 point.
BG says the same thing. It should run on PS4.
It's made to run on a certain amount of compute power, which was a PS4. Not a PS4 Pro. That game was built to run on a PS4. So now you take it to a PS5, which is 4 to 5 times more powerful than a base PS4. You can just go. You can go to the limit with that. That's why there's ray tracing and everything in it, because you can just take what was made to run on 1 teraflop and make it run on 10. It's pretty obvious, and it's a good thing.
Visually, do you like it? Do you think visually
Spider-Man visually looks incredible in almost every turn? Yeah, it looks amazing. It's amazing. Like you play Forza Horizon 5, the game looks incredible. It looks amazing, and it was made to run on an Xbox One. So
it doesn't look that amazing to me. Okay.
Come on with that bullshit, guys.
Wait, what doesn't look amazing to you?
Forza Horizon.
Oh, you haven't played it. I mean, I'm playing it in fidelity mode on my OLED.
I agree with Spider-Man though. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, some bits really look nice in the interior lighting and the water and like ray tracing, but the rest of it, I'm just like, all right. But there's some videos that it's like, I'm not saying it's a bad looking game, but it just didn't wow me. Like Hellblade 2 wowed me. Lord Meyerhoff with the idea 1 trillion. I don't know how many numbers there, 100,000. Hello, everyone. I'm curious. What is the role of Connie Booth? That seems so important. We talked about that. It seems so important to you, Jaffe, because I saw a lot of comments that she's not critical to Sony. Thank you. Lord, do you want to double back on that and just let him know why? Because
what I like is, like I said before, I'm sorry, not to this guy. I'm not talking to this guy, but I'm sorry you person who's contributed nothing. Thank you for letting me know that I'm wrong about
do that.
Who I think is important based on experience and knowledge and firsthand.
Thanks, guy on Twitter.
These fucking idiots. She's not important.
Thanks, guy working it.
I have my checklist. Yeah, the important people. Let me see. Control F, CONN. Nope, she's not there. Fuck you. Fuck you. Jesus. I mean, I've already explained it. She's been there since before PlayStation was PlayStation. Look at the games that she has ushered in. And again, here's all you need to know is that the reason people, rightly so, love not Spider-Man, but Sony PlayStation games so much is not just because the teams are great, but because those teams are managed brilliantly, that they can get their games out, or at least in the past they've been able to. And they can ship and they kill what they need to kill because they put quality first. People like Shu, Connie, Alan Becker, Sean Layden. So here's all you need to know. Xbox so far, and that may be changing, and I hope it is for them. Xbox so far, that has been their biggest Achilles heel. Phil Spencer has a wonderful, Phil Spencer has a wonderful vision. I'm very supportive of it. I think Game Pass is great. I'm excited for their future, but they struggle to manage the creative process and the technical process of game development.
You can't say otherwise until you an example.
You cannot say otherwise. So I'm sorry, but if that data that I just put into your brain pan is not sufficient to understand the value of this woman, then I struggle to know how you're upright, let alone even using a computer to ask your fucking question.
I think it's as simple as this. Before Monday, we didn't know who Connie Booth was.
Who gives a shit?
And let me explain. When I was a kid, my brother and I collected baseball cards, and we'd go flip through, and you'd see players that you'd never heard of. He sucks. He sucks. He sucks. Okay, this is a good one. This is a good one. And I thought, and my older brother walked in the room and goes, "You realize those guys you said sucked made it all the way into the majors. Like, they are major league starting players. And just because they're not a household name and they're not trying to sell you Duracell batteries and Gatorade, that they suck." And when you brought up Connie Booth, people were like, "Who's that?" Like, they were so mad that your breaking news wasn't,
Jim Ryan
or Yoshida. You got a guy in your chat, Crisis Core. She was so amazing that no one heard of her till this past week. You're a fucking idiot.
Bad takes
all right,
all
Crisis. If now that I tell you,
no, not even now. How about this? How about the motherfucking guy that worked at Sony forever, that made some of the biggest hit franchises that are still going strong at PlayStation, aka me, motherfucker. How about you just go, you know what? Maybe I'll trust him, or maybe I won't trust him. Maybe I won't trust him full bore, but maybe, just maybe, he actually knows something more than I do. Is that possible? No, we're in the era now of everybody's as smart as the scientist. Everybody knows about the vaccine and the global warming, and anyone with an opinion is on equal footing. Sit the fuck down, Crisis Core, and figure out how you can get your mom to come change your diaper.
I should have had this music played in the background because David Jaffe firing lasers in this motherfucker. How much more does he have to do? How much more does he have to convince you? He makes this,
and that's what I love too. I love that too when people say your last game was Drummed to Death. Yeah, before that it was Twisted Metal. Before that it was God of War. Fuck you. What have you done?
He also said that the Northline engine was trash. Like, he's Mr. Game Developer. He's like, well, when I was so, I love these people.
It astonishes me. It astonishes me. Like, who you, bruv? Okay, I'm not trying to suck you off here, but people don't need to understand who you are. Like, it goes to me. It goes to show that no matter how much someone can do, an industry guy in this space, and you still come out and say, "Well, no, actually, like, bruv, what the fuck are we talking about?"
I know.
It's so dumb.
And Mr. 7 Digit says to Crisis Core, "Just head on out, fam. It ain't a battle you're able to fight." Oh, I'm sorry, Magnum. Am I cringe? Fuck you.
No, you gotta understand, David.
Yeah, what do I have to understand?
So, some of your takes, I don't agree with some of your takes on Twitter.
Of course, you don't agree with some of my takes.
But when it comes to something to do with Sony, you work for Sony. Like, you talked about your games, you worked with Connie Booth as well. That's something that I can relate. I understand. And do you know what? He's worked with this person, known her for 30+ years. So he's got to know something. He's worked with this person.
Games.
It makes sense, but if it's someone's like take is different, like when you give your takes out there, you're gonna get people who's gonna disagree. Myself, GAAS, Colt will disagree on certain things. But when it comes to the business,
but wait a minute, disagreeing is different. If I were to say I think Xbox suffers from poor product development management, and then you or Colt or GAAS were to say, I understand how you could see that, but you have to understand XYZ occurred in this time span. And I'm like, yeah, I don't agree with you, but I appreciate it. That's called a conversation, right?
Yeah.
The difference is, I think Xbox's management is poor when it comes to product development. You're a fucking idiot. Let me fucking take you. That's the difference. And that's what I'm fucking 52 fucking years old, motherfucker. I'm done. I don't have the energy to play with these bitches anymore. I'm tired of it. Just go and GAAS is like, gee, Jaffe, I wonder why your channel's not growing. Shut up, GAAS. Shut up. You got a better studio.
Well, fucking find some energy, bro. This is what we need. Get a little tetanus shot up your ass, bro. You in there. You have the sauce. You have the sauce.
Tell you. You gotta bottle that and get on Hot Ones. It's like that's the best.
I actually want to make my own sauce. I mean, researching into it.
I believe it
because I reckon I can make the dankest sauce. Watch this space. Trust me. The taste of a person with a burnt anus, because I've tried so many chilies that will destroy me. Is, bruv, I have been murked. The hot chip challenge was nothing compared to that.
How the fuck did he let Jazz Corden beat you, guys?
Bro, I don't understand, bro.
That's basically the girl that is. You know that name.
Oh, bro. So it's a hot chip challenge to Jaffe that we did. Me, Jess Corden, and Hoggy actually in the chat. So you had a Pakistani guy, you had the Sikh guy, and you've got the white guy in Germany. So I'm being so dismissive, like, this hot chip challenge is really bad, yeah? He goes, I've had chicken lamb vindaloo. I'm like, that's just not even hot. So this guy's going to get fucked. That's also I thought. And then when I'm doing the hot chip challenge, I'm the quickest to buy out. I thought I was going to die in 40 seconds, bro. I look over, and he's still going. He went off after a minute after, and then he struggled. And then Hagi Chani didn't even flinch until 10 minutes later. Then he died. But yeah,
now I want Indian though. I want Indian food so bad now.
Indian food is so nice.
Oh, it's so good.
It is definitely the most favorite food. Xbox is going to double down as a game publisher developer after the ABK acquisition. We see the marketing. The marketing is everywhere. Xbox has finally got the fucking sauce. They understand it. It's like as soon as ABK shut, they're like, all right, now we can do what we need to do. They were definitely silenced by that 2-year battle on ABK. Their marketing has come out so strongly. Literal globe in Las Vegas, and incredible. And Sony thereafter also booked it. It looked amazing. Bust is here in the UK. Aggressive marketing. They are feeling the sauce.
What are you seeing on the buses? Because what I continue to be annoyed by their marketing is they have this, as people have said, it's a joke now almost. The best value in gaming, and I think that's accurate. But I never see that really being hammered in the marketing. I
don't think so. That's a good question as well.
It's more with the Starfield, with Power Your Dreams on Starfield. When it comes to the buses, that's what it's like, more Power Your Dreams.
Mostly
showing Starfield. That's what they're showing recently after the ABK deal. Then, but doubling down, guys. Listen, this is not a joke. They spent $70 billion, and Satya Nadella's coming out 2 weeks later say we're gonna double down. How crazy is that? That's fucking crazy, that is.
And it's because they had to lower his estimations of Xbox Game Pass were low. So he's taken a bigger hit. But now it's like a general performance-based target anyway. And the gaming factor, not massively compared to his other. Remember, he runs other divisions. So the gaming part wasn't that much, but they are doubling down. He literally comes out and says, we're going to double down. And that's the kind of pressure you want Xbox in. You don't want them to be like, we hit our target and we're going to double down. When they say we hit our target, we exceed our expectation and we're going to double down. It's like, well, double down on what? On the which elements? Now, Xbox being perfect, it's perfect that he has that Game Pass didn't hit the estimations because they're going to be fucking trying much harder. And that means game quality, game messaging, and Starfield exceeded their expectations. This was supposed to be a niche RPG. And it was very, very big for them. I think no one can deny that Starfield really killed it way beyond Microsoft's expectations, and financially in every metric, critically not, and met a big score, whatever.
But that
maybe.
doesn't matter, guys. There's some games you gotta understand. Some games can get a low score and just continue for like 10 years. Like for example, like Destiny, like a live service game, Fortnite, live service game. But
I agree.
When we say like Starfield's like a game of a generation, we're not talking about it needs to be a 99. We're talking about this game will last for 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
You've seen the mods when it comes to the PC platform and later to the console. Skyrim and them type of games, they're still going to this day. Till this day, they're still going. So
I wonder how much Starfield will change in 10 years.
It's going to be crazy, bro.
The mods will bring it in. And I'm just a bit disappointed by the scope of it, which I mentioned in my review, but I still think it's a lovely, beautiful game. And look at something like Elite Dangerous, and that has changed quite a bit. If they're treating it like that, then and officially supporting Starfield in that kind of way, in which they should, it can be something very, very special at the end, man. I think Sean is right. It's not going to be mods. It's going to be more than that.
You got some people in the chat said, "Oh, it only lasted 1 month." What happened to Spiderman? Lasted 1 weekend.
I was just about to say the same, bruv. Like there was noise and people were done in 10 hours, bruv. Like
no,
Starfield, I think this week it'll generation, you're not gonna really think of is that Spiderman maybe, but not in the same breath as Starfield. It's gonna be seen as slightly different. In the way it's viewed.
Like when it comes to Starfield,
I love Starfield, but I don't think Starfield has yet to take its place, if it ever does. Yeah. In the same kind of zeitgeisty way that Skyrim did. It might, and I know that that's the plan. It doesn't. But, I think right now there's, Starfield for a lot of people, if you haven't really played it much and gotten through the narrative, I think a lot of people just feel like, it's just kind of been there, done that with space.
What's it missing? But Jaffe and I both love the game. So does GAAS.
I think it's missing two things. I think part of it is the immediate freedom that they give you almost right out the chute is too much. And I get the fact that people want that, but
I wanted to earn the ability to leave the atmosphere.
It's not just that, but I think it's like letting somebody go in a library or a bookstore that has absolutely no sections. So you're just like, hopefully you'll find something you like. Right. Yeah. And the game, I think, should do a little bit of a better job going. We're every couple of minutes or hours or whatever, we're going to lower the guardrails, but we're going to make sure, at least for the first couple hours, we're entertaining you and showing you the cool stuff and letting you know what kind of story this is and all that. And they give you so much freedom that you wind up a lot of people wind up missing a lot of things and burning out, because it's like, I can only go on these missions so many times. And
I felt in the first I felt in the first 20 hours that they gave me so much. I know it sounds dumb to say they give you too much freedom, but I know exactly what you're saying. Like Barrett's like, here's the keys to my ship, like in the first 20 minutes. And it's like, it's yours now.
That wouldn't be bad if you couldn't take the ship pretty much anywhere. But you can then go, I'm going to go to some random planet that has nothing on it. I'm going to walk around. I'm going to go, fuck it. I didn't pay for it. It's on Game Pass. Boring. I'm done.
Yeah. Listen, Jason Max, we're trying to explain, like, because as a massive Bethesda fan who, like,
what is wrong with Jason Max? Look what this moron writes. Complaining about too much freedom. Yes, Jason, that's what we're saying. That's exactly what we're saying.
In the opening 10 to 12 hours, I felt like I am missing, like, I'm over here trying, because I know how to play Bethesda games. You go out and you just go out and do your thing. And I felt like I'm not doing this stuff over here or this stuff over here or this thing over here that I'm supposed to be doing, because I need to get full experience of this segment of the game. And it was an overwhelming, like, daunting thing that just wasn't a positive beat for the game.
Look at Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom has a similar, not narrative, of course, but the level of freedom that game offers you is huge. But they do a much better job in that game of kind of taking you by the hand and saying, yeah, you can do whatever you want. You can solve puzzles however you want. We're not going to say you can't, but we're going to entice you at first to fall in love with what we think is great about this, or at least one of the things we think is great about this.
Yeah.
And it's part of the design. It's important. And I think they miss that. And then technically speaking, I don't care about graphics, but if you're playing in the fucking NFL, which is what this is for video games, and you're spending this kind of money, it's got, you know, the loading is unacceptable for
that's the biggest thing complaint I would say.
But I think for a lot of people who aren't coming at it just for the medium, but they want the whole package, they're like, this feels very last gen in terms of presentation and whatnot. But I loved it. I
love the game. Like, you guys have to understand that you're saying, I know the chat's saying we're all complaining. I love Starfield to death. I couldn't stop playing it, but it was just so obvious as a game design. It would have been nice to have this slow ramp up and just kind of earn your way into the world to take the keys to the universe. And Barrett's just like, here's the keys. The ship is yours. And I know it's cool to be able to get out in space, but Skyrim, you had to make your way into shouting and fighting dragons. And that build up in the opening 5 to 10 hours of Fallout and Skyrim and games like this, where you build up and you feel this sense of strength, even in Mass Effect, making your way to become
I don't
Spectre.
know if I agree with that. I don't know if I would want that.
Why? Like that's a natural progression. Fallout 4 made a big mistake of walking you out into Concord and saying, there's a power armor up there, and Fallout fans know power armor. That's like 40 hours into the game when I've hit a certain level and I've made my way through the Brotherhood of Steel. And the guy's like, there's one up there, and I think there's a spare fusion core on the table. And as a huge Fallout fan, I'm like, why did you do that? I don't know. Maybe it's for ADD generation like me.
They called someone in the chat. Jamal Lee goes, "You love Redfall at launch."
Oh shit.
No, I didn't. No, I hated Redfall at launch. Where have you been? I hated Redfall at launch. I was so angry. Yeah, but yeah.
Shout out to the chat.
Talk that shit, Chad. Hit that like button. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. You didn't like it. You hated it with me. It's just because your preview was a bit generous, but the actual thing in the game, and you got heat from the Xbox guys for actually shitting on Redfall. But
now they're like, it's amazing, it's so great at 60 frames. I'm like, I played that way back in PC. The 60 frames felt nicer, but yeah.
That wasn't the problem with the game.
The promise of Redfall. I love the setting. I loved vampires in that sort of small town Stephen King idea. I loved it. I wanted it to be a Harvey Smith kind of game, and it wasn't. And I really wasn't interested in the game after about an hour. But yeah, you know, it sucks they dropped the ball on that, because it was I thought it was a little solid IP of an idea. But
yeah, the tonally as well, the city and stuff, it felt like it had potential, but it's a bit shame that
guys, this is what we talk about. The team didn't want to make it. They kind of got pushed into making a game like that.
Get on the bed, you idiot.
Did you throw up again?
No, but he comes in here and gets on the couch, bed, futon, whatever the fuck that is, and he's laying there. And then my kid comes in, and then she leaves, and I say, shut the door. And now he's like, I don't go out now. Sit the fuck down.
That's what we like to see. It's like a natural.
I love you. Speak. Yeah, that's my boy.
But if you had Review Tech USA set up with some red lighting, just like his silhouette, I'm telling you, the visual would match the audio, and everyone would be like, raw, because that you would be a fool. You see, fuck me for trying to.
I would love to do that. Yeah. But the thing is also, I'm too old to be that. Right, I don't need to be the guy with the LED lights behind me, and fuck you. It's like you're
looking
here.
At you, Gaz.
You're here. Well, no, Gaz is like 26 or something. I don't know how old you are. But
cool.
I'm just saying. For me, that's okay if you're into that. But for me, I'm just like, if the content ain't enough, then I ain't for you. If what I'm saying ain't enough, then I ain't for you.
That's true, but you have to also understand people are morons. People want
come on, guys,
figure that out.
Yeah, but also it's true though, because you have to pander to the tiniest of attention spans. So reels are a thing for a reason, and I'm talking like I'm the paralytic sitting in the bed looking at reels like it's just big booty hoes. Me and Colt just replace.
I have no problem with short attention spans. I love shorts. I love reels. It's not the short attention span. It's the What I wish we had was AI that could tell me if somebody was trolling or not. Then I could know whether to take it serious
I would
or
fool
not.
that system.
Well, you might, but it's like you got a guy in your chat right now who said, and I was just like, I don't know what to do. Guy Ken Hall.
Yeah.
It's only Sony fanboys that would complain about freedom because in Sony games you have no freedom. Yeah, Ken Hall. Colt and I are sitting here having a genuine conversation. Seriously. With a guy who designed video games professionally for over 20 years. A lot of them were big fucking hits. And we're having a conversation about design theory and how do you give somebody the freedom they want without, making it so overwhelming that they go off the rails and they don't get the excellence of what's going to keep them playing, Ken Hall. My contribution to that conversation is you don't like freedom. Fuck, man. And so if I had an AI and I knew if this guy was trolling, I'd go, you old knucklehead, move on with my fucking life. But I don't know if he's a fucking idiot. Right? What do you think? Let's take a vote. Colt, is Ken Hall
I can't
a real,
tell you,
genuine idiot, or is he trolling?
At this point, there's 90% probably not. Yeah, I don't know anymore. It's getting wild out there in these streets, man. I'm telling you.
I got I was talking about Batman Arkham Knight because we're talking about Batman the other day.
Isn't that convenient when Spiderman releases? You trolling piece of.
So get this. That is so awesome because yesterday morning. Rocksteady announced they're bringing the Robert Pattinson Batman suit from the movie as a free DLC to Batman Arkham City. And everyone was talking about Batman that morning. And so I grabbed some footage from Batman and I said, this whole collection needs to be remastered because currently on console, it's only 30 and it's like 1080p 30, right? So I said, this needs to happen. Like, this is one of the best. I said, this is the best superhero game ever. It's my favorite. And there were people like, so convenient you're talking about that during Spider-Man. I'm like, well, I'm sorry that Insomniac has put out a Spider-Man every year for the past 5 years. All jokes. Wait, hold on.
Oh, shit. Are we in Bollywood?
Hold on. 2018, they put out Spider-Man. 2020, they put out Miles Morales. 2022, they put out Spider-Man on PC and remastered. And 2023, they put out Spider-Man 2. So I'm sorry if there's never a year when I could talk about another superhero game. Nick Marcel.
Yeah. But it's not only that, though. It's that it's not your fault that the fucking costume dropped when it did. It's I'll wait and give you the news when you're not so fucking Victorian sensibilities aren't offended. It's like that's. But the interesting thing about that though is, didn't they then pull that like almost immediately? That news story came out about the Batman suit in Arkham, and then I think they get pulled. I saw they pulled it, but maybe that's not the case. I saw a story that said they did.
Well, the point was I was talking about how amazing the game looks on PC. If you have $5, it looks incredible on anybody's PC. And this guy says to me, when you were talking about you wish you could know if people were trolling, some guy goes, "You fat A Colt PC elitist," and I was like, "Oh, he has to be joking, right?" So I was like, "Ha ha ha!" And I put up a drawing I did of a fat PC gamer, like
right.
That I did on an old
you
thumbnail.
just have to say PC gamer. The default is they're all fat.
Right. So in my phone, I have this old drawing I did in 2016, and I put it up as a yeah, I'm a PC MR dude. And then he made another insult, and I was like, wait a minute, is he not?
Wait, hang on one second, guys.
Messing with me.
I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. And so I was like, wait a minute, he's not being cool. And so I said something else, and he called me some horrible names. I was like, where did this holy Batman?
Yeah, it's wild out in these streets, bro. Sean knows it, bro. They just calling me this, that, you weird Pakistani guy. Now they call me Hamas. It's fucking crazy. People are mental.
Yeah,
and they
they're
bring consoles into it.
Yeah, I mean, actually, one guy the other night was making fun of my guitars, saying that I don't buy real guitars. I don't buy the top tier ones. And I thought, he's got to be joking with me, right? He's like, you don't even have a real Fender. You buy Squires. I'm like, well, that's a real Fender. But I mean, it took me a long time to buy an actual really expensive guitar because they're pricey. And so I was just kind of messing with him. And then he started getting really super personal. I looked at his history on Twitter, like 3 tweets down. He told some guy, I'll find you in real life and I'll kill you. And I'm like, I said, bro, your account isn't going to be around much longer. And then the next day it said suspended. But yeah, you got to watch out there.
Look at your ponies, you guys are. Why are you losing it? They're wilding hard. Why, bruv?
Listen, the leader's
Spiderman
gone.
sold 2.5 million.
They lost. That's what it is, guys.
I'll tell you the best thing.
The leader has disappeared.
God, talk your shit.
That's right. The leader has disappeared. Did a David Blaine on these punk ass ponies. Ponies don't know what to do anymore.
David Blaine.
Woo!
David Blaine, motherfucker, he's gone.
Oh my gosh, guys.
But anyway, Colt, getting back to the topic, guys. Doubling down. Colt Eastwood. What's your take on that? After $70 billion, Satya comes and says, listen here, punk ass ponies, we're doubling down. We are doubling down.
Well,
they meant doubling the price of the Series S in Brazil.
my first joke would be they just spent $77 billion in the past 2 years. Like, does he mean they're going to spend another $150 million or are they going to spend another $77 million? But I think it's crazy to say we just spent all this money. And it was like Satya's statement was, we're all in gaming. And he said that while they were under massive scrutiny. And we were all worried, like, is this deal even going to go through? So now he's saying it's all through. We're still doubling down. They're out here promoting their people on Xbox's side, and PlayStation send them all shiz can to the streets. This is Colt Eastwood signing off.
You toxic. How dare you're celebrating them losing their jobs is what you're going to hear for that clip.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I just want to make an official apology for what I said about the people getting fired and getting shiz canned. And that was, I just want to say that I was not in the right, and I was taking some serious Mountain Dew laced with
people don't give a shit as much as they say they do.
No, they don't.
They talk so much shit, and all the shit that's going on in the world, you guys just say shit. So don't even pretend you cry about the fates of some developers, because that's fucking bullshit based on the way you guys behave. Alvin with the $5 super chat. As a fellow guitar bass collector, I can confirm Colt's wall back there is legit. He doesn't even have the Kramer in the frame. That's right, because this motherfucker's balling with YouTube money misleading you on the NA5.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. Rest in peace, Eddie Van Halen.
RDNA 3, piece of shit. Why'd the music stop? That was annoying.
RDNA 3.
Yeah.
I got enough guitars in here to rip the sheetrock down.
I see some ponies in the chat upset. Listen, Huggy71 goes, I'm piping up because Jaffe's gone.
Bruv, are you dumb, bruv? He was piping up the whole time, bruv. Someone in chat will say, calm down, respect Jaffe, don't go too hard on him. Now you're saying he's piping up. Bruv, did you miss the entire podcast? Shut up.
POSs.
Shut up, you think of any PlayStation guy would actually grill them, but went on the thingy King Threat. They just cussed him. They cussed him and didn't have a good conversation. There he is, right on time.
What happened? So I had to get the carpet cleaning results. They did great, man. They did great. I'm excited.
Bro, that's kind of crazy that the dog vomited.
Did you
so much time of your life of the day?
Oh, well, he vomited, but we didn't know he had vomited, and so it kind of cooked for a couple of days until we're like, "Where's that smell coming from?" Oh shit!
Yeah. Shit, where was it? Yeah. Is it like your living room?
Kid's bedroom, and in the living room behind the couch.
Oh, behind the couch. That's fucking buzz. You can't even know. This is why I can't have dogs, man. Cats are right.
I love dogs so much, though. They're so sweet.
It's like
such
a little
good
baby.
Creatures.
Yeah, they are. They're lovely creatures.
Like Xbox fans.
Oh, just called us bitches, bro. You're gonna take that. You're gonna take that.
That's right.
Your dogs are amazing until they take an edible and you think maybe they're having a stroke or something.
My dog went through an entire bottle of my kid's Ritalin when it was like 2 years old. Shit. We almost lost him. It was incredibly expensive. He was in the hospital for like 2 months, and he's sweet dog inside, but everything outside terrifies the shit out of him. Big fucking dog. And
is he okay now? Like back to normal? Yeah.
No. I mean, he's okay.
Oh.
He's happy. He's healthy. We love him. He's a well taken care of dog, but we can't take him out to like play at the dog park in the day, because if he sees any other dog, he'll attack it. Because I think he sees like was that Adam Sandler movie where he kept seeing the guy in the costume? Was it like the
penguin?
John
the penguin, yeah,
the penguin.
Anytime my dog sees like any other dog, he's seeing something that we're like, dude, it's a little fucking chihuahua. What's the problem? You're huge. Terrifies him. So it is what it is.
That's so weird. Like, because of the trauma of that must have like triggered something in him to hate other dogs.
Yeah.
It's kind of fucked. Yeah, that's raw, man. And dogs are so sweet, man. They're such like awareness, unlike cats. I still love cats.
Let's talk about what's happening in the Middle East now. So, why are we going to get there? No, I'd love, because I know you have a strong opinion on it, and I'd love to get your take, because I'm surrounded by propaganda, good, bad, and otherwise, and I don't think anybody knows what to think anymore.
I'm not surprised that that's the position. It goes to show how much the media just cast aside the truth. But we're seeing in record levels of penetration. Like, people are now starting to see what we've been
what's
saying.
going on, because it's been going on for decades, to be honest.
Sure.
And,
I don't think anybody is surprised that the Palestinian people have been really suffering under specific Israeli leadership. I think that's horrible and true.
It's a feature throughout the creation of that state. So it's like, it's a sustained problem that has happened for a while. And now you're getting to see evidence of the brutality of everything that has happened before, but to a scale that is ridiculous.
But when they say, right, not only say, when they say, well, here's what happened on October 7th, and here's what consistently happens. We try to make peace, and we try, we didn't turn down the two-state solution. Well, we know Arafat turned it down.
You turned down Tencent because of China for doing less than what the Israelis have been doing for over 70 years.
Are you saying that the two-state solution for the Palestinians is, you agree it's not acceptable?
It's not that it's unacceptable, that it's unworkable, because of how you're essentially laundering a displacement of people. What happened in the creation of the state of Israel, it shouldn't be glossed over. This is the problem. People are just laundering now. If you let it now, you've just laundered a state that committed genocide. But you guys are okay with that?
No, but where do you, I mean, if you're saying that the original rights to the land, I mean, how far back do you want to go, right? I mean, that's kind of a crazy thing, right?
Zionism isn't that old.
You can go.
It's an 1890 created by Theodore Herschel, who created this movement.
You're talking about Israel as a state. I'm talking about the Jews being in the land. They were first.
No, that's fine. 3,000 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Where do you draw the line of when we start?
So 1945, this is a state-sanctioned creation of it. It wasn't that long ago, 75 years, yeah?
No, the UK did it, right?
Declaration. It is disgusting. And it isn't just stopped there. It's been a constant erosion of human rights and the massive hypocrisy of behaviors in other states. How can you join in that and say, here's every UN Charter 2-4 breached, international law, doesn't matter, white phosphorus in your face. And carpet bombing in a tiny thing. We will deprive you of water, electricity, and food? Who the fuck is this country to fucking starve and kill out these people? Are we accepting that?
Well, I mean, maybe the answer is right, but then their answer would be, I don't know, it's the people who just got attacked and lost 1,300. Well, that was a horrible day.
But it's always been a horrible day. But Israel's been doing this kind of shit constantly, and I before this have been sharing it. Like, what are you doing? What is going on? It's happened so much. You're going to put people in this thing and treat him like this, and you're going to be. I'm not saying. Of course, we did that. Islamically, every Muslim is pissed that Hamas killed innocents. That is the fuckery. And the Saudi, even though the Saudis haven't done anything, the Saudi prince goes. The one thing he said, it was right. It was. Israel is so fucked up and is doing this for years, but shame on Hamas for actually giving them an excuse in their mind, even though it's not an excuse to do what they're going to do. That's what they said. And of course, what do you think, though? Do you think, I mean, let's say, and again, you know more about this than I do. I'm coming at it from a position of, and I do look at left and right news. I have this great source called ground.news, and it shows you the left and the right.
It shows you what the right is missing. And it has been interesting that the right news in America covers a lot of the pro-Israel stance, and they cover nothing for the most part when it's positive towards Palestinian, and vice versa. The left does, but the right doesn't.
Yeah.
But so the question is, though, one could argue then, let's say you're more right than I am on this take, and perhaps you are.
Sorry, what is your take on that? Sorry, I didn't.
My take is the obvious take. My take is, I think Netanyahu seems like a fucking idiot and horrible. The guy they had before seemed a lot more interested in finding some kind of resolution. I think the Palestinian people deserve to live free and happy as much as anybody else. I think Hamas is horrible. And I think Israel over the decades has done some absolutely terrible things. But I also know that, or I don't know, but my other take is that when you hear them explain why, it's like, well, yeah, but we've got, suicide bombers and rockets flying over. It's like, where does it start and where does it stop? I mean, you guys are laughing. You're saying that's not accurate?
No, man. Like,
there are not Hamas people coming into
the way you treat them they have to do something,
right?
Either keel over and die quietly,
I agree.
I agree. Out,
and what I was going to ask you is, do you think this awful day on the 7th, maybe in some place of their brain they were going, this is the only way to get the world to look at what is happening? Yes, we're awful for what we had to do.
No.
You don't think Hamas felt that? Because now people are paying. When has the world looked at the Palestinian people ever and said, "Oh my God, maybe Israel's doing some bad shit"? That's
most of the world does. It's just the West hasn't.
Okay, so the West then.
Look at the UN. Which countries vetoed the ceasefire?
America.
3.
Was it America?
In the whole world. Yeah, America, UK, and Israel. That's it.
Okay,
so
but what I'm saying is, but what I'm saying is, do you not think that was, and I'm not criticizing, I mean, it's awful what they did, but suddenly the Western world is paying attention. Maybe they were going, this is the only way we could have, how else are we going to get your attention? We've done this, we've done this, we've done this.
David, who's we you're talking about? Hamas or you're talking about Israel?
Yeah. Hamas,
Palestinians.
Israel, the Palestinians.
I don't think the Palestinians have been quiet over the fact. We've known that Israel has given and gotten in various measures.
Away with everything. They've gotten away with everything.
So what I'm saying is, it's been allowed. And so, do you think there's value coming out of this? Because at least people in the Western world are starting to go, wait, what? What's happening?
It's hard to assign value when you see one kid dead.
Yeah,
I'm not there to assign value of what kind of strategy or anything. Ultimately, all life getting killed is bad.
Sure.
But the stuff you're seeing, the manner in which the 3 states have been joined into, that's it. It's done. You're sided clearly, and sending your warships there and supplying them with them. You're part of it. And the rest of the world has asked for a ceasefire. And 3 countries don't do it. What are we doing?
That's a problem.
So you're saying, though, that the vast majority of Palestinian retaliation is only related not to anti-Semitism, not to this, not to that, but just to the fact that they're living in apartheid states and they are responding in the only way they can.
Absolutely. They have no control over anything. They're living in an open-air prison. They're locked in. Think about that.
Well, they could go to Egypt,
they don't even have the benefit of going to other cities. They literally have no water. And they had this before 7th of October.
This is way before.
You have to look into what the state of it's under. If you just look at it, just go find out what it's like. Whatever source, do your own research.
Well, I've done. My own research suggests that depending on what news source you read, you're going to get different opinions.
That's why it's tough in America.
So
but it's not news. But then why is everything changing now, Jaffe? Despite the media doubling down, it's because social media.
The media is not doubling down. The media on the left is very pro-Palestine right now. The media on the right in the West is very pro-Israel right now.
Well, your left and right in terms of the media is liberals and Democrats. Those 2 parties. Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah.
And you've got Biden, who's a Democrat, who has signed on and shown that support. So the left has
I'm
switched
talking
even
about
there.
I'm talking about the media, though. I'm not talking about Biden and the Democrats. I'm talking about the left-leaning media.
Isn't that how your
America.
media is assigning that itself? Like it feels like it's very
if you look at MSNBC, of course, they're more of a fan of Biden than Trump, but they're also reporting more on the stories about the civilian casualties and the water being cut off and the electricity being cut off and the before and after photographs of the buildings and people going, oh my fucking God. And then you're right. On top of that, you've got social media, but Israel, what do you think they actually want? I mean, do you think they just hate Palestinian people?
They just want control and land. It's like humanity's always done this, Jaffe. It's
so
not.
How do we stop that then, right? Because I'm getting, aren't you getting fucking tired of all this shit?
Absolutely. Like humanity, we've failed.
We're
as a species.
Awful.
We're fucking disgusting.
So what do you? Is there a solve, or do you think we just have to fucking die out?
Bro, I'm just praying for an extinction level event. Feel like we're running on bonus this whole time.
What would you do? Let me ask you. I think about that sometimes. What would you do? Fuck you, Tim. Jaffe is biased as hell. I'm literally talking to a pro-Palestinian fella.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, at this point,
take some hostages, motherfuckers.
I mean, at this point, you may as well call him Jihadi Joe. Okay. So fuck you, bitch. I'm trying to get some information. I'm not biased. I'm trying to learn. You fucking idiot. You fucking knuckle dragging, brain cell owning piece of shit. This is what we need. We need people to talk. My mind, I don't have to be right. I can hang up this conversation and go, you know what? Nixie says GAAS is holding Jaffe hostage.
Oh shit.
Don't cut my head off, GAAS.
There's two of us here. Watch yourself.
Yeah, Eastwood's dead. Eastwood down. Eastwood down.
Yeah, Eastwood's down.
We've lost the Wasp. We still got the American-looking Jew, but we lost the Wasp. But I'm just saying that, yeah, I might go off now because of what he's saying, and I will, and go, yes, I know children are dying. Children are dying everywhere, and it's horrible. But,
yeah.
But, even Jamali, yes, it's a solve. Get off stolen land. Okay, well, whose land? How far back do you go? Do you get Americans off the indigenous people's land? I'm not saying you do.
Not
even
even that. They're not sitting there peacefully, man. They're just murking everyone and breaching every international law.
Tim Brewster says you constantly talk about the right. Bitch, I am the most progressive motherfucker you have ever fucking met. Don't fucking come at me and tell me I'm on the right. Are you out of your fucking mind?
By the way, I would.
He said you're right wing.
He says I'm constantly talking about the right. Maybe I'm making fun of him.
Against it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been against Biden as well. He's left.
Yes. I mean, come on. I mean, I like Biden more than Trump, but I like neither of them to be president, please.
Yeah, same.
I think we're a horrible country in some ways.
I had to go help my kid with something.
Sure, you did. You just dumped out the madness, the Middle East. That's what you did, and I don't blame you. That was left
Jaffe to us.
I like that Myron in the chat says, Jaffe, you sound like Ben Shapiro. Really? Do I? Do I? You think you're just saying all Jewish looking people sound alike? You fucking racist fuck. What are you talking about?
You're just asking questions, and I'm just
right. So what I'm saying is, I may go off and look. I want to see, the side that you're talking about, because the way it's been painted for me has been, they all have valid claims to the land, because how far back do you want to go? And then, regardless of where we are then, where we are now is that Israel has done some awful shit to the Palestinians, and Israel will say it's because we're trying to protect ourselves, and because they keep saying they want us to go into the ocean and die, and they want to get rid of Jews and all this.
They openly say it when Netanyahu's waving a map, raising Palestine. What more do you want?
No. Let me finish. I'm saying this is what has been presented as.
I know, and that's why I'm sorry.
And
what do I do to
the
that?
Palestinians have been suffering as well. So we've been like, Hamas is bad, Palestinians are good. Israel needs to figure out a way.
There's no two sides to this, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm not saying you're wrong or right. I'm saying that that's what has been presented. So talking to this jackass in the stream, yes, FaZe, you dick. Jeff, you don't know what the hell he's talking about. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, he's asking
You
chat. Can you
fucking
not
idiot.
He's just putting these
I
things
did
aside,
not
and I'm
pop
correcting
out of my fucking mom's vagina with the full knowledge of the Middle East politics. You fucking idiot.
You know, like David, I would say this has been going on for a minute now. It shouldn't get to a point where people are noticing right now. You've seen what's happening on Twitter all day, every day. If you're like on Twitter, Gaz knows what I'm talking about. You've seen kids getting blown apart, families getting blown apart. You look at the pictures. It shouldn't get to that point. Look, we always talk about we should never condemn like killing on either side, but it gets to a point where like it's not right, because obviously when Palestine's been locked in and Israel's controlling everything, they're going to a point cutting electric, internet, water supply. What would the people do? They need to fight back, but the thing is, they can't fight back, and they just basically Israel just annihilating them. Kids, children. That's not the way. Genocide. That's not the way to do it.
They pre-announce
enough
it.
Is enough.
Pre-announce the destruction, and you're saying,
they know Hamas is not there.
What do you think Israel? What do you think a proper response from Israel to October 7th should have been?
Well, but ground forces and targeting insurgency.
Entire
residential building, hospital, churches.
But wait a second. I got to ask you about that, because here, let me tell you the message we get, which is, we are trying to bomb and target responsibly. We don't want to kill innocent people. And let me finish though. Okay, let me just tell you what.
No, you. But I'm saying just in general what they're saying. No, you.
Okay, so we're not targeting intentionally, but when Hamas marbles themselves in where their headquarters are in a hospital or in a school, basically they're saying, haha, you can't ever attack us. Now, are you saying that's wrong, that's not a tactic they use?
No, it's wrong. They're talking shit. That's what they're wrong. They've been using this excuse. If you've been following this, civilian targets here and there, callous building destruction. The scale of it right now proves everything. Yep. You're telling me that Hamas has the bases on the entirety of the Gaza Strip? Look how many buildings. Have you seen what Gaza looks like now? Hamas has bases across the whole horizon? No chance.
Okay, so then that tactic is not a valid tactic.
No, Israel has dropped more bombs in that space in like 1 week than the whole Iraq war in a year or something. Are we in the tiniest, densest population with 2 million people squeezed in? And
the only people who have dropped more bombs is probably Matt Booty.
So, but Jaffe, when someone throws white phosphorus at you, which is completely illegal,
I know what it is. I know what it is.
It kills you inside.
Are we still having this conversation? It's like I don't understand. There was a whole video game made about this. What was it called? Spec Ops: The Line, and everyone played that scene and like, oh, that's really bad.
Okay, but you understand what I'm asking. Here's what you have to do, though. If you're interested in understanding and whatnot, is what I'm telling you is, I appreciate that this is your perspective, and your perspective may be 100% correct. But I'm saying that's not the data that has been shared with a lot of people in the West. And so when I ask you,
that's immediate.
Is that not a valid tactic that Hamas uses? Because for me, I would go, shit, that's a hard conundrum. If I need to strike back, but they're inside these places.
The data is wrong.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you just have to look into it. Just look at the scale of it now. Definitely. Just do the numbers.
But where do you look, right? I mean, everybody's biased. Everybody's making money off this shit. Where do you look? How do you know the truth?
Jaffe, knowing the scale and the depth and the fact that Gaza is so tiny, and knowing all the constant breaches of it, knowing that they cut down electricity, water, and gas to an entire population, knowing that, does that not seem significant to you to start making turning a position certain way? Because that I would have thought it'd be like, fucking hell, a country. Can we talk about the starvation? I think people gloss over that, because that is so significant that they cut down the basic amenities of human life on the entire population. And now
you're saying Hamas aside, anybody
Jaffe, you knew these things though. But you knew these things. So why? I don't understand how you can maintain the position.
I don't maintain any position. I'm trying to understand. What I'm asking you is, Hamas aside, you're saying that anybody in the West that is confused shouldn't be confused, because if you look at the actions of the Israelis that are supported by the Americans, and the British, you simply can't justify them, even if they're saying, but we're trying to stop this terrorist group.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
And they're also saying quite blatantly what they want to do.
They want to carpet bomb the whole place. And
the most famous thing. They've already got names for resorts that they've taken over in that place. Their little maps that they've issued. They're so crazy. They've been doing it already. They've been annexing, taking land, and now they're doing it. They've got pre-planned maps ready for to build this nice little beach here. And then you see the TikTok videos. Do you see these people? This trend in Israel. Everyone's dressing up as Palestinians, getting fucking killed like a mom covered in and cutting out electricity and water and social media. They're so bold. That's the media.
Okay, but wait a minute though. Okay, I got to ask you this though. I hear you, and it's awful. But have you also seen a lot of the footage of Jews in Israel going, "Don't do this shit in our name. We're not in support of this."
Absolutely.
So
shout out to them.
Yeah, sure. But where are the bad guys? Like in America, when we got hit on 9/11, a lot of us were going, why the fuck are we going into Iraq? What the fuck is going on? Right?
Yeah.
But are those the same as the Jews right now in Israel that are going, don't do this shit in our name? Is it just Netanyahu has such an iron grip on the politics that no one can?
No, that Israel's horrendously split. He was having a crisis of his career. His party is extremely hard right. They're all hard right. So the Israelis, look, people need to understand, and they have no nuance. When I fucking hate the state of Israel, what it's done, but Israeli people they're split. Even despite that, they're normal people as well, man.
So why do they? The problem is, how did they get into this position where they are like, why are you doing this? We don't want to do this to Palestinian people.
They have mass protests. They have Orthodox Jews, mass protests everywhere. But the government is so strong and so hard right, and there's a significant proportion of Israelis as well, more than that minority, way more, that still believe or are galvanized by it, because by very nature of how Israel is created and inviting Americans, everyone here to take over the land, giving you free passports, just come in if you're Jewish, and then aggressively expanding. It's the nature of the creation of the beast, man. So that's like, of course, a two-state solution. If it works, fucking works better than this. And we've been saying that for years. But the problem, Jews, Muslims, and Christians lived in that peacefully. When the state of Israel was created, the top rabbis writing, just spreading letters against it, like this is gonna fuck everything up. They were so against it. So I get incensed. If I was a Jew, and I know Jewish guys who are vexed at the notion of Zionism in Israel existing, and it's a very that is ironically anti-Semitic because of the story of Jewish stories, like Jewish faith. They're in exile according to their own faith. Are you not? Is it not worshiping the golden calf now that you're having your own land? I know you're not a Haredi Jew or Orthodox Jew, but that is.
I'm not a Jew at all, but I mean I know the story of. Well, when I was 7. But I saw the 10 Commandments and I saw the big cow that Moses got mad about, and don't do that. But yeah, I do know the exile story. So let me ask you this. Where do you think, like, how does this end? Because this can't, right? I mean, I know you don't know. I don't know either, but what do you think? Are we somebody just gonna nuke something and then it's gonna, I mean,
Bro,
World
War I think it's leading to that.
Yeah.
Did you see what Erdogan said today? He said, like,
he's ready.
He's ready. The Turkish. Yeah.
He's ready.
Erdogan is saying,
come in anytime we want.
Yeah, we'll come in anytime we want. And that's the thing. We don't want this clash because a bunch of fucking rich people at the top decided to be.
Every year,
the whole world's gonna get fucked because
every year as I get older, it stuns me how much all of us suffer. And I'm in a privileged position. All of us are. We have power. We have food. We're on a, but yeah, we all blessed, suffer under this 1% across the world. And they're just, the thing that has stunned me is it's not unlike a Bond movie. Like when I would go watch a Bond movie and it was like the crazy bad guy.
There was one.
Well, but here's this story of why he's like that. now that I actually start to see and read about like why Putin is the way he is or why this guy is the way he is, it's all personal fucking shit. And they're just using our world as a train set to fucking get their, I mean, it is, we need to just hire, we need to kickstart an assassination crew. I don't want to be in it. No. I'm serious. I don't want to be in it. But because I wouldn't be very good at it, because it doesn't matter what.
You are just rolling around, the lasers are dodging them in the building like the Matrix.
But, I mean, you know, Mission Impossible. There should be like a physical version of Anonymous. It's like, you know what? We're taking you out. You're
Absolutely.
not. We're all suffering under your horseshit. You're done. You've had 3 warnings. You're fucking done. Right?
You think like, see, these people in power, they have managed to, through negotiation, agreement, and woven control of the world. You would think that by this very same estimate, in that negatives of humanity, there would be a counterbalance where humans together, like with empathy, could create that crack team that you've just suggested and work in harmony across the world globally to take over everyone. And that's such a hard task. It's so laughable to say in this.
Because we're so easily manipulated and put against each other. Even Eastside Vandal says Jaffe's dodging bullets by rolling around on his belly. Absolutely. I was playing laser tag when I was in high school, and I was like, I seen this in a movie, so I was like up on a hill with my laser tag gun, and I laid down. And I had to get to a bush down at the bottom of a hill, and I rolled down the hill. And the guy who's going after me is like, I see you. You're just rolling down a hill. I'm like, I don't know. You know,
that would look so funny from a third person. Just
Brian Harris, I thought this was a gaming podcast. You know what? Let me ask you, your viewership is probably plummeted. That's the thing. I get it. People don't want to.
The people, there's still 550 people watching still.
They don't want to deal with this, and I get it. I mean, people need a break. People need an escape, I appreciate that. But I'm just like, man, I don't know a lot of people like GAAS. You know, I don't know people with that perspective. So I'm fucking grateful for it. But let me ask you 2 quick questions, and I'll get off the subject. One is, you ever think about like those people in Hawaii that got that warning and said the nukes are coming? Right? Yeah. Remember that? And it was a false alarm.
Yeah.
If you got a message on your phone saying it started, you got probably an hour or 40 minutes or 30 minutes. What would you do? Would you panic? Would you just go sit out on the deck and just go, it's been fun? And what's your,
when you have family? No, when you have family, then
what do you do then?
Well, you can't do anything, man. Like, what do you do? They're writing their kids' names on their hands, so when they die, then the bodies can be recognized.
Oh, I'm not talking about Palestine.
Imagine as a mother doing that on someone's body.
I'm not talking about actually what's happening. I'm saying if we knew the missiles were coming,
like as on the receiving end, if we were here,
what do? Do you just, I saw a picture today of a soldier in 1930, I think he was a Russian soldier, and he was about to be assassinated in the woods. Some troop had a gun aimed at him, and the next shot was him lying dead on the ground. But that shot, he had his hands raised and he was just laughing, right? And I was just like, that's an interesting way to go out. It's like, well, this is where my game ends, right? I mean, I'd
love to be able to laugh as I die. That'd be amazing.
I would too.
That'd be amazing, with a smile on my face.
Just like,
all that DMT was true. I mean,
right. The other question is, did you hear about the UFO thing yesterday, 2 days ago?
No.
Well, there was a. This is crazy. There was a top secret American government meeting again on these UAPs, all this shit, and only 3 reporters showed up at the end to ask them about this. And AOC was there, and she said, oh, it's classified, I can't talk. But these 2 guys came down and said, all we know, he says, I don't think we have aliens. He says, I haven't changed my view on that. He says, but someone's discovered some kind of propulsion system that has the potential to change our lives for the better, is what he thinks.
That's Starfield's plot, bro.
And then he says, the problem is that the Pentagon has never had an audit. There is insane amounts of money that we, who are supposed to be overseeing their budget, they're literally in that meeting, they got told that they don't have clearance to know where the Department of Defense is spending this money. So the Department of Defense could be spending in America this money on these fucking propulsion systems, and the taxpayers who are paying for it don't even know. And now they just fucking come out and said it. It's like, yeah, we're spending your money.
Really?
Even though you're an elected official in Congress, you don't have classification. Sorry. And go fuck yourself. And so it's probably not UFOs, but probably is some kind of government program that's paid for by our tax dollars for, private contractors to make this shit. It's insane.
It's more to do with tech.
Bro, they've created something.
Yeah. Think about
what's
it.
What's that documentary you watch? What's the guy's name? It talks about the element or something like he's never ever seen the element or something. What was his name? And
is it?
FBI's
I know who
been
you're
on him
talking
and all that
about.
because he used to work for that. The government.
I'm sure somebody in the chat would know. I forget the guy's name. He's kind of
Element
a
X or
fitness.
something. Element X or some weird element. Like,
yeah. And he goes, what you could do with that was incredible. Like,
yeah, like that. And you know what? Part of me
Bob
kind
Lazar,
of like
Bob Lazar,
that's the one. Yeah.
I kind of like that because, I kind of like it in the sense that we have created something so powerful that could fundamentally change everything. So even though the human beings are dog shit, as we've realized, but in terms of admiring the intelligence of it and where that would take us, because if you were to, I say it's like Starfield's plot, but really you're talking about a propulsion system that will take you, it will be transformative to the humanity's fate. And
if they have it, if they have it, the powers that be are probably getting to use it. Oh, we can get off planet easily. We can travel in time. I'm not saying they can travel in time.
All this is like a distraction. Like, yeah, keep them busy, and they're doing some major stuff happening in the back. Bro, that's how. Who knows?
I know it sounds fucking crazy because I've always been a very middle of the road guy. I don't believe all this conspiracy shit, but the more I see, there's some crazy shit going on, man. Some crazy fucking shit going on.
And knowing the way the world is, really, would you behave any other way? The government would do exactly what it's doing now and censor it as much as possible because it's so sensitive. If you're talking about things that fundamentally like evolve us, it's like that 2001 A Space Odyssey moment where they touched that fucking obelisk.
The monolith, yeah.
Yeah, if they have access to something that's resembling a monolith in terms of that kind of advancements in science,
that's some
then it's going to be some fucking madness. It annoys me that we don't know enough unless we do DMT.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Goddamn right.
Crazy. It's crazy, man.
What we've been hinting at, folks, if you haven't guessed it yet, coming up Halloween night, all four of us will be taking a dollop of DMT. We have a shaman who's zooming in from literally Peru. He has a lot of experience guiding people into the nether realm.
And guiding their vomit into a sewage tank.
Into a sewage tank. And we're going to, in every super chat that comes through while we're on DMT, we will read on DMT so you can help guide our trip. Colt Eastwood, of course, is just learning about this now. And I think you can see a little of the urine pooling in his chair going, what have I got myself into?
Oh my God. Someone goes, did your camera freeze? I'm like,
yeah, somebody said Colt's on a loop. He's not even there anymore. He's
it's like it's always been a loop. Sorry, Colt. I know.
I sat here and just learned. Like, I don't watch.
Fascinating.
I haven't turned on the news since like '97. So yeah.
It's sad, man. Ultimately, it's just like, you would think that after World War II, ironically, that we would have learned, because that's the last big, disgusting, inexcusable tragedy. But genocides have happened again since then. Again and again. Hutus and the Tutsis, what happened to the Tamils, and now it's happening here. It's like, man, what the fuck? We think we're so good as a species, but we suck as a species.
Pieces of shit. We
really are.
My dog's way better.
What do you think? Is it just, you think it's I always associate it with capitalism and fear because people don't think they have enough and there's this scarcity mindset. Maybe that's true. Maybe we're just wired that way because we're still so close to being fucking monkeys, that we haven't really evolved enough.
I think you
were talking about aliens earlier. Like, have aliens made it to our galaxy? And I think somebody help us because we can't even, our own planet, our own species, we can't even stand our own species based on what part of the world we live in or what part of the world we move from. If some green alien comes in, it's just we're so far gone. Even when we talk about the the tribalism of console wars. That attitude spills to everything, whether you love a Ford pickup or if your rival team from a college, like people will beat the crap out of other people at a Cowboys football game. Somebody shows up from it's like, we're doomed. People are so dumb.
Well, yeah, I don't think so. I think the problem is to get to this stage, we've done some shitty things and whatever. But if we get an opportunity and a hard reset all you need is an objectively 100% agreed lie detector. Because the reason why I say that is if humans could subject the people they put into power to this machine, then
they don't care.
They would hire.
Are you kidding? I wish you were right. Do you think if that was the case, Trump wouldn't have even won the first primary or gotten through the first primary? The idea that if you're a liar, that's disqualifying.
People are gullible though. People fall for everything.
Right. But what I'm saying is,
if not, then that means the humans are inherently evil.
That there are people out there that are beyond sixth grade thinking level that actually think the 2020 election was stolen. We know it wasn't. There's evidence upon evidence. There are lawsuits, all this. But they don't really care if it was stolen. They just want their guy to win. I'm not saying the left's any better, but I'm saying your idea of a truth serum that we all agree on, that's irrelevant.
So you imagine a movie like this world, like fictional world where no one could lie, right?
I've seen that movie. That's a Ricky Gervais movie called The Invention of Lying.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Seen it. Ricky Gervais annoys me, but in that world, I imagine, and this is like I haven't seen the results, so I would imagine, and I would hope this comes to the question of how much do we think, how much value or good humanity has, basically. And I think like if we were trying to arrive at truth, maybe people will be saying, yeah, no, I do want to bang this woman because I just like her ass, and then you create a community of really dull humans, like just serving almost like machines. Or you would have like a consensus amongst people who tell the truth. Most majority of people say it's betterment for the environment, for people, for food delivery, everything to behave in a positive way. I don't know the answer to that.
I think everybody knows it's better to behave that way. It's the people who are like, yeah, it is, but they want their power and they want their money, and they look at other people they just can't be empathetic. So they look at other people and they just go, you're a means to an end for me. We're all going to die anyway, so fuck it.
No, but if you got a hard reset, do you think humanity will go back to that again? Like in terms of
hard reset? Oh, it's an interesting question. I see. I see.
That's what I'm talking about. All this is like in a hard reset.
We would have to go back because our issue is, I think we're only going to get through this with literal brain evolution of learning how to deal with all this technology, all this communication, and not be as manipulated. I think it's ultimately a good thing for humanity that we're so fucking open like this. But I think we're nowhere near knowing how to harness it and live with it. So it's a nutty time. It's really keeping me. It's not keeping me up at night, but I've never been as close to an existential crisis as I have this year. The amount of just sadness out there and horror, and whether you're talking at a Palestinian level or a bowling alley level, where a guy just walks into a bowling alley, massacres a bunch of people, including kids, and it's just like, and we just don't stop it in America. Just don't want to. We don't fucking want to,
man.
Dave, that's the human side of us. We're humans. When you feel that type of emotion, seeing that videos, any type of terrorist act or kids dying, people are dying, school shootout. Some people might not feel shit. Some people say, yeah, they deserve it, yeah. But you talking about us guys on the panel, people in the chat, that's what we call people humans. You feel that kind of emotion. Imagine that was my kid. Yeah. My mom, dad, sister, brother, uncle. You feel some shit. Like, I have tears in my eyes when I see like kids in them videos, because I got kids. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, me too. Yeah, no, I know.
I've had tears nearly every day, to be honest.
Yeah. It's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking because I know, like, imagine I was in that position. We were in that position. How would I feel? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So what would you do? Hold on to your family. Just hold them tight and just say a prayer, and then
you can't tell them. You could lie to them, and maybe that's the right move. But you can't really tell them, oh, it's going to be okay. I don't know. I mean, unless death is okay.
Kind of like, yeah, which we are, as in the Islamic faith, told that this life is temporary anyway, and that adds a lot of strength and solace. But we're still human beings, so this life is all we know, really.
The only thing I would say though is that everybody has an exception. Like I think the fact that you don't care that Jim Ryan is crying in a corner because of your T-shirt, fundamentally you're still evil. And that's fine.
Human nature, man. It's human nature. And that's the question is, we're good
beyond it. Star Trek people in the show evolved beyond some of that shit. Can't we get there?
Exactly. And that's why I'm so excited. Like a scientific thing something that will increase our intelligence. You know that video? I think I shared it a few times. It's that really cool AI. When Midjourney was starting to come up, someone made this cool montage of asking AI what humanity will look like in years.
As it evolves,
as it evolves and turns into a fucking chip. And I think it's crazy. Fucking poetic. And I actually would love that. I think the fusion of man and machine, something that we've created to elevate or change our state from being violent. I know it sounds horrible. Like people are like, oh, GAAS, you want to turn it? You have a robot bitch who just want to bang some cyborgs, but not really.
Cool. I would.
But, hey, if you think orgasms feel good now, imagine if like the CPU could make you feel real orgasms through your synapses. You'd be fucking fuck that shit. You're not gonna do old school things. Did you not see Demolition Man? How did they had sex? They put two helmets on and they fucked each other
we stick it to the old school shit.
I would do the old school shit.
You could
do the old school shit in there.
No.
You won't know the difference.
Demolition Man. What did Sylvester Stallone say? Because this is some bullshit.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're taking philosophical advice from Sylvester Stallone?
Hey, why not?
Demolition Man. Would you take off that helmet?
Yeah,
would you take off that helmet?
Yeah.
No.
I would not take off the helmet.
You're wearing the helmet now.
No, that was an hour ago. How did you know that? That's all I used it for. No, but that helmet, if the visuals are just like flashing lights of like the chick's face, that's not. It's like
all it is chasing a fucking chemical concoction in your brain.
That's
right?
all it is.
Although, did you see the science yesterday that I think it was at Harvard? They've been looking at gray matter of the brain for the last 60 years and thinking all the magic happens in the gray matter, but there's equal thing called white matter in the brain.
Racist.
That they have ignored for the most part and said, it's not really as important. And yesterday they're like, we're now able to pick up there's stuff, there's some kind of communication happening from the white matter of the human brain that now we know it's coming out of that section of the brain. We don't really know what it's doing or how it's doing it. So who the fuck knows, man?
Bro, I'm telling you, listen, chat, you guys think it's stupid. Joe Rogan made a fucking documentary about it as well, man. Like do you know what's happening in London right now? In Imperial College, they've got people on drips, and they're intravenously feeding them DMT for periods of an hour. Bro, imagine being a volunteer for that. That'd be amazing.
I know.
That's in London, bro.
Thing ever.
Bro, if you have experienced that, and you would know that they are mapping. There are people apparently mapping. They're mapping fucking places. Other people are doing the same shit, and they're recollecting an entire plane.
And they're seeing a lot of the same shit, right? So it's like, I went to that place, but that was in my head. How the fuck do you know about? It's
bro, it's crazy. People we know, like who have done, they will say, look, I saw this creature. That person is like, and there was like that person's. Oh, by the way, there's one story of a guy who did DMT a few periods of time, built a relationship with this purple being in the DMT realm, right? This purple fusion of colors or whatever she was. And he had a relationship in there. And it was weird because the same thing would keep coming back. Sometimes she'd be inquisitive about his actual girlfriend. Sometimes show a little bit of jealousy, but a lot of it was just peace and love. And then after a few weeks, his friend does it. He didn't mention this blue chick to him at all. And this is the kind of story that happens all the time. He came out and he said, look, man, I said that was crazy. And there was this purple chick kept constantly asking about you and or talking about you. And they're like, oh, you're friends with him and we know him. And it's like, what? Like, and that happens so much. We don't know anything about the brain, man. Like and what's happening there when the scientists find out is parts of the brain that have never communicated before are just massively now opening connections. So it's like, there's a reason it's been legalized. So the scientific community is going to find out. But now they're giving MDMA to people, patients with freaking depression here in the UK. And
we have
LSD as well.
Ketamine treatments here.
Yeah, the ketamine treatments as well. Yeah, my girlfriend's a pharmacist. They give out ket to people who are quite bad, but like that just like is a game changer. And before in the 70s and the war on drugs, which we even know is basically based on racism. Yeah. So like it's crazy. It's amazing. Yeah, the whole war on drugs in America.
The whole war on drugs,
was all based on racism, man. If you look into the history of Reagan and all the bullshit that they were just trying to fight, because people started smoking, getting relaxed, didn't want to go to war. So you had a sizable population who were starting to become apathetic to the idea of going.
And a lot of the Republican Party under Nixon knew that they could incarcerate a lot of black people.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same. It's cliche at this point to talk about it, but it's the same reason that crack cocaine had a different sentencing. Because it was cheaper and it was more of the inner city drug than straight up powder cocaine.
Yeah.
Which you could get off easier for. Slavery's still alive and well in America, but
Yeah, and the rest of the world. God Emperor Sofa King says this could all be solved if the winners in a winners take all game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Of all games as well. There'll be a lot of trap cards. God Emperor Sofa King with a $2 super chat. So we need Big Boss. We need the Metal Gear. We need Big Boss. We need the Metal Gear.
Well, the Big Boss from Metal Gear.
Oh, we need. Okay, that's random. Gamer by choice. Thank you for the $2 super chat. The world needs more open discussions. Congrats. Absolutely, Danny Passion official. Thank you so much. Because Alan Wake is straight fight. Alan Wake is fucking sick. Jaffe, you need to fucking stream that, by the way.
I'm not streaming it. I'm going on Iron Lords tomorrow though, and we're going to talk about it. So I'm going to play it tonight.
Oh shit!
It's hard to get away from Spider-Man though, because I haven't finished it. And I love it so fucking much.
Play this game.
I'm playing it tonight. I'm going to get it. I'm not going to finish it, of course, but I'm looking forward to playing it.
It's going to be wicked. Jets, it has been a very different conversation. Do you want anything to add on Palestine or the conflicts? Anything, Colt Eastwood?
No, I just sat and just learned, man.
It's like
you guys like people don't get it. Like I sat here quietly while you guys talked about that, but I get on the phone with GAAS and I'm like, hey, tell me about this, like from the perspective of Judaism or Islam, and explain this to me as a person who doesn't dive into politics ever, like at all.
Conversations, yeah.
And he teaches me, and he
do
also
your own
brainwashes
research,
me.
People, if people say it's that, please do your own research. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to what I'm sharing. Just open your eyes and just look. Just look. That's all I ask. And you arrive at a different conclusion.
Go to ground.com. It's not it's an aggregate news site. It's not about this view or that view. The whole point of it is media literacy and to show you the blind spots.
Okay, it's not actually up on site. Please don't fucking direct our views to
people who want to fuck dirt. What is ground.com?
Anything is porn right now. There'll be ground. I guarantee you there's ground porn. I watched a documentary of a woman fell in love with a fence.
Okay, but
I can see that.
I mean, some of those fences are so deep.
Can you explain the foot fetish? Because I don't understand.
I cannot, but I appreciate it because a lot of people seem to have it, but I don't have it. But I know that people do. In a large, I imagine that's probably the number one fetish. Wouldn't you say? I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, I mean,
possibly, yeah.
But it depends on what you define as fetish, because a lot of people say I have ass fetish, a dead ass, but that's not kind of fetish.
No, I mean, what is the number one?
Yeah, it's all about dead ass
fetish.
It is. If you come away with anything in this podcast, please remember it's all about dead ass.
Here we go. Here we go. The most common fetishes of 2023. Would you like to hear?
This is going to scar me.
Barry says he has it. That's not to be ashamed of. What do you think it is? Okay, 89% of people have fantasized about some form of group sex. If erotic statistics are your thing, check these. Foot is the most popular fetish in 2022. Gen Y are the highest viewers of feet content. 53% of men and 46% are into fetishes, but it's not a foot fetish. The most Googled fetish in Idaho is erotic electrostimulation.
Who?
That's very specific.
Having
of all the elements, yes, electricity.
Yeah. Having a fetish for feet is the most common fetish in the world. Balloon fetishes called looners enjoy inflating and popping balloons for sexual pleasure. About 1 in 50 Australians say they have engaged in BDSM activities in the past year. A Swedish study found that 1 in 10 respondents were aroused by exhibitionist or voyeuristic sexual behavior. A study in Quebec found that more than half of men fantasize about being dominated. Across one survey, 90% of people have fantasized about group sex. And finally, cross-dressing is not indicative of a fetish disorder.
Oh, good.
Right.
Oh shit. That's some weird. I expected weird shit,
That's
man.
some great knowledge.
I expected some weird shit. Have you seen the Dave Chappelle skit where he got his idea of the internet and he's walking around the internet and the guy comes in, hey, you want penis enlargement? Penis enlargement. It's more the early 2000s version of the internet. It was like that. It was like constant Viagra ads everywhere, and then he goes into thing and he bangs 2 goats. It's really weird.
Oh, excellent.
Shout out to Dave Chappelle.
I need an adult.
You want adult what?
I need an adult.
You need an adult.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
With feet.
With feet, yeah.
Can you imagine if you were super into your like wife and you had a massive foot fetish and she had an accident and lost her feet?
Oh shit!
You get divorced,
or you probably just like, can I bring out the feet? She's like, you save the feet. I'm like, they're formaldehyde. So he puts them on the shelf while they're doing it, and she's like, look me in the eye, and he's like, no, I gotta look at the feet. I'm not coming up with the feet.
Oh,
I think a bigger tragedy that we have to deal with as guys is when leggings or yoga pants become out of fashion. That's the real tragedy that we have to deal with right now. That would be a tragedy,
man.
Absolute tragedy. And this is something that's gone on 10 years, and these things usually go out in a 10-year span. And
what is going to replace it?
Nothing. That's the thing. It's going to be nothingness. The way people are going, you might as well make it transparent. Bruh, there might as well be. When I go to the gym, some of these chicks are wearing some insane stuff that the stitching is designed so mathematically
to go up in
the crack.
Yeah, in the crack.
What is that? What is it? A gym? What is a gym?
Gym is a place where GAAS goes to
workout.
The rest of the world has it, but America doesn't have it.
No.
I say that and I'm massively out of shape.
Listen, here's what I need from these people on your show. Random guy comments. Can I get the super chat?
Go for it.
Go for it, bro.
Man, this podcast feels like 1,000% a chat party in game. From war to politics to war to DMT to sex to leggings. My name is a random guy comments, and I currently have my face buried betwixt your mother's vagina. Listen. If you want to watch the shit I do, find me at David Scott Jaffe on Twitter or David Jaffe Games on YouTube. I will be on the Iron Words podcast tomorrow. I tend to stream 2:00 Monday through Friday when I can, but I'm not perfectly consistent. We talk a lot about games and weird shit.
It's exactly what Jaffe's. You know what? You should have a co-host, because I think people's your takes are lost on it if people don't see the reaction to what you're saying. Because chat is like gaming chat. Yeah, it's so sterile. It's also reductive to a bunch of letters on screen. So you don't get to glean the kind of reaction you should glean had you had someone being a recipient there, like a normal.
Where do I find this person, guys?
You have to make that the fucking choice. You have to find the person. Who do you think gets the best out of you?
We can get you Nicola. We can make it happen.
I don't know him. I want a lady.
He's on Twitter, probably.
I want a lady who has a sexy voice. I was thinking I was going to hire a sex worker and just say, look, we don't have to have sex. I don't even have to know you, but can I hire you for 2 hours, 3 times a week to just, there's got to be sex workers that love video games.
Bro, I had the same idea for a skit for years.
No, not a skit. Yes. No, in your world, it's a skit. In my world, it's real. I want to do, I think that would be fantastic. Then, she'd be sexy and smart. And
bro, I would 100% watch that.
You goddamn
because
someone used to
of course you would. Like someone really good looking is a model, but super
remember.
gamer as well, and is showing flesh in this day and age. It's like, what would she be like? Like she's not scared of her sexuality.
Someone used to do that. Someone used to work in the sex industry. Colt, do you remember Chris Steele?
Chris Steele?
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to do a podcast with a sex. She was in the business or something. They did a podcast.
You know who does streaming is
Really? Oh shit!
What is
Before
her
your
name?
time,
She
this is
was
a
she did
console
porn. Sasha Grey. I have a huge crush on Sasha Grey. I don't know a lot of porn stars. She was an ex-porn star, but now she has a Twitch channel and she just streams games.
Really?
Sasha. Yeah, look her up. Don't you have to look up the naked stuff if you don't want to. But just look up her. She's a beautiful woman, smart woman. But you know, she's too big for me. She'd be like, you know, come on, man, really.
Sasha Grey. She looks fit though. So she used to be a porn star, and then she became. Oh yeah, she is.
And then she's an actress, and yeah. And
now she's Twitch. That's cool, man.
Yeah. So I maybe I'll do that. But I hear you. You're saying a co-host would be a good idea, Gaz.
I think the co-host is good because you need someone to actually feed off your what you're saying. Because if you're speaking in the ether and you've got people in chat they don't appreciate or understand the nuance, and then you have someone to bring it out. I think it would really help. I think it'd really help. Ideally, it should just be you. But the thing is, I don't think people value you as much as they should. And that's why I talk about presentation. I feel like people are idiots. We have to feed, not all idiots. I'm just saying people who are cunts to David Jaffe all the time. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. But
why is that word so bad in America, Colt? Cunt and twat. Those words should be.
It's just a very, very vulgar term in American culture, but over in the UK, it's totally
Australia, it's a term of endearment, and the way they say it, Jaffe, is so cool.
They say twat, right?
Twat's like your twat.
I watched the goddamn Ted Lasso. I know all about the UK now. I watched Doctor Who and Ted Lasso. What more do I need to know?
Well, you need to know that in Australia, they say that as a term of endearment. They say, "What's up, cunt? Strike, cunt? You're a sick cunt. You're a sick cunt for that." And I love that. I used to watch Superwalk all the time. They just, the Lebanese crowd, they're just, I have a friend of mine called Carlos. He's so cool, man. He's a Lebanese guy in Australia. And the way he goes, one of the first things he asked me, he goes, "Yo, guess, hey, you got good sluts in the UK?" I'm like, "A good slut?" He's like, "Yeah, you got good sluts." And that was like, that kind of blew my mind a bit. It kind of fucked me up. I was like, "Wait, hold on, a slut can't be good." Then I'm like, "Hey, I'm just passing judgment on their profession. Maybe they're really nice people, and then they just have to go through some madness." So I'm like, so does he mean good slut in terms of they're good at sex?
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Have you ever utilized the sex worker? Have you ever gone out and procured?
I went to Thailand. I didn't do anything with them, but bro, like you go to a go-go bar and they're just boys, that's where all the best music is. And all you see is this. It's just like, what the fuck? And then all these guys taking out these chicks, like you've got all kinds. I'm like, and they still maintain a smile on their face. And I'm just like, yo, man, like, so we're just chilling and, just having a sick time. And the girls will come up and you'll have a conversation. They're hard because they don't speak English that well. And I was like, oh, so like, I'm not trying to be weird. Don't be dick. Like, so why do you do this in life? Your life is shit. And, not like that. You have to be very gentle in the way you bring it up, man. Come on. You don't understand. I'm trying to learn. So it's like, yo, how is it? Is it hard here? Like, you get some crazy stories like, oh, I'm sorry about that. Like, or why do you do this? Because I have to feed in the village, like family. Like, I was like, holy shit, man. Like, that's like we have to feed the family. It's like, and it's so normal in Thailand. Sex doesn't even feel like a thing. It feels like something you can buy. And it doesn't feel like, you think icky, it doesn't feel like that in Thailand. It's so weird. They're so relaxed on it. It's just like, I didn't find it like, oh, bad weird. I thought it would. I'm like, oh, actually I did. In some parts they were like, when you see some skeezy looking guys and the way they just like treat women, like even like, it's like, you're a fucking piece of shit. She's not a piece of meat, man. And you see that a lot. You see a lot of humanity there, man. Like, where's the world, man?
I went to a whorehouse.
That's the whole of Thailand I was talking about. Thai people. Where we were crazy. But a whorehouse, what does that mean?
That's like in Vegas or outside of Vegas where it's a brothel where it's legal. I did that once. I was curious, and so I went. and it was, it's interesting.
Bro, on Gamescom, a couple of my mates, I won't say who, went to the biggest European, 8 floors, and opposite is another one. And it's like, you just go there, it's surreal. It's like, it's fucking
7
mad.
or 8 floors?
8 floors.
What's on the top? What kind of
I'll tell you what's on the top. You asked the sickest question. Do you know what was on the top? I'll tell you what was on the top. My battery's fucking running out, but I'll tell you what. So I didn't go there. So the taxi driver was telling us what's on the top. So he's talking about, hey boys, because my mates are just getting licked, and they were like, yeah, let's do some shit. And the taxi driver's like, hey, they're a really nice taxi driver. He goes, when I really hate you guys are really cool passengers. You're such a good, fucking funny, hilarious taxi driver. When you get those guys who actually have banter, other people are like, hey, how's your day? I'm like, oh, shut the fuck up, I don't want to talk to you. But this guy was just joining in the jokes, cussing my friend. It was hilarious. And he was like, hey, you guys are cool, but for the people I don't like, I send them to the 7th or 8th floor, wherever. I'm like, why? What's there? They're just like
chunk from the
men
Goonies,
doing crazy, like something from, it sounded like something from the movie Hostel, and if you know that movie, it's a fucking up movie. It's not that bad. It wasn't that bad, but it was just like very kinky. I'm like, yo, imagine going straight to the 8th floor, seeing that, like, fuck, and there it is. Now you have some metal thing being put inside your ass.
Hey, guys, just like the boys in that episode, one of the final episodes, and all that orgy party going on.
Oh my god, yeah, that was.
Hey, before I go, can I do one chat?
Absolutely.
God Emperor Sofa King, I just want to point this out. PlayStation scaling back its games and service ambitions. It's being reported. Sony is said to be reversing course and leveraging third parties to catch up on some IPs. This news just came out. So I want to let you know, God Emperor, unless this has been verified, I did see that news where Sega was going to do a Wipeout game for Sony, and there was one other Namco Bandai was going to do one of their classic IPs and all this stuff. The question is, though, it only came from one guy who's kind of just this dude on Reddit. So I don't think this is official yet, and it may never be official, but I do think it's an interesting concept. But I don't know that Sony's actually anybody's actually committed that. I think it's just a rumor at this point, but it's interesting. I'd take a Wipeout from the guys who made what is it? Well, Sumo Digital got purchased, I think, by Embracer or Tencent, but they made those great Sonic games, man. Sonic Racing.
It was amazing.
Great.
They were really good games.
They sure were. Absolutely.
Unlike the new Sonic game, which sucked. Thank you, Everborn, for that. The game's shit. It's like Sonic Mania, but it's not even good. It's shit.
Fellas, I'm going to head out.
All right.
I appreciate you having me. Again, catch me on my ship, people. Catch me on Iron Lords.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey, man.
Thank you guys for the education on Palestine. I'll be doing some research.
Thank you so much.
Colt, thank you for being vanilla as you always are. I appreciate it. You know what somebody said to me, Colt? They were on NeoGAF, and they said they were laying into me because I don't fucking know what it was. They were laying into me because of the Connie whatever it is.
Yeah, of course.
And they're like, and then they retweeted where I said, "Hey, I'm going on Colt Eastwood show tonight," and the response was, "How far can one man fall?" I'm like, "Is Colt a bad guy? Do you guys not like Colt? Do you guys like anybody?"
Bro, NeoGAF said that. Do you know there is all ponies in there? You know that, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm out. Like you guys. Nice to meet you. That. I want a T-shirt like that.
We'll make you a T-shirt.
All right. Yeah, sure. Once I get my pipe stems, I understand. All right. See you guys. Bye, everybody.
See ya.
All right, take care. I've got the.
Well, I mean, Jeffy can't go on a PlayStation show because there's like 2.
He did try it once. Imagine how that went.
Two decent ones.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
Really? You could go on weapon wheel. That'd be fucking hilarious if you went on weapon wheel. Because those guys are wild.
They just attack him. That's it, bro. I remember
they want to attack him.
They tried to invite me one time to kiss my ass.
Bro, BG's cool people, man. You can have like those guys. Yeah, they've got some ponies there, but they have really good chat, man.
Random guy says Colt and Dealer have to stay professional because they're Xbox ambassador. I'm not an Xbox ambassador. I'm not in their program. I'm not in their MVP program.
Yeah,
I just try and stay who I am.
Look, Colt, there's nothing wrong with that. Listen. We've been around for a minute, podcasting as well. I know you done it about 1-2 years before me as well. But you got to understand, Colt, no matter what, you can be neutral, you can be fair, but you're not neutral anyway. We know that for a fact. You're an Xbox guy.
You're not.
Embrace that shit. That's the way I say. Because no matter what, you can say Spider-Man's a 10 out of 10. They're gonna say Colt is full of shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was
the PlayStation game, but you know for a fact.
I said something nice about Spider-Man, and they said Colt's account got hacked.
No, but Sean, one thing you have to understand, everyone has their place in the console wars, but you and Dirt, I love it. Just you have to carry on doing what you're doing.
Let me. When I started the console war, I started in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who I was going against?
Who?
J-Dub, P-Rock, Black Baron. You name all of them
These guys aren't even real.
So them are the guys I was going against with. Poster was there as well. The homie Poster with me as well. So I've been there since 2018 talking about all our PlayStation needs to make more multiplayer games, but they always relied on Call of Duty. That's what they used to say to us. Now we're laughing at them. But like I was saying, like, this is what we always talk about. No matter what, like Colt can say, you can say this game's a 10 out of 10, but the PlayStation guys, the ponies will come and say, you know what, he's full of shit. They'll always call you out or something. But when it comes to the Xbox games, do they praise it? Do they fucks?
Nah, they don't.
Never give
they have to
never
force
give it credit.
out of them. Paul Rock is such a big Bethesda fan, has not even played Starfield. He's played Forspoken. He's going to play fucking everything. P-Rock, you deserve to get marked for that. But generally, like, look, in the console war space, ladies and gentlemen, this is David Attenborough. We're bringing you console war facts. You have your frontline people. You got your Dirt and you are TT. You've got Sean. They're there fighting. And then you have some people who have to maneuver. They have to be double agents. Have to show different sides that we are better than them. The quality of the content has to be better. The arguments going in there, and I'm that guy. But sometimes I have to go hard because I want the brand to do well. I want to play Xbox to do well. And if you want it and you feel it, you will say what you want to say, even though that makes you enemies. And then you got your guys, Sean, and that came after that. After I was rinsing Phil Spencer and their performance. Remember the whole Source video and all that 100%. Shit. And then Phil Spencer comes out and says the exact same thing I'm doing. He said 2022 was shit. We fucked up. It won't happen again. And he said all the things I did. And because, if you know, since he said that, I've calmed down a little bit because he knows. Look, if he thinks he's fucking kumbaya and not doing, but they're not kumbaya.
No,
and you see the emails, you see all that shit. Matt Booty, I used to if he got promoted as president, and I heard about that last year, I would have made 10 videos. Like, get the fucking guy out of it. After the emails, I realized, actually, I was wrong. This guy's a killer. This guy has an appetite to make some memes. These guys are aggressive. Sarah Bond is, this is the topic I guess we'll talk about now, the final topic.
Let's go.
Xbox leadership shakeup. We've got the first female president in Xbox history, and it's Sarah Bond.
In gaming history.
Gaming.
Remember that.
Shout out Sarah Bond. And Sarah Bond, is going to fuck shit up. She doesn't want her legacy to be shit. She wants it to be mad. She has the power.
She's got it. Like, I'm sure you guys will agree with me. I think she's got that killer instinct.
I believe in her.
100%. She's been following Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer has been taking her to like Japan, to these events, to studios. Have you noticed? She's always been on the Xbox Game Showcase announcing that Starfield is exclusive. Blah blah blah. So she's been learning the trade. Going to Japan, going to King Activision. Been in the. Did you guys get a chance to listen to her at the court case? Colt?
Oh man, she was amazing at the court case. She was incredible at the court case. But I didn't. That actually changed my opinion of her the most. Like, I knew she had it. I knew she had the fire, but it was like, okay, it's saying something because a lot of Phil Spencer is good at is talking and saying the right things. Sarah Bond could just be an extension of that, but just how proficient she was and how she understood it, how naturally she said it in court about her favorite game and Game Pass and how the way she sold it. You know, Sarah Bond is a big. It will be that judge when they made that decision. Sarah Bond's voice will be echoing pretty strongly in her head because Sarah Bond did a great job in that, in my opinion. So Sarah Bond deserves this position anyway. But I think she's going to be a wicked for a shakeup. I hope I'm not wrong, but I definitely believe in her. If I didn't, I would say it.
It's positive. The way you're looking at this right is positive because Phil's taken a lot of stuff on. When he became the head of Xbox, then obviously moved his way up to like charge of first party, head of Xbox, Microsoft CEO gaming. He's got to take away a bit of that pressure. So do you know what? Sarah Bond's been doing a great job. She's learning the game. She did awesome when it came to the ABK deal, the court cases. She's one of the reasons why this deal got through as well. Do you know what, Sarah? You've been leading it. Xbox is yours. You take it. Control Xbox hardware, live, whatever you want to call it outside. Matt Booty, P-Hands, get your punk ass out of there. You take over Zenimax. This is awesome to see. This gives Phil Spencer a chance to take away some of them some of that pressure, relieve that pressure, and you just continue doing what you need to do. And I felt like Phil had a lot of stuff on his plate. Now he's making
lot of stuff understatement of what, bro? It's $70 billion deal hanging on this guy. He was visibly distressed, and he said it on a talk show.
Yeah, you can see it now. But when he was at Activision, he was laughing, having a lot of fun. But like, Colt, what about you, bro? When you see Sarah Bond, Matt Booty getting promotion, and then you see the blue side getting demotions or getting fired, how does that make you feel?
I love how he's interviewing me.
There you go, man. Awesome. We want to know. You be sitting there like a statue. What do you think about this?
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I have to kind of repeat what you already said, but Sarah Bond's going to make a name for herself in her station where she is and like where she came up. And I met her a couple of years ago in LA, and talking to her, like I knew. I even kind of made the joke to her last year in June, and I said, when are you going to take Phil's spot? And she goes, oh my gosh, Colt, can you tell Phil that I'm ready? And I laughed because she's like has so much energy. But what we need is for her to be aggressive and take the reins and say, I'm going to make a name for myself on Xbox's behalf, and I'm going to bring them up into a big spot in the gaming scene and do that, because the people will look back and say the Sarah Bond years when she was running Xbox was when they were dominating, because you want to have that legacy. And the stage has already been set. Like, all the studios are here, the deal's closed. Once the deal closed, Phil's like, all right, cool, you run this. Matt Booty, I want you to be able to say to Arcane, no, you are going to delay the game or you're going to cancel it. And they didn't have that power before. So the time of Xbox being in third place in the plastic war is long gone. I think that time was over in 2018 when Phil said we're building a big studio set, and people don't get that. They still want to say, oh, but look at MPD and look at the sales console numbers. Those ponies are stuck in the 2010s. Let them be stuck in the 2010s, because there's
a big shock coming. There's a big shock in the industry coming with ABK. And that's why the leadership is leaving. They're fired at such a tumultuous time, and the closing of this deal that if it went through, PlayStation would die, according to Jim Ryan, or the way he was going about it. It obviously was big. So but I genuinely think that pivot or whatever, it may be bad for PlayStation now, but they'll be fighting for their place in the industry. And you want PlayStation, despite being a clear winner now, it cannot afford to be uncomfortable. It cannot get comfortable. And PlayStation will never get comfortable. And so you're going to get, as a PlayStation gamer, ultimately, I think if PlayStation can withstand the force of Xbox, some great games. But the games that you think you like, or the games that you hate, might be the games that are doing well on PlayStation, bruh. So all your narrative is going to fuck you in the ass, because you'll be like anti-multiplayer, anti-GAAS and everything. And PlayStation is thriving. They'll have one or two more games like that. But then Game Pass is putting pressure. And Game Pass's games are all single-player games as well. The big ones. Hellblade, Avowed, freaking Elder Scrolls, freaking that Clockwork, whatever. There's all those games, Midway Express. They're all single-player games.
Well, imagine if PlayStation puts out some like Rumbleverse or Fall Guys game, like style game that just is really huge. And like, that's the big talk of the town for PlayStation. And those guys who are like really holding on to the third person narrative, open world action adventure formula that may eventually become sort of out of fashion. They're going to be upset when PlayStation says, look, now this is our bread and butter. And Xbox has had their own bread and butter in multiplayer games or cooperative games. It's funny when we make fun of Sea of Thieves, and people are like, Rare is a former shell and their former shell. But Rare is really super successful. And they're doing really great with a game that people dismiss, but it's seen millions of players. They're funding all kinds of new expansions. I can't wait to see what they do next. The perception that people have for what they think gaming is going to be, or what Xbox is going to be, or what PlayStation should be, is so skewed into one simple narrative that I hear over and over, no matter where you go, where people say Starfield's mid, none of those games are going to be good. None of those games, it's for the Xbox, it's not quality, it's quantity over quality. And then I show them that the games are all the same rating across the board as they are on PlayStation, and it just goes on and on. The perception drives me crazy. I'm tired of it.
It's still good, but guys get the supers.
I was just about to do that right now because I actually missed some. This is so hard. This is why my solo stream, I will interact with you guys so much more because it's very hard to balance.
We gotta blame David Jaffe for that.
David Jaffe was really hard to it's really hard to get the super chats. He's lovely, he's amazing to talk to, but it's going to be hard to you don't want to interrupt him. But when my solo stream, we can interact hopefully a lot more. I'm really guilty about that. I'm sorry. Danny Passion Official with a $5 super chat. Here's the truth that everyone may ignore. I may get blocked for saying this, and because inquiry shall be abound, the love of many shall wax cold. Matthew 24. I didn't really grasp that. But that sounds deep. I'm not ignoring you, by the way. I saw your other super chat. Random guy comments, thank you for the $40 Canadians, man. He goes, Night Owl here. I play on Aussie servers in Hell Let Loose when all American neighbors are asleep. I got used to using the C word. Not good, love. Flanks. Yeah, bro. Don't use that with Americans because they treat it in a different way. Or actually, no, just carry on doing it and teach them the source, bruv. You don't have to change your ways forever all the time. Just say the tags. Rambling Entertainment with a $2 super chat. PC is closed. We are not taking console refugees. Shut the fuck up, lad. We're pulling in there, bruv, when we want to, bruv. You guys
only Ono's Alex can say that. That's that. No one else can say that. PC is closed.
We're there, bro. Even he can't stop us. Jamal Lee with a $2 super chat. S tier is not 12-hour campaign. No co-op on one platform. That's
Spider-Man.
Oh,
man. It's true though, bro. Like,
you know what? I mean, they made a third Spider-Man game, GAAS. I really liked the game. I would give it high praise for being such a great game.
How would you score it? What would you give it? What score? You've completed it. What score would you give Spider-Man?
Shoot. You're putting me on the spot because
as we should.
The combat is such a chore sometimes. And in a game like Batman, which they have similar combat, the combat can be tiresome. But when I'm playing the game, I'm thinking, and I sat here and played with my 12-year-old son, and we played a lot of it. We took turns playing it, and awesome. I watched him just take on very difficult parts of the game, just like I do. And I thought, why isn't this game online co-op? Like, you have Miles and Peter. Why didn't you go for the third Spider-Man game and go for a game where you can play the game with both of you?
Because that requires actual work.
Like, why did they elevate? Like,
that's what they did was the point, though. They'll stick to the same shit and make it look prettier. Or
what
maybe
they did was they elevated the sequel or the trequel.
I would get it 100% if it was co-op. Look, I would be so excited.
One of the things they did well.
If it was co-op, you can have like the Crackdown type fun.
Bro,
that'd be fucking amazing.
I mean, they have these moments where Miles will jump in and help you, but it's like
man, that's
an hour total the whole game. But I'm not trying to bag on the game, but just hear me out since I played the whole game and you guys didn't, right? So listen, the game does a really good job of. There's way too much variety almost where they just did so many more things in the open world that the other two games didn't do. And you're in the open world like, oh, they did a lot more and you could do a lot more things. But then when we got toward the end of the game, I'm like, you gave me another, like they would pop up a certain colored icon and like, oh, this is something you do and it's all over in every district. And then you'd get them all out and then there'd be a different one, like another one. And then by the time we were almost done with the game, there was a whole other thing. There was just so much to do and it became so tiresome. And I'm like, why didn't you just why didn't you elevate the game instead of that variety in what you do in the open world? Why didn't you elevate it?
The open world bloat, you're saying that's why it has a lot of bloat?
There is a ton of it. There's puzzles, there's grab things, there's fly through things, there's chase things. And I'm not talking about the crimes. I'm talking about icons they put on the map. Before it was like a backpack and doves, pigeons, right?
Pigeons, yeah.
And the first game, and this time there's like several different things that you do, and some of them where you fight people.
But critics like that apparently. The game at 91 Metacritic. People like that stuff. We're in the minority. Like,
but they have these big set piece moments that Xbox has not had since Gears 5. Like you're chasing an enemy and he's breaking through walls and gates and windows as you're chasing him. And I'm like, that took time to build that. And it's super impressive and it's really fun. But
we want just one Xbox game to do it, and then go back to just making this kind of games we like.
Seriously, I'm like, yes, like what Cog says, like just make one game in that vein, and then
make
move
it really
on
good, and then move on to something else, and back to your normal co-op and everything, because that's what distinguishes two.
100%. We know that Fable's gonna have that, Hellblade 2, and we know the next GAAS.
I hope
push that. No, they will have it. They'll have it.
I hope
Hellblade is a very weird exception. How are you going to make co-op work in a game that's solitary about
co-op,
this
I'm
woman's
just talking
mind?
about the cinematic. What he's talking about, the cinematic experience.
Oh, sorry,
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like you see the big giant attacking your character, which is really cool and something that larger than life enemies don't happen often on first party Xbox games. Like Gears 5 had a huge creature you fought at the end, which is really freaking awesome. And
that's why Hellblade is important. Hellblade 2 is very important.
But anyway, Colt, what is the score?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I forgot.
You've completed it. So you can definitely.
It's a high 80. Yeah, it's a high 80, maybe a 9, but
89.
8.8.
But there's some. But the problem is there's just those. The game's really great, and of course, I don't have a reserved number of 8s or 9s or 10s that I give games. I hate that people feel like, well, I don't want to give out too many 9s because that's special. But the game's just really well done. It's just, it's the third time I've done it, and that really wears on me to the fact. Well, I loved 2018 Spider-Man to death. I liked it more than God of War, and people get mad when I say that. That year, I thought Spider-Man was a way more enjoyable game. It was way more. I just really liked it. I liked the world and the characters, but that's me. Right?
God of War 2018, it was so good. I had to finish in like 2 sittings. I was like, wow, they've done great. But then the enemy variety was a bit dead at the end, and I'm this needed to get.
And I didn't like the Uncharted style puzzles where you're pushing carts and stuff in God of War. But anyway, those games are really great. But then when Miles Morales came out, I was like, I just did this like last year. And it's like, no, Colt, you did it 2 years ago. I go, yeah, but I'm old. Same thing. And then when they announced Spider-Man 2, I was like I think they announced it the year that Miles Morales came out, and I'm like, really? You're already ready for Spider-Man 2? And I kid you not, the plastic was still warm on the shrink wrap for the physical copy of Spider-Man 2. And the developers out here going, we pretty much know what we're going to do for Spider-Man 3. I'm like, oh, do you? Yeah? Are you going to pump that out in like 2 years? Oh, I can't wait.
Did they say that? Did they say they're already making Spider-Man 3 already?
And get this, I sent you a quote on DM today. They were interviewing the developer about why is Mary Jane so OP? Because I'll save you the whole shenanigans about she has this taser gun that can one-shot enemies. I'm like, yeah, they kind of have to because she's not going to punch and beat people up. But they said, why did you make MJ so OP in Spider-Man 2? And he said, I don't give a shiz. It's important to make MJ a capable hero. And I'm like, okay,
well, then why maybe I need
to be corrected. Hold on, maybe I need to be corrected, but
the gameplay,
I don't read all the comments, all the comic books like Zocker, who was a virgin until he got into his 30s, right? I'm just kidding, Zocker. But Zocker and I talk about this, right? And Zocker's read all the comic books, right? I don't know the comics, but help me out, chat. Were there certain series in the comic books where Mary Jane was like a hero and beat up people or went and saved the day? Because there are moments over and over where MJ got the final blow on a bad guy, and I'm like,
oh my god, that's so lame, bro. That's so lame, man.
Strategic goes Mary Jane Man too.
Kind of like little loose anyway. And then you got Mary Jane fucking knocking people out, bro. The best Mary Jane wasn't the last Spider-Man movie, played by Marissa Tomei, because she's fit. But other than
no. That was Aunt May. But like, there's this moment where everyone's like attacking a bad guy or a boss, so to speak. I'm trying to spoil it, like, and everything's about to happen, and everybody's gonna die, and I'm going like this, like a shake weight, and everything's like all of a sudden Mary Jane goes and like, pew, and she shoots her taser gun, and it's the final blow that leads to a chain reaction of like the world like being saved. I'm like, really? She had to be the one, like, she goes,
checklist. We have achieved female empowerment.
Who was that Olympic swimmer? Leah Thomas or something? That's Mary Jane.
I don't, and I know it sounds super
Olympic
hateful.
Swimmer that was a man, and she obviously competed in the women's sport.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a problem with. I do not have any kind of problem with powerful women. Like that's not like what it's about. But it's like, why did Mary Jane have to? Why does she have to constantly save the day? Like who was looking? It takes away. It takes away from Miles. Like. In the Spider-Man 2 game, like Miles is becoming.
What I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know, bro. You're so raw.
But yeah, getting back to what were we talking about?
Oh my god, Colt knows, Colt knows that.
Colt's virtual signaling. I'm literally making fun of how ridiculous it is to make sure that a female is a hero in a game where effing Miles Morales was supposed to have a building up moment and become like the young new Spider-Man. And Mary Jane's like, here, I'll take care of it. Pew! I win the day in her leather jacket. Who wears a leather jacket in 2023?
Hey, man. If she was fit, she could
wait,
put it off.
Watch, hold on.
No, you can wear leather jackets.
That purse.
It's not about fashion.
Doesn't look good on you.
What the fuck are you doing here? She doesn't look good anyway in standard. No, that's horrible. Like, there's this thing, yeah. Danny, passionate official with the $2 super. Let me read these super chats before I say this. GAAS blocked me for real. I didn't read the super. I read it after the fact. Random guy comments.
I'm so hungry right now.
Get something. I love Starfield. I walk 100 feet from a random landing spot and find a huge structure that goes way underground. No wonder there's loading screens. I think loading screens suck, but it is such a nice universe to be into. Yeah. And I need to go back into it, but there's so many good games this year. Like they're coming out. Apart from Spiderman. Purple Tree Frog, thank you for your member for 17 months. I'm nearly 1 hour behind. But thanks for using your platform to educate the racist piece of shit Netanyahu is putting the people through in Gaza. Yeah, of course we have to. Well, David Jaffe asked it. We don't shy away from that discourse here. It's a free podcast, man. Let's talk about whatever. THX1138, thank you for the $2 super chat. There's so many QTEs through the game. Sit and watch. I think you're talking about
Spider-Man.
Oh, Spider-Man.
He's right about
Spider-Man.
that.
Yeah, that's what it is. A triangle. Triangle.
No. It's square. Square.
All right, square. It's like, okay. Like, I'm not into that comic as well, so that has a big play. Wolverine, I keep saying it, man. Insomniac, you really need to do something sick with that because you can do something more linear. None of this open world bloat. Make it violent. We'll give it props. Unlike ponies, we'll be like, they'll never give props, but Xbox guys will give props because we're fair like that. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, man.
We're fair because we don't have any games to talk about.
What about the fact we've got loads of games, man, and it feels good to be an Xbox guy because you got the leadership changes, you've got ABK, the marketing's coming, the roadmap is going to be coming soon. We haven't even got disclosure on what ABK entails, which they'll talk about next year. You're going to have developer directs, lots of these mini events, like big marketing pushes, and you're going to be like, yo, let's see what like COD. They could even release a COD game a week, like bam, this one, like yeah, that's a sick one.
Did you see
Transformers, all that shit.
When it came to the Call of Duty, the mobile, was it Warzone 2 or something? 45 million people pre-registered for that game for mobile for next year.
Really? What's coming out next year on mobile?
Call of Duty, the new one.
Mobile Warzone 2.
The new Warzone.
Yeah. 45
so the one that we have
people.
right now on normal, that's coming out on mobile. So it hasn't come out yet on mobile.
It's already on mobile, but there's a Warzone 2 in the works.
The Warzone 2 that is out now. Yeah. That Warzone.
45 million people pre-registered.
Somebody tried to tell me that PlayStation wasn't niche. Mobile gaming and PC was niche. And I'm like,
Call of Duty's got a mad mobile presence, man.
There's more people playing Call of Duty mobile than there are people on a PS5.
That's right. You know, they laughed at Phil Spencer. Do you remember when they were laughing at Phil Spencer when he said he wants to reach 1 billion gamers?
Yeah.
They laughed at him. This is
he's not going to,
2016. But
this
the
is
way
how you
he's
do
achieved it, this is how you do it. He was talking about the broader scale of this, talking about from consoles topping out like between Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft, 300 million max at best.
That's mad.
He wanted to push.
I'm gonna take a piss. You guys carry on.
Yeah. I remember like they were. He's gonna take a piss. I remember
He's
they
always
were
taking a piss.
like we've been on podcasts. You remember them same conversation back in 2018, 2019? They were laughing at him when he said there's billions of gamers out there. Ha ha ha! Xbox can't hit 50 million console sales. How can he reach 1 billion gamers? This is how you do it. This is how you roll. The mobile side, console side, PC side, handheld, cloud gaming. Put your games everywhere. Xbox is the get like Game Pass. Xbox is the ecosystem. They want everybody into the ecosystem. Now, the benefit with ABK, you got to understand, the biggest deal for Phil Spencer and his team was the mobile side. But the bonus for us, even though we don't care about the mobile side, but I understand the business of it. But when it comes to the console side, we got the Activision and Blizzard side. So that's amazing for us. Let King do what he needs to do. Make the money over there. When it comes to Blizzard and Activision, that's on the console and PC side. And I love
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've been listening to what you're saying.
No, they can continue with that because people always forget. Like, I don't give two shits about King. I tell you, I don't give two shits, but I understand the business side of it. It makes sense.
Absolutely.
But
think about what's happening with King. I don't think people understand actually the scale of what's going to happen. You're trying to make Xbox a brand name, and you have a sort of complete dominion, not dominion, but a sizable, like, there's other players in this space, by the way. But Microsoft gets a big chunky one with King and Candy Crush. That's Xbox marketing slapped around multitude of phones. I go to a train in London, I cannot escape a Candy Crush. It's not possible. And it's everywhere. Now it's tied to Microsoft marketing. So that's going everywhere as well. And so then you got Call of Duty Mobile as well. That's Xbox marketing. Then they incentivize stuff on Game Pass, and you get cloud, and you get all these games, which they need to do a better job of having on cloud. But once they get there, and they're not distracted by this deal now that's gone through, they're going to push that 100%. And that's going to be like a formative change on Microsoft. You're not talking about sustainability. You're talking about Microsoft just making mad money, and it has a lot of eyes on it as a result of this insane marketing push. Is making Xbox a brand name.
Let me ask you something.
I
know we talked about this earlier in the show. I know it's midway as well. After the ABK deal was done, it's a different energy. You can see the way Xbox is moving right now. The marketing just jumped up like 1,000% straight away. Xbox partner show this preview showcase. We didn't know shit about that.
Shut down like this in 1 week. Boom.
1 week there. Satya Nadella's coming out. We're doubling down on the studios and publishers. You got Sarah Bond promotion, Matt Booty promotion, other people like below, like Phil and his team, promoted or moving in different places. Xbox is gonna be moving in a different. 2024, they're gonna be moving in a different lane.
Depends on when you actually get to see the results as well. Like, these are big changes.
Next week, what did Jez say? You might want to tune into the BlizzCon for the first hour or two. Jez said that.
Shit.
He goes, Xbox community. He goes, the
think
Xbox
about Megaton
community.
they could drop. They can drop Megaton right now. Boom. World of Warcraft in Game Pass subscription. Boom. Done. What the fuck?
I think it's
they
the Odyssey
announced
game.
they're working on WoW on console. People will lose their fucking minds.
Even though I don't give
people
two
lose their
shits about
fucking
it.
minds.
It's massive.
I give a shit, but I used to play WoW. I will get back on WoW if it's on console.
I would
That would
say
be bad.
this.
And I don't think that's that hard to do, apart from the UI on the mobile. But a console on a controller. I think that would be big. Everyone's saying just do WoW on console. Whether or not it works or not, we'll see. But I think that people start playing WoW for the first time. Yeah, that's like digital crack. Even today, I think it would. But I don't know.
Some games like that, but it's going to be interesting because
crowd.
I believe. Do you remember that Odyssey game they were showing or kind of previewed before? They might announce that as an Xbox exclusive next week. When it comes Odyssey from is it Blizzard or Activision? One of them teams. I think Blizzard. A brand new IP from Activision.
The survival game?
Yeah, survival horror game, and that might get announced next week for.
It's a survival game, isn't it? If we get that announcement, whoa, and it's Xbox only. Can you imagine? That would be another Starfield kind of bullshit. They'll be like, why is it not coming on PlayStation?
And you know what's gonna happen?
If that's that early to be announced,
and you know what's gonna happen?
You know?
That's like MBG and these guys, Red Dragon, are gonna say, "Oh, this game was being built for the PlayStation 5 first." But as soon as the game, like Redfall, you know exactly how that went down. They were crying about that game, but as soon as the review scores came out, well, Game Pass fodder. Phil Spencer.
Oh, bruv, we had MBG crying about why is Redfall? They're taking away a game that I could enjoy. And there's like, because it obviously is hard. Game sucked. And then it's like Starfield is still pretending, man. Then every game that comes out, they compare it to. Alan Wake, for some reason, was getting compared to Starfield. Is that, bruv? Are you going to compare every game to Starfield now? Are we gonna, what are we doing?
Did you see that JTech talked about Starfield, that MPD for #1 September? Because that doesn't mean shit. They're lying to you. I'm like,
they're lying to you.
Come on, man.
Like, did you say they're lying to you? You said you're lying to you about the MPD?
He goes, what are the numbers? He goes, that doesn't mean shit if it's #1.
If it comes #1, if it's numbers. What?
And what is it? Top 7 in the.
Well, no matter what they show you, you show them, they won't care.
Yeah, that's why, guys. That's why we talk shit.
I know why you talk shit. Because I don't think people understood the way I talk shit in your community.
Yours a bit different, yeah. And obviously we've been back and forth as well. Like certain things, like we always talk. I know Des talked to because Des talks to me as well, so I talk to you behind the scene as well.
Yeah.
There's points like when you go to a point like this, you might sound like a pony bot. Do you know what I mean? Because these guys I've been since 2018 podcasting. So I've seen it all, and you get that type of like, yo, it sounds
I've been doing it from day zero. People didn't even know who King Thrash was. I was going 10 years ago. Me and King Thrash were fighting on N4G is a pony haven, and who was enemy #1 in the entire platform? Me. 10 bubbles when they had the bubble system. The mod said no one got enough DMs about was you. Most ignored, most blocked, and everything, and still most hated. I had the max amount of, I was the only Xbot with 10 bubbles sat there, and I fought them on their own system on that forum. I've been battling for time, you pieces of shit. You don't understand. My plans have been measured in centuries, blood. You guys are talking shit. But that's why when you guys came at me, it's like, you guys don't get it, bro. I'm not that grifter, what's his name? Like, Salty will turn into a pony. And the clip that I shared showed you, when I shared that clip of me saying get a PS4, when it was PlayStation 4 at launch,
I do that for the laugh, you know that. I love doing that. I do that shit on purpose.
Yeah, no, but it goes to show as well, you got to be fair. If you believe in what you said, and I was back at Xbox rawly, and they fucked it up at Xbox One, and then I shared it. It was a big thing on N4G. They were like, oh shit, GAAS actually doing that? Because he means what he says about quality games and stuff. And then I was getting shat on because PlayStation's early years were dog shit. So I wrote an article called Xbox wins three holidays in a row on the launch of the Xbox One console. I got so much hate, and I said it's an opinion piece. It's not on sales, you motherfuckers. It was about the quality of the games. What did you have? You got a third-party partnership. Bloodborne saved it after 3 years. But before that, there's clips of me fucking gunning Drive Club, gunning the Order 886, for which I did a review, gave her a 4 out of 10, got death threats. It was fucking hilarious. Constant bullshit games, and I was like, yeah, you guys are gonna play the same game again and again. And when the other games came out, I was on PC anyway. I was like, fuck it. I was going to play Apex Legends and play multiplayer because I wasn't that excited about Sony's formula. But what I didn't expect is that formula would be churned again and people would still be excited. Yeah. And just do it again. And people hand of a crowd. It's fine if you like it. But I don't see any advancements in the gaming industry. Movie style, I respect The Last of Us. The story element of that.
The first one.
I haven't even played the second one. I will never play a Neil Druckmann game again. I'm never buying a Naughty Dog game.
I would say this about the second one. It's a technical masterpiece.
Yeah.
It's a technical masterpiece. Some of the story beats, I'm sure you've seen what happens with a certain character, yeah. They did that shit. They could have done it better. They could have done that much better. Because when you play the first one, you fall in love with him. Like, as a father, like, you understand like why he's done what you need to do for Ellie. But part 2, the way they took him out in the first 2 hours or so, like... Don't get me wrong, that game is deep. That game makes you upset.
I'm not buying that game again. Druckmann created that game with Israeli propaganda in mind, and he's openly said it in interviews.
100%. That game is deep. It makes you like upset. Now when you play a game or when you watch a movie, like Oppenheimer, that game makes you feel some type of way. I mean, that movie, that makes you feel like you think, holy shit. When you come out of the cinemas, regardless if you didn't like it or not, you understand that shit was some serious shit back in the 40s.
No, you got to give respect to these games anyway. Like they did their shit. Last of Us, definitely. Ghost of Tsushima, I give more flowers than it gets critically, but I think fans appreciate Ghost of Tsushima is amazing. Returnal, I will give it. No one else will, because I think it's a great game. And like PlayStation, when he does these games, if I'm excited about them, I will tell you that. But that's not Wolverine. I keep saying I'm excited about, but that's the only thing we know. The only thing I can get excited about. Even if it get Ghost 2 a sequel, I'm like, okay, but you need some good changes to that. I don't want to see another Spider-Man 2 kind of fucking.
Guys, I'm telling you right now, PlayStation doesn't want to take risk anymore. When it
That's
comes
what
to
David Jaffe said.
safe, David Jaffe. But I've been saying this for a minute since 2020.
Yeah.
I can see it because Xbox is moving in a different direction. I know how many people laughed at Grounded, Sea of Piss, and all that type of games. Them games are
Moving the needle.
Like, they're moving the needle, but
Not from Pentiment.
no. But I'm just saying, for example, like, would you let a studio make a game like Pentiment? Will Sony allow that? No. But when you're under Microsoft and you let the studio make Pentiment other side, Grounded, and your main game is like Outer Worlds 2 or what's the other one? Avowed. That's awesome. You let the studios like spread their wings and let like one or two teams, like 15, 20 man power like team, make a game there. You make a game there. But when it comes to Sony, they need to play it safe because the games they're not cheap anymore. They're $200 million games. So I won't be surprised if we see a DLC God of War or like a 10-hour, 12-hour for God of War. Last of Us
won't surprise me at all.
Last of Us Remastered 2. That's been announced. That's coming next year.
It's actually formally announced, or is it just?
Well, we know that shit. That's
we know it's coming because they haven't even rejected it. They haven't even said no, it's not coming out. So you know it's coming out, and that's ridiculous. You're right, 100%. 100%. David Jaffe, and you are not wrong when you say that. This is what I've been saying. But why do you always make fun of the roadmap? Even you're not excited for what Bungie's marathon game. I'm actually excited for it, but that's a GAAS game. PlayStation guys have forced themselves to be excited about, and even though they shouldn't, because they can't, because they'd be gunning multiplayer GAAS so much, they feel stupid. And you got, what was that CGI they showed for another GAAS game?
Helldivers and that. What's that? Bird Concord or some shit. Concord. The hamburger shit.
Concord, that's it.
Concord, yeah.
You're right. Yeah. That shit.
But so they don't like these games. These guys don't like that type. They don't like these type of games.
You're still here?
We're gonna go in 5 minutes. It's like
still doing the show?
They don't like these type of games. Trust me. The way Sony's moving right now in the future, they could call me. I don't give a shit. Call me an Xbox fanboy. But I don't give a shit. I'm telling you right now, Sony's not gonna be moving the same. A lot of changes, a lot of shakeup has happened in PlayStation right now. Yeah. Do not expect your favorite games to come soon as if Faction's been on ice, BG's been crying for that game for a fucking minute.
Yeah.
That ain't coming for the minute now. That's been put on ice or cancelled, possibly. Listen, PlayStation's not the same anymore.
It's your premier studio, man. Like, it's the equivalent of what happened to 343 with Halo Infinite and all that bullshit. It's the same thing that's happening, apart from the leadership now leaving as such, but it's like their studios and the pivot, the GAAS pivot. We talked about it. David Jaffe's heard like there's internal beef over this GAAS pivot. They don't want to do it. Like, it's being forced on them. They're like, what's happening with that? So it's like, it's very different. It looks very, after 2 years of Xbox getting merged, leadership, like whatever, let's be real, over ABK and its sketchy history. Now it gets past, the new leaders are in place, everything, all these changes are being made, and there's this air of positivity, massive positivity actually within Xbox, and it's very good to see. It's like a clean slate. Same thing at the same time, 343, the studio we're talking about, Pierre and his team, bringing me back into Halo after just pissing me off royally. Still single player, whatever. But they're delivering the kind of content where me and Colt were saying delay Halo for a reason. And now if they launched it like this, it could be amazing. It's so good now. Multiplayer.
Look, guys, the problem is sometimes you got to put a live service game out and get the critique. That's how it works sometimes. Majority of games that come out first, they be dog shit at the start. But later on, they get a crowd, they like listen to the feedback, and that's how the game becomes great after that. Like I said, with Halo, when they were showing that in 2020, I was pissed off when like Craig faced on. I was pissed off. I deal and ran on the show on WBG. I go, you need to delay that shit. That's a flagship title.
Yeah,
I said it from then 2020. I love the campaign. I'll be honest, I love the campaign. Multiplayer, I'm not that type of guy who plays multiplayer 100 like battle passes and all that, so it didn't affect me as much. But people who plays the hardcore, they know exactly what they want. But to see what Xbox is doing here right now, in the future. It's amazing because we talked about this. Do you remember when Double Fine, when Tim Schafer and Matt Booty goes, oh, imagine you talk to like Tim Schafer and go, do you know what, Tim, I want you to make a first-person shooter. That's not gonna work. Tim doesn't want to make them type of games.
Yeah, that's why you didn't even buy them. You bought them for a reason. They are good at what they do. Xbox wants their kind of games. That's why they bought them. You don't buy Tim Schafer to do GAAS unless he wants to, but that'd be really weird if they had a. They've done every element, every angle. You've got.
It doesn't matter. Xbox bought these studios so that they can make what they want, and they've said over and over that if you dream to make this game, go make it. Now you have funding. We've got you. And they went and bought studios of all different types and sizes, knowing that it would give them the diversity that they need on their platform. And these people are like, oh, Xbox is going to make them do this, or they're not going to allow them to do this. And David Jaffe said some of that. Like, is Xbox going to step in and say, we don't want you to make Banjo-Kazooie because we don't think it'll sell, or we don't want you to do a single-player game? I don't see Xbox telling them what to make at all, knowing they own 35 studios. There's no reason for them to qualify what they will or won't make. I think it might be a different situation.
Well, you say you disagree. I also disagree to a certain element of that. But
like when he said that, like when he was talking about the studio kind of forcing it, like Tim Schafer would be pissed off if I came to it. Like, guys, imagine you running the studio, you make great platforming game. I came to you, listen.
No, but that's what Colt's saying. They're not.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm not,
right now,
Tim. I disagree with David Jaffe when he said that.
Oh, right.
Well,
I mean, I trust him. I trust him when he says that, but I think it may not happen at Xbox. Xbox may not do.
I think it might do a little bit. I think I'll tell you why and how. Just in the sense that budget. So if they ask for, they said we want to make this game, okay, but then they ask for budget for the game, and you're not sure, then you will, as part of, we've been asking for good management, right? So good management, like Matt Booty, requires him to say, look at that, like Redfall, for instance, and say, no, that we are not releasing that. That is going to do damage, and we're not going to increase your budget or whatever. Like now, Arcane Austin, when they sell the vision of their next game and they have this meeting with Microsoft, are you telling me that conversation is not going to be a lot more defensive?
Well, let me add something to that. That's a bit subjective, because you got to understand that team didn't want to make Redfall. ZeniMax was fucked up for a minute. They had to. They make great games, but they weren't selling. Fallout 76, all of it, Wolfenstein, them games do not sell. So they were kind of pushed into making a live service game. They didn't want to make that game. What happened?
You were saying it's because of ZeniMax and because Dishonored and Prey didn't sell as much as
what they want to make now. That's the difference right now. They kind of got pushed into it. Just like with the Coalition, they had to make Gears every 3 years. Just like
but then why are they working on Redfall still?
Well, that's the support, and that's they said they're going to support.
But they seem intent on carrying on working. They said we're going to try and make this game amazing. So there's an appetite there. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. If Microsoft said, okay, you're free from the shackles of Redfall, why would the developers say we're going to make it work for another 10 years?
But that's not what the conversation's about. It was about creative freedom.
That's what it's got out of there.
It's about creative freedom. The conversation was about creative freedom, and when they had the creative freedom to make Redfall, but they weren't owned by Xbox back then, right?
But I think Microsoft does need to tighten the ship a little bit. It can't be too kumbaya.
Well, they won't, because you guys are going to be shocked. Psychonauts 2 is really great, but I am predicting that Tim Schafer's next game is going to be very quirky and not do very well. And he's put out a lot of games that were like, oh, that's interesting, but nobody really, not a lot of people like them. Costume Quest, Rad.
And this is the thing with Xbox. You see, and this is why I love Game Pass and why the environment is so good. They will tighten the ship and whatever, but ultimately, I think the developers, all the studios, will get creative freedom because they will keep producing the game. They'll keep increasing the brand's perception. The quality is there. They may not pull the big numbers, but other parts of the services are pulling in the numbers to supplement this. So you're basically having this massive environment where Xbox's developments are covered mobile. They're raking in cash from Candy Crush. They're going to be raking in cash in Call of Duty Warzone 2 next year on mobile. So now the money's coming in, is brand perception is going up. Game Pass subscription numbers is the main tests for them because what's his name, Satya Nadella's. They were way below projections. Everyone's like, oh, they were way below projections. I'm like, okay, yeah. So what's the word that comes after it? He goes, we're doubling down. That's you go. Right. So it's like you could cry about the numbers being really low, but what that actual results in Xbox actually trying really hard, and they've got all the bases covered. Think about the variety that they have on everything. Microsoft now will be a household name for everyone. Candy Crush. That's the world. That's the world. Anywhere you go, Candy Crush is huge. They're going to have Call of Duty Mobile. Mobile crowd is global. It's global. Most of the people that players are in India playing PUBG Mobile and COD, and they huge crowd. So many billion Indians there are. And that's the Middle East, everyone. They're always playing mobile. In Brazil, one of the best games is this third person, almost PUBG kind of game, and it's mobile because not everyone can get consoles, man. It's mobile game is getting better and better all the time. So Microsoft's getting this funding coming in, and it's going to be supplementing all these projects that actually make Xbox look really good. And then it's they've got platformers. Oh yeah, they've got this artsy game with Hellblade. Oh, they've got freaking RPGs here as well, and the racers and the shooters. Then you're going to have Doom coming in. You have covered all the Xbox is so fucking monstrous right now as a force on paper, and it needs to execute.
Yeah. Let me add something to this. You got this on paper, looking at all of the IPs, established IPs, characters, whatever you want to call them, they got them there. For example, when we talk about these studios having creative freedom, let's be honest, guys. When Vampire Survivors came out, that shit was like crack. Let's be honest. But you look at it,
bro, I was playing it yesterday with my friends.
But you said that game,
I didn't even know they have 4-player co-op now.
Yeah, you look at
Colt,
it, that game looks like dog shit. That's what you think in your head.
Vampire Survivors.
Oh, 4-player? Oh my gosh! I thought they only had 2-player co-op.
No, they have 4-player now. But you can do 2-player co-op. It's perfect for us, but we're just talking shit and party chat and just letting this.
This is what I'm talking about, guys. You get games like that. For example, called Eastwood for you, Grounded. Is that a game that you expected you're gonna love, or is it a game you wanted? But no, you didn't know. But as soon as that game came out, they put it in beta. They got all of the perfect updates. As soon as that game's come out, I've heard people say, "Sean, you need to play this game."
I've had the same thing as well. I just haven't time.
It's one of the best games of 2022. But it really is.
Yeah. Looking at that, you will laugh at it back in 2020.
Yeah.
Oh, I was mad. I was mad when I saw it. I was like, "What the crap is this?" And they improved some of the visuals and the animations, but when that game started just open up, I was like, "Geez, there's nothing this great. It's amazing." But people don't see it.
This is what I like, though. Guys, before I let you go and close it out, this is what I like. You got them type of games that you never expected to like Vampire Survivors, Grounded, and it could be the next game wherever it comes out. Then you got your top tier games. You got your Halos, you got your Call of Duties, you got your Fables, you got your Forza games, the GAAS game, Hellblade, Avowed, Clockwork Revolution, Contraband. These are the games you're talking about right now.
Mm-hmm.
You got that covered from the top end to the bottom end. Who the fuck does that in the gaming?
No, man. Nobody absolutely. Yeah, that's no wonder PlayStation guys are shook, man. Because we're genuinely happy on the roadmap. It looks mad.
Well, when you think about the creativity of what Xbox creating, Clockwork Revolution, I'm like, I hope that's good. They've never made a first-person AAA style game, but I think Xbox looks at it like, you know what? In Exile's track record speaks for itself. They've made really great games. They've got a good legacy. Let's let them do what they're going to do. And
PlayStation guys were pissed about Clockwork. They wanted that really bad. Really bad.
They were shook.
And then
they saw BioShock. They saw Ken Levine's work.
Right.
There. That's what it's fucking.
You got the BioShock thing going, and they'll have a little bit of Fallout tinge in there because that's where their DNA is from. And then you look at Avowed, and I know that David Jaffe was like, Avowed just looks like every other fantasy game, but you got the magic of Obsidian, and they make really great games. So I'm really hoping that's super good. But Xbox, like Sean's saying, Xbox has all these games going on. That some of these games, let's just pretend like Avowed and Clockwork Revolution or some of those where you just throw them out and hope they're a surprise hit, because you have the stable hitters that they have in their lineup. Right. Even if Call of Duty will sell like crazy, will make up for if Avowed's pretty good but doesn't sell amazing. They're still in a really good spot. But let's say Clockwork Revolution comes out and people are like, "Oh my gosh, we never expected this from an Exile." it's incredible. Like I feel like I'm playing BioShock 1 again. Like I'm newly discovering, like that's what they're hoping on, because I think Phil or Matt Booty said it's such a risk to make a new IP that you're just really hoping that you get lightning in a bottle.
That's right.
You know, like when you make Spider-Man, you're like, it's just got to be really good because you're on the back of Spider-Man and you can make it amazing. But when you got
Control C, Control V, blood, Spider-Man.
Yeah, and if you got some guy named Jerry, the lead character of Clockwork Revolution, you're like, man, I really hope that just hits really well. And sometimes games really surprise you.
Good game. I think a good game like an RPG will do well.
I believe it will be a good game.
I think so as well. Everyone like that hurt the ponies because they're like, this could be a source.
Were they really bugged about Revolution?
Yeah, they were. They were pretending. Even Portrog had to give its flowers. Like that looks like good, and like people were like, "Oh, you gotta take that away. You're copying BioShock," but everyone's like, "You love that though. You want to taste it? Don't even fucking lie, bro. I know they want it." Alcohol Gamer with the $2 super chat. Whipped cream, vodka plus orange juice. Enjoy drinks from me. Shout out to you, man. Whipped cream, vodka, and orange juice. Damn, he's drinking some like next sugary version of vodka. But yeah, man, like that's the positivity that we're going to have, like with this new leadership change. It's going to usher in this era of Xbox, and we've seen this year Xbox has struggled, has enjoyed some great wins, but has struggled out of the gate in many respects. And it feels like Sarah Bond is coming at a time where she can appreciate the effect and impact of those effects. So now galvanized to make sure that we don't repeat that. You've got the importance of disclosure. You've got the importance of AAA IPs, Starfield and shows. Look at the spike on Game Pass numbers. Exceeded expectations. More growth than any other moment. Starfield gave growth. That was the instance of Game Pass, the biggest shot up in history for Game Pass. And it exceeded revenue count. And so Starfield was not that kind of Game Pass selling game, though, right? It was supposed to be your single player game RPG, and then it makes you look into the future of Xbox, and it's got everything covered. So I'm very excited about it. I think PlayStation guys who are pretending, well, a lot of them don't like those kind of RPGs and games and stuff like that. That's understandable, but just because you don't give a shit doesn't mean the world doesn't give a shit. And one thing you can't deny about giving a shit is Call of Duty, because that's going to be dominating your sales charts, you motherfuckers. So good luck with that.
Even if it gets like 75 meta,
it's still fine,
or a 75 open critic, and it brings Xbox to store, it'll still be the highest selling, because ponies can't figure out whether they want to be excited about sales or Metacritic or whatever. And so they're going to be like, what do I do? You know, because the game is going to, it might not get a really great score. It might, you know, Ram was like, I expect the new Call of Duty game next month to get like a 68 or a 66. I'm like, why? He goes, Sledgehammer Games, it was supposed to be an expansion, and now they're selling a full game. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's true.
It doesn't make a difference, doesn't it? When it comes, but people have said that before, and it's the number one selling game for the year and for next year as well.
Oh yeah, it will be. It will be. I do wish they actually took COD seriously, but I only take Infinity Ward seriously for that.
Same.
More than anyone else. But you know, they'll do it, man. And you know, Xbox has so many good games coming up. It's so excited to be an Xbox fan again. In terms of like, even if I move to PC, which I don't know when. I'll be playing Xbox.
You stop buying $1,000 sunglasses.
I don't think I will. Yeah, I know, fucking terrible with that. But you know, I will move it. I can't. The quick resume function is so fundamentally important to me. That's kind of like the problem. So I don't finish too many games. Now I'm gonna sit down. Gonna complete freaking Alan Wake 2, which is an incredible game. Colt, play it, man. All I'll say is no spoilers. It's like you feel, and they've already said it, but it's Control, Story, Max Payne, and Quantum Break all had a baby. It's so cool.
Whoa. Yeah. Interesting.
You say, you wait. Trust me.
I am like almost done with Phantom Liberty, and then it's Alan Wake 2 time, and I played like 8 hours of Spider-Man last night to finish it. Like that game is not a 9-hour game. I don't know how people played it. I don't know how it was 9 hours. It like, overstayed. Dark side, it was really great, but it really overstayed its welcome. And I know people aren't going to like that I say that, but I mean, that game, it was like 40 plus hours. And I was like, I'm just not doing any of this side stuff anymore. It's just, continually just rinse
You
and
said the
repeat.
ending dragged on the Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, like just repeating boss fights with 3 phases and then 4, and then this one has 5 phases, and then now this person's a boss. And it's like over and over. It's like, come on, I was ready to be like, it was a great story and the pacing was great. Now you've just really overstayed your welcome. But I felt that with games I love too. There was points in Starfield when I'm like, you're kind of overstaying your welcome here, but you have to pick when you're ready to rock. Some great games let you
that
be
game.
done.
The Starfield's crazy. Like when I did that Vanguard mission, that shit was 6 hours plus.
Vanguard mission.
Oh yeah, it was. The Vanguard mission was really long.
It was awesome. It was awesome though.
I can't wait to get back into that.
I'm like, shit, this game is quite. This is only a side mission.
Bro, that's what the Crimson Fleet one. I'm just stretching out. I don't even want to do it. And Forza, I loved Forza. I thought I would just get time to play it. I needed to play more Forza as well.
The way that game feels, the way the sound of it, it's awesome, bro.
It's
I know
beautiful, man.
Some of the things they did with the upgrading system, kind of put it behind levels. It doesn't really bother me as much, but it could have done better than that. But overall, I think they should stick with it. It's a good Forza game. Definitely.
It's going to be like a GAAS game as well, like Halo Infinite. In a few years, and they've said that this is what's going to do. It's going to be very different. It's going to be very different.
Then just put the game out in a couple of years. Like, I hate that. Like, if it's going to be amazing next year, just wait it.
Yeah, I mean, incrementally. But they should have got it right at the start, like in some of the career stuff, because that could have been an easy 90+ meta, in my opinion. But they did. But I still think it's the best racing game I've played. Like, I love it. I think I just need to get back into it. And just calling me. And the kind of videos I want to make with Forza as well. I don't think the internet has done the visuals justice as well. Like, I could just no post-processing. I can definitely make a video that will be like, shut the fuck up, look at this. And I've got clips. I've deleted it because I recorded at the wrong freaking bit rate. All my footage of Forza, I thought I had terabytes all lost because because of OBS got the profile reset and recorded at like 200 KB, not even mobile quality, and I was distraught. So I have to spend time recording.
This sucks when you're like recording specific.
Bro, I was in replay mode, got sick little angles just to show you the game, like in different elements of it, in race as well, first person. It just, when you get the rain, the lighting, and the evening dust, bro, GT doesn't even come close. Ooh. It's just a sound. The sound is like porn. If you put music in the game, it would have been a disservice. And I put that in my list. You don't care because it's like the fucking audio of cars. And I'm surprised, like, so muted the response to Forza I thought it would be like it's gonna do well. And some races community are like latching onto it, but I haven't observed it with much depth now. I'll be honest, because I need to see what Forza is doing in the space. But I want to get back. It's such a fucking busy year for gaming, and Microsoft are definitely in the conversation. But are they in the conversation for Game of the Year? The final topic just before we end it. Like,
guys, this is what I love. I would love to have it. I'd love to see Starfield.
I'm gonna run, guys. Thanks for having me on your show. It's been a long session.
It's been an interesting one.
Yeah. Sorry, man. It's been going on. Sorry.
That's all right.
Take care, man. Peace.
Take care, player. You motherfuckers. Anyway.
Yes, do it, bruv. It's our show now. We can talk that shit. What's up, motherfucker? Put the bodies up in this bitch. Badass shit. DRA, 1 in the morning.
TTS and go live. Let's go.
Let's go, man. Shut the fuck up. This will fucking destroy your ass. But yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to. I would love to see Starfield get nominated. I know it's been Game of the Year because I want to talk shit. I do want to talk shit on top of that. But what will be funny for me? What will be awesome for me, guys, for Christmas? Even though we don't celebrate it, I would celebrate it just for this. If Spiderman doesn't even get nominated, that would be the shit.
Oh,
that would be the shit, guys. Play that music again. Spider-Man is a whore. Swing to the left, cha-cha-cha. Swing to the right, cha-cha-cha. Spider-Man ain't shit.
Bro, if Starfield, I don't see it happening, but if it did happen, I would laugh. I mean, Starfield probably... Starfield, is it actually... Do you expect it to be nominated?
Yes.
I think it should be there, and I don't think it's a snuff. And it was a Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 doesn't deserve to be in there. It's not even an RPG. But it won't even win its own category. Put it in action movie or fucking put it in movie section,
I remember
bro.
you were showing a clip of Final Fantasy. You were pressing one button or some shit.
triangle. Right at the start. And then it has so many of the dumb QTE moments. Bruv, the game takes the piss at the start. I get it, what they're trying to go for, but it didn't have the depth of the combat of Devil May Cry. Let's be real. It was just dry, easy, like fucking thing. Sometimes they'll show you a cutscene, open up the menu, and say, here's your gameplay. Click on the icon, press X to fast travel, cutscene. You gave me 10 minutes in fucking cutscene. Gave me your definition of gameplay was allowing me to move my left analog stick to move the mouse pointer thing to a fucking icon and fast travel. And then bam, cutscene again. You're taking the fuck. This is not a game. This is starting to be like a movie. And then obviously later on, you get a lot more games, get deeper in it. And I actually think that formula can work if you get your combat right. And I think combat was just so dry to me.
A lot of people didn't like that one. I'm talking about the hardcore Final Fantasy guys.
There's not, bro. God of War has more RPG elements than that, and that says a lot.
I love God of War. I know a lot of people didn't like it. I'll give it a 9 out of 10. Ragnarok. I love that game. You know, the middle sections were boring. Don't get me wrong, it slowed down a bit. But overall, God of War Ragnarok was a dope game. High quality game. Combat was fire, bro, and I couldn't fault it. That was a 9 out of 10 for me. Straight up.
I haven't even completed it. The middle things bored me so much.
The middle part is boring. You just gotta push. You know when you're in the zone. That's I was in the zone. I was just pushing through it. That's it. And
I need to do that. If I take a push through it, then it's bad that you have a lull like that in the game.
It happens though. And the last act is fantastic. Obviously, it's a great game. God of War. No matter what.
I need to try it. That's why I don't rinse it too much.
You know, it's 1:30 on night. Has the clock's gone back yet, or is it just?
Oh, you know what? You're right. It has. Has
gone back already?
Yeah. So, yeah, it should have.
It should have. Or it will be going back. But come on, let's close it up.
Bro, it's been a long show. Bro, I'm so sorry to murk you here for so long. Bro, this is the longest show by miles, bro. It's 1:30. We started at 9.
Guys, when I'm on a show, they tend to be long shows, you know that.
Is it? Because you know you have the sauce, bro. Listen, you killed it, bro. And you killed it with David Jaffe as well. That was so funny. I'm sure this is going to be clips floating around.
I'm just having fun, bro. You know, like...
That's such a good chat. And thank you so much for coming on, bro.
Did you like it? That was funny. And I go, yeah, David, you must be slow or something.
First someone in chat was like, yo, fucking bro, David Jaffe loves it. Of course we're gonna give him the sauce.
I know what kind of
this is us, me and him just spiking masala on his face, bro. And he's like, what?
No, like, guys, I understand I understand your show, I understand what David Jaffe's like, so I don't mind having a lot of fun on that with him. Just taking the piss out of me with my t-shirt, TTS. I take the piss out of him because I understand he understands the game.
Yeah.
So I love the but guys, we got to do this properly anyway.
Yeah, 100%. Wait till my shows, my channel starts. I'm doing it properly. I don't think like full on, just like a rebrand. It's gonna be like just one-on-one. Yeah, you have to come to that one. It's gonna be fucking talking shit. Rawly, gonna piss so many people off. So many people. It's gonna be mad. Like the stuff. But before we talk about tell people about your channel, TTS, bro. If you enjoyed it, subscribe.
Guys, you know, I run a podcast on Friday with the homie Dirk Griggity. It's called TTS Xbox Podcast. We love to talk that shit. Ponies ain't allowed. They're not allowed in there. Whenever a pony comes in, the mods, they snipe them. You don't belong there. It's an Xbox, whatever you want to call it, echo chamber. It's an Xbox safety place. We love to talk shit, have fun. We talk about gaming, but listen, guys, when it comes to WBG and TTS, we have a lot of fun. If you guys can subscribe, let's go, Playboy. And I do a show with the homie Dirk Riggity on WBG on Mondays. Honestly, the support's been unreal, guys. Like, do you know what I love about this, guys? There's so many different content creators. I'm talking about the X. Forget the PlayStation. They're dog shit. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Just one or two decent ones, but overall they're dog shit.
Yeah, 100%. It's like toilet there, bro. It's a sewer compared to the Xbox community.
They're full of rats, but... The jokes aside, like what?
Holy shit!
What I love
We
about
fucking love fucking those pricks up. It's true, bro. They're dog shit, man. Most of it. I like a couple. Everyone else is shit, bro.
100%. They're a bunch of reponies, if you know what I mean.
Oh, bro,
but talk about the Xbox content creators out there. Like you got Iron Lords, you got WBG, you got Colt Eastwood, you got RDX, you got yourself going live, you got Rand, you got my show TTS. All of us do a different type of show. I know we do the bit of shit talking source and that, but I'm glad it works. You know, like
sick.
It works.
It works.
Like, everybody,
you guys kill it. I love your phone in, bro. When you had phone in and listen to people like fuck that guy GAAS, and I was laughing. So me and my friends played it. We were just creasing at the madness. It was so funny. They say he has a phone in, and people call in, and you have a time run out, and bro, you had Paris Lily and others going at it so fucking crazy. I was laughing so much, bro. He was just like he is in text, yeah, bro. And he was going mad over 4 out of 5 over Halo.
Bro, that shit lasted for like an hour and a half as well. Bro, they were going after Paris, bro. But Paris was full of smoke. He was ready for it. I go for it. Let's go.
Bro,
as long as it doesn't get too disrespectful, which you got at one point, I go, like, calm down, guys. Don't let it go to that point. But I don't mind having a bit of a banter, a bit of shit talking between each other. But
bro, he loves it as well. That's why I sent him that voice note yesterday.
That clip, bro, you drilled him. I love it, bro. When he says I hate the console, well, shut the fuck up with that bullshit.
Yeah, no, fuck off. Fuck off, Paris Lily console. We love that shit, and so do you, because that's why you watch it. In the way they treat it, that's why I said the voice note. He got a DM saying someone is kumbaya.
I'm alone. I love that shit, bro. That shit was hilarious. Look, guys, I know me and you kind of have a bit of fun on that, but listen, it's all love. You can ask Dirt as well. You know, the chat of it, they call you a pony bot, blah, blah, blah. And that. When I play them clips, I play from everybody. It's just for entertainment, bro. Because
I loved it. Someone sent me a clip to Sean was playing it. I was laughing my head.
I want to be unique. No, like I don't have the best voice, you know. Do you know what I mean? So I
look at my voice to sound like a fucking woman off the top.
But no, you're from London, so it's a bit different, innit? So you have, because you mix a lot of, like, bro. I'm from Blackburn, full of Pakistanis and Indians, bro. I grew up in a community, so we got that type
that's
of
why
voice.
It's so good, man. That's what I think why it works. That's why your voice is the reason why people listen to you. Do realize that, yeah? Because that's
people have told me that, but
otherwise you're gonna have standard American voice. You're not gonna hear some like proper raw like Pakistani accent mixed like from that end. You don't get it.
Yeah.
So of course you're gonna listen to that shit. It sounds sick. That's why you're growing as well.
I love it, bro. I'm just happy. Salute to every one of you guys out there
Shout
supporting like Go Live as well. Salute to like you guys coming like to different podcasts. If it's Iron Lords where the PG nice and clean, WBG, RDX, Go Live, Rand, Xbox 2 pod. I love it because there's what can you call it, like guys, like everybody's community. Like the community 100%, but everybody likes. Imagine everybody was the same, guys.
You know, you have your own. There's enough. Like the Xbox is so, the family is so unique. Little flavor there.
Everybody's got that bit of masala. Different type of spice.
Exactly.
That everybody likes a different platform. If you want to be for a professional type of show, talking about like deep topics, which we went a bit deep today, but just enjoy like the Iron Lords, they talk about certain things or yourself.
Yeah.
People like that. If people just want us guys to talk shit about what's going on the internet, this person said this person said that, you got us guys to do that shit. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. Everybody's got a bit of flavor, so I love it, bro. And hopefully we'll do, once you get we channel up and running, we'll do a proper show, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait for that. Thank you again, man. Sorry it's so late as well. It's 1:40 a.m.
It's the same time for us, ain't it?
Yeah. Really enjoyed it, man. It's so much fucking fun.
Bro, 4 hours, bro. 4 hours, shit.
It's just fucking mad, bro. Thank you so much again. And thank you. Please hit I've shared it. You guys know who he is anyway, but I'll post it in there in case you haven't seen Sean before, and subscribe. Talk that shit because it is genuinely. If you love the source, of course you love the source. That's why you come here. That's why the source is the reason why you guys came. So if you like that, the masalas at Sean's show, you gotta fucking laugh, man. The chat is hilarious. And yeah, so shout out. Thank you so much. Asa will be back to normal proceedings because my OBS doesn't handle our, and it's so complicated the way Asa has actually run the show. It's actually
it's not easy. It's not easy when you have like OBS and all of that bullshit. It's not easy.
And you've got 4 versions of like browsers. It's so crazy.
I hate
the
that
way
shit, bro. It's too much. I hate it.
Yeah, he does a lot there. But yeah, we always wait. to see what I do with my channel. I don't know if you like it. I do think you'll love it. It's basically what you love, but added with extra sauce, literally. But thank you so much. Please hit the like button if you enjoyed the shit, lads. And make sure before I go, I haven't missed any super chats.
Yeah, super chats. Double check it.
Oh shit, random guy. He says, I worked security tonight. I like Halloween more than Christmas. It's the night to go out. Glad I spent it here. Oh man, that's sick. Sony's becoming archaic like Nintendo. Nintendo don't. Rockstar buy. Can't live off the last of Spider-Man 6. Random guy is going raw. Nintendo do well, man. But fucking go raw.
Mario one does is pretty good, bro.
It's supposed to be amazing. It's supposed to be amazing.
I played on my PC.
Got that. Are you you play on PC? You piece of shit. I've got Steam Deck as well. I need to get that running.
Yo, it runs good. It runs good.
Yeah. So Mario runs good on that?
Yeah, because I got a 3080, so a laptop, so it's not bad.
Shit.
So it's not bad. But my nieces were playing. I was watching them. It was. Do you know what? Fucking, I don't know how to do it.
Nintendo are fucking on crack.
They always put an awesome twist on the game, and they just do it.
Can't wait to play it. They're just too. They're on some hard drugs.
I love
they
playing with
do
when I'm playing games with my nieces, bro. My nieces, I've got like 7-8 controllers. When my nieces come, my two kids and my other niece, bro, there's 6-7 people playing on my Xbox. They're playing what's that gang game? What's that game? The
party animal thing?
Not party animals are local. What's the other one? The one with the rubber type of it's not Fall Guys. It's the other one.
What are you talking about?
Rubber.
Rubber.
Gang Beast. That's the one.
Gang Beast. Isn't that party animals? Basically the same kind of thing.
But that has like 6 to 8 player local co-op, so they go crazy on that game, bro. They're having a laugh, bro. I love seeing my kids and nieces playing games, bro. When I'm there, just happy tears, bro. Like, yeah.
No, absolutely. No, it is. Nintendo have that magic. They reach that flavor of it, and that everyone enjoys it. Everyone, all ages, and that's a Nintendo. That's why you need Nintendo in this space. It's mad. Random guy comments. Thank you so much. He goes, please do auto-tune Phil Spencer. All right, I'll do Phil Spencer. Where is the fucking auto-tune? Wait, is it working? I've listened to myself in auto-tune so much. Sounds normal. I haven't got it. Wait, fuck. I don't know. Oh shit. I actually have it on. It's not working. Sorry. A random guy. I've disappointed you. Smash Bros is sick. It's fucking sick. I need to get back on that as well. Smash Bros is sick. Shut the fuck up,
bro. Mario Odyssey and Luigi Mansion, bro. Bro, I got a Nintendo Switch. Played 2 games.
Mario Odyssey was wicked.
Yeah, Mario Odyssey is dope. Galaxy is still better, in my opinion.
I didn't get on with Galaxy.
You know what is with Galaxy? It's the nunchucks. Not because you do a lot of bullshit with it. The experience was fantastic. With the Odyssey, you just playing on a controller, bro. Do you know what I mean? So it didn't have that magic.
Yeah, there's that element of it. That kind of quirkiness of controlling that.
Yeah.
But this year, there's something for everyone. You got Alan Wake, which I can't wait to go back. Even though it's almost 2 a.m., I'm going to play that. Sorry, we're just going. This podcast is never going to stop. We're just going to keep talking.
We keep going, bro, all day, every day.
No. We've got to respect your time, man. Thank you so much, bro. Next time we do the show, we just have to chalk out 5 hours because it's fucking
do the Iron Lords.
Yeah, basically, bro. That's fucking hell. Shout out to everyone. Thank you so much. Please hit like button.
Let's close.
We're gonna have some content soon. Take care. I'm gonna play some